Faith. It's a small word with immense power. It's a powerful thing, isn't it? It can move mountains and change lives. It's believing in something you can't see, holding on to a promise that seems intangible, trusting in something you can't touch, yet feeling its presence deeply within your soul. Faith gives us hope when times are dark, lighting our path when we can't see the way forward. It gives us strength when we feel weak, empowering us to overcome obstacles that seem insurmountable. The Bible is full of stories about faith, stories that have been passed down through generations. Stories about ordinary people who faced extraordinary challenges yet stood firm in their belief. People who found comfort and guidance in their belief in God, even when the world around them was in turmoil. One such story is about a woman named Hannah whose faith was unwavering. Hannah's story reminds us that even in the face of great adversity, faith can move mountains and change destinies. It teaches us that our prayers are heard even when they seem to go unanswered, and that persistence in faith can lead to miracles. Hannah's story is a testament to the power of faith and the boundless love of God, showing us that divine intervention is real. It's a story that continues to inspire and uplift people of all ages and backgrounds, transcending time and culture, reminding us that with faith all things are possible and that we are never alone in our journey. In the heart of ancient Israel, there lived a man named Elkanah. He had two wives, Hannah and Peninnah. Elkanah loved Hannah deeply, but their story wasn't a simple one. You see, Hannah couldn't have children. This broke her heart. In those days, having children was very important. It was seen as a sign of God's blessing. Peninnah, Elkanah's other wife, had several children. She often made Hannah feel bad about not being able to have any. Hannah endured this cruelty with grace and quiet dignity. She never lost sight of her faith in God. She believed that one day He would answer her prayers. Hannah's story is a reminder that life isn't always fair. We all face challenges and hardships, but it's how we respond to these challenges that truly defines us. Year after year, Hannah endured the pain of infertility and the sting of Peninnah's taunts. She felt incomplete, longing for a child to fill the emptiness in her heart. The inability to conceive weighed heavily on her soul. She often retreated to quiet corners, seeking solace in prayer. Hannah poured her heart out to God, her voice thick with unshed tears. She begged Him to bless her with a child, promising to dedicate her offspring to His service. Her faith never wavered, even when surrounded by doubt and despair. Hannah's story resonates with anyone who has ever felt the sting of longing, the ache of unfulfilled desires. Her pain is palpable, her yearning for a child, a universal language that transcends time and culture. One year, during a pilgrimage to the temple at Shiloh, Hannah's grief reached its peak. She had been carrying the weight of her sorrow for many years, and this particular journey seemed to amplify her pain. The temple at Shiloh was a place of worship and sacrifice, but for Hannah it had become a place of deep emotional turmoil. As Elkanah and his family offered sacrifices, Hannah slipped away to the tabernacle. She moved quietly, her heart pounding with a mix of desperation and hope. She knew that this might be her only chance to speak directly to God, away from the prying eyes of others. There, in the presence of God, she poured out her soul in prayer. Her knees hit the cold floor, and she clasped her hands tightly as if holding on to her last shred of hope. The sacred setting of the tabernacle seemed to amplify her emotions, making her plea even more intense. Her words were filled with anguish, but also with unwavering faith. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke, each one a testament to the years of silent suffering she had endured. Yet, amidst the sorrow, there was a glimmer of hope, a belief that God would hear her. She made a solemn vow to God. Her voice, though choked with emotion, was steady and resolute. She promised that if God granted her a son, she would dedicate his life to the Lord's service. "O Lord Almighty," she cried, "if you will only look on your servant's misery and remember me and not forget your servant, but give her a son, then I will give him to the Lord for all the days of his life." Her plea was not just for herself, but for a chance to serve God through her child. Hannah's prayer was not a casual request. It was a heartfelt plea born out of years of silent suffering. Each word she uttered was laden with the weight of her unspoken pain and her deep longing for a child. It was a testament to her unwavering faith and her deep desire to serve God, even in the face of personal adversity. Her determination and resolve shone through her prayer, making it clear that her faith was unshakable, no matter the outcome. As Hannah prayed, her lips moved silently, her entire being consumed by her fervent plea. Eli, the high priest, observed her from a distance. He saw her distress, but mistook her silent prayer for drunkenness.
How long will you keep on getting drunk? Get rid of your wine.
Hannah, startled but undeterred, turned to Eli with quiet dignity.
I am a woman who is deeply troubled. I have not been drinking wine or beer. I was pouring out my soul to the Lord.
This encounter highlights the importance of empathy and understanding. Eli, though a man of God, quickly judged Hannah based on appearances. Hannah's response, however, was a lesson in grace and composure. Eli, realizing his mistake, blessed Hannah.
Go in peace, and may the God of Israel grant you what you have asked of him.
Hannah, her heart lighter than it had been in years, returned to her family. True to God's word, Hannah conceived. The arrival of her son was nothing short of a miracle. She named him Samuel, which means God has heard. Samuel's birth was a testament to God's faithfulness, a beacon of hope not just for Hannah, but for all who dared to believe. Samuel's birth marked a turning point in Hannah's life. It was a tangible reminder of God's faithfulness, a testament to the power of prayer and the fulfillment of a long-awaited promise. Section 7, a promise kept.
I prayed for this child, and the Lord has granted me what I asked of him. My heart was filled with hope and longing, and in his mercy, he answered my prayers. So now I give him to the Lord. This child, whom I have loved and cherished, I now dedicate to his service. For as long as he lives, he is dedicated to the Lord. His life will be a testament to our faith and devotion.
Hannah cherished every moment with her precious son. Each day was a gift, filled with laughter, love, and the joy of watching him grow. She showered him with love and nurtured his growing spirit. She taught him the ways of their faith, instilling in him the values and beliefs that would guide him throughout his life. But she never forgot the vow she made to God. Her promise was always at the forefront of her mind, a constant reminder of her faith and commitment. As difficult as it was, she knew she had to keep her promise. The bond between mother and child was strong, but her faith was stronger. When Samuel was weaned, Hannah took him to Shiloh to present him to Eli at the temple. The journey was long and filled with mixed emotions, but Hannah's resolve never wavered. Hannah's act of dedication was an act of profound faith and obedience. She knew that this was her calling, and she embraced it with an open heart. It was a testament to her unwavering belief in God's plan and her willingness to trust him completely, even when it meant sacrificing her own desires. Her story is a powerful reminder of the strength of faith and the beauty of keeping one's promises. Section 8, Samuel's destiny. Samuel grew up in the temple, serving under Eli's guidance. He learned the ways of God and developed a close relationship with him. God had a special plan for Samuel's life. He was destined to become a great prophet, a leader who would guide the Israelites and speak God's word to them. Hannah's sacrifice, though painful, paved the way for Samuel's extraordinary destiny. Her willingness to surrender her son to God's service allowed him to step into the fullness of his calling. Samuel's story reminds us that God often uses ordinary people to accomplish extraordinary things. It highlights the importance of obedience, mentorship, and the ripple effect that one person's faith can have on generations to come. Section 9, a legacy of faith. Hannah's story is a powerful reminder that faith is not just about believing, it's about trusting God's plan even when we don't understand it. It's about surrendering our desires to His will and finding peace in His promises. Hannah's legacy extends far beyond her role as Samuel's mother. She is remembered for her unwavering faith, her resilience in the face of adversity, and her unwavering devotion to God. Her story continues to inspire us to hold on to hope, to persevere in prayer, and to trust that God hears our cries even in our darkest moments. Hannah's story is a timeless testament to the power of faith to overcome adversity. It reminds us that God sees our pain, hears our prayers, and is faithful to fulfill His promises in His perfect timing. Section 10, Finding Hope in Hannah's Story. Hannah's story is a source of hope and encouragement for all who face challenges. It reminds us that we are not alone in our struggles. God sees our pain, hears our cries, and is always with us, offering comfort and strength. Like Hannah, we can find solace in prayer, pouring out our hearts to God and trusting in His perfect timing. Her story teaches us that even in the midst of despair, hope can bloom. Even when surrounded by darkness, faith can light our way. Hannah's story is a timeless reminder that with God all things are possible. Her legacy of faith continues to inspire us to trust in His goodness, to persevere in prayer, and to believe that even in the darkest of times, a brighter dawn awaits.
The story of Hannah is one of deep sorrow turned into great joy. It is a tale that resonates with many who have faced the depths of despair and have found hope through faith and perseverance. Hannah longed for a child. Her heart ached every time she saw other women with their children, and she felt a deep void in her life that nothing else could fill. Year after year, she faced emptiness. Each passing season brought with it a renewed sense of loss and longing. The celebrations and festivals that brought joy to others only deepened her sorrow. She felt the pain of barrenness. It was a constant, gnawing ache that never left her. The whispers and pitying looks from others only added to her grief. Her husband, Elkanah, loved her. He tried to comfort her, assuring her of his love and devotion, yet she felt incomplete. His words, though kind, could not fill the void in her heart. One day, Hannah went to the temple. She was determined to seek solace and answers. The temple, a place of worship and refuge, became her sanctuary. Her heart overflowed with longing. She could no longer contain the depth of her emotions. Every fiber of her being yearned for a child. She poured out her soul to God. She wept bitterly. Her tears were a testament to the years of silent suffering and unspoken prayers. She pleaded for a son. Her prayers were not just words. They were the cries of a heart in anguish, a soul desperate for a miracle. She promised to dedicate him to the Lord. In her desperation, she made a vow, a sacred promise that if God granted her a son, she would give him back to serve the Lord all the days of his life. This vow was a reflection of her deep faith and unwavering hope. Hannah's plea was heard. Her faith and perseverance were rewarded. She conceived and bore a son, whom she named Samuel, meaning heard by God. Her sorrow turned into joy, and her heart was filled with gratitude. The story of Hannah is a powerful reminder that even in our darkest moments, there is hope. Her journey from sorrow to joy inspires us to hold on to our faith and trust that our prayers will be answered in due time. Hannah's prayer was not mere words. It was a raw, honest conversation with God. She held nothing back. Her desperation was evident, yet there was also hope. Hannah believed in God's power. Eli, the priest, saw her. He misunderstood her anguish. He thought she was drunk. Hannah explained herself. Eli, moved by her faith, blessed her. He assured her of God's favor. God heard Hannah's prayer. He answered her plea. Hannah conceived. She gave birth to a son. She named him Samuel. He was a testament to God's faithfulness. Hannah rejoiced. Her sorrow turned into immeasurable joy. Hannah kept her promise. She dedicated Samuel to God's service. She took him to the temple. She left him in Eli's care. Samuel would grow up in the house of the Lord. While Hannah's life reflected righteousness, Eli's sons lived in wickedness. They were priests, yet they dishonored God. They abused their power. They were corrupt. Eli knew of their sins. He did not stop them. God pronounced judgment on Eli and his sons. Their wickedness had consequences. Eli's lineage would be cut short. His sons would die on the same day. This serves as a reminder of God's justice. Section 5. The contrast, Hannah's faith versus Eli's sons' wickedness. Hannah's life stands in stark contrast to Eli's sons. Hannah was humble. She sought God. She trusted in his plan. Eli's sons were arrogant. They disregarded God's laws. They faced severe consequences. This contrast highlights the importance of our choices. Our actions have consequences. We can choose to follow God or to reject him. Section 6. A timeless message. Faith and morality in our lives. The story of Hannah and Eli's sons is timeless. It is a narrative that transcends generations, offering lessons that are as relevant today as they were in ancient times. Hannah's fervent prayers and unwavering faith stand in stark contrast to the wayward actions of Eli's sons, who disregarded their sacred duties. It speaks to us today. The tale of Hannah's devotion and the consequences faced by Eli's sons serve as a powerful reminder of the choices we make in our own lives. Are we following a path of righteousness, or are we straying into actions that lead us away from our moral and spiritual obligations? It reminds us of the power of prayer. Hannah's story is a testament to the strength and efficacy of sincere prayer. Her heartfelt petitions to God were not only heard, but answered in a way that changed her life and the lives of those around her. This encourages us to turn to prayer in our times of need, trusting that our voices are heard. It emphasizes the importance of faith. Faith is the cornerstone of our spiritual lives, guiding us through trials and tribulations. The unwavering faith of Hannah, even in the face of adversity, serves as an inspiration for us to hold steadfast in our beliefs, knowing that faith can move mountains. It warns us of the dangers of sin. The actions of Eli's sons, who chose to ignore their responsibilities and indulge in sinful behavior, led to their downfall. This part of the narrative serves as a cautionary tale, reminding us that our actions have consequences, and that straying from the path of righteousness can lead to ruin. This biblical narrative encourages us to live righteously. It calls us to be mindful of our actions and to strive to live in a way that is pleasing to God. By following the example of those who live with integrity and faith, we can build a community that reflects these values. It challenges us to examine our own lives. Are we living in a way that aligns with our faith and moral values? Self-reflection is a crucial part of spiritual growth, allowing us to identify areas where we can improve and become better versions of ourselves. Are we living in accordance with God's will? This question invites us to look inward and assess whether our actions and decisions are in line with the teachings of our faith. It is a call to align our lives more closely with the divine will. Are we seeking Him with all our hearts? True faith requires a wholehearted pursuit of God, seeking His presence in every aspect of our lives. This narrative encourages us to deepen our relationship with the divine, to seek Him earnestly, and to live in a way that reflects our commitment to our faith. Section 7. Finding hope in Hannah's story. Hannah's story offers hope to those who suffer. Her journey is a testament to the power of faith and perseverance. In the face of immense personal pain and societal pressure, Hannah's unwavering trust in God became her anchor. We may face trials and tribulations. Life often presents us with challenges that seem insurmountable. Like Hannah, we might find ourselves in situations where our deepest desires and prayers seem unanswered. We may feel lost and alone. In those moments of solitude and despair, it is easy to feel abandoned and forgotten. Hannah too experienced such moments of deep sorrow and longing, but God sees our pain. He hears our cries. Just as He heard Hannah's heartfelt prayers, He listens to us. Our tears are not unnoticed, and our pleas do not go unheard. He is faithful to answer our prayers. In His perfect timing, God responds to our needs. Hannah's story reminds us that even when the wait seems endless, God's timing is always impeccable. Like Hannah, we can find solace in prayer. Prayer becomes our refuge, a place where we can pour out our hearts and find comfort. It is in these moments of intimate conversation with God that we find peace. We can pour out our hearts to God. Just as Hannah did, we can express our deepest fears, hopes, and desires. In doing so, we build a relationship with our Creator, one based on trust and faith. We can trust in His perfect timing. Patience is a virtue that Hannah exemplified. Her story teaches us that waiting on God is never in vain. His plans for us are always for our ultimate good. We can believe that He will work all things for our good. Hannah's eventual joy and fulfillment are a testament to God's faithfulness. Her story encourages us to hold on to hope, to trust in God's promises, and to believe that He is always working for our benefit, even when we cannot see it. Section 8. Embracing Faith's Power. Hannah's story is a testament to the transformative power of faith. Her faith sustained her through difficult times. It empowered her to persevere. It ultimately led to her deliverance. We too can experience the power of faith in our lives. When we believe in God, we open ourselves up to His blessings. We tap into a source of strength that can help us overcome any obstacle. Section 9. Hannah's Legacy, a Testament to Faith and God's Faithfulness. Hannah's story is more than just a historical account. It's a powerful reminder of God's faithfulness to those who trust in Him. Her legacy of faith continues to inspire us. Just as He answered Hannah's prayer, God continues to work in the lives of His people today. He is the same yesterday, today, and forever. Section 10. Conclusion. Living with purpose and faith. Let us learn from Hannah's example. Let us approach God with humility. Let us live with integrity. Let us trust in His plan. May our lives reflect His goodness. Let us remember that even in our darkest moments, God is with us. He is our hope. He is our Redeemer. He is our ever-present help in times of need.
Samuel was a young boy. He lived in the temple with Eli. Eli was a priest. He served God. Samuel helped Eli. He was a good helper. Samuel was dedicated to God. His mother Hannah had prayed for him. She promised God she would give Samuel back to him. Samuel lived a life of service. He was a special boy. Samuel was learning about God. He was growing in faith. He was a blessing to Eli. He was a joy to be around. In those days, God's word was rare. People didn't hear from God often. Visions were not common. It was a time when God seemed distant. People longed for God's guidance. They needed His direction. They yearned for His presence. But God's voice was silent. The people had strayed from God. They had forgotten His laws. They had turned away from His love. God's silence was a consequence of their actions. One night, Samuel was asleep. He heard a voice calling his name.
Samuel! Samuel!
Samuel woke up. He was confused. Samuel thought it was Eli calling him. He ran to Eli's room.
Here I am. You called me.
I didn't call you, Samuel. Go back to sleep.
Samuel went back to bed. He was still sleepy, but he couldn't fall asleep. The voice called again.
Samuel! Samuel!
Samuel jumped out of bed. He ran back to Eli.
Here I am. You called me again.
Eli realized what was happening. God was calling Samuel. Eli had never thought of this possibility before.
Go back to bed, Samuel. If the voice calls again, say, "Speak, Lord, for your servant is listening."
Samuel obeyed. He went back to bed. Eli was amazed. God had chosen to speak to this young boy. He knew Samuel was special. He waited to see what God would say.
Samuel! Samuel!
Speak, Lord, for your servant is listening.
Then God spoke to Samuel. He gave Samuel a message. God's message was about Eli and his family. Eli's sons were not good men. They were not following God's ways. God was going to punish them. Samuel listened carefully. He was afraid. This was a serious message. He knew he had to tell Eli. Samuel was afraid to tell Eli the message. The weight of the words he had to deliver felt like a heavy burden on his young shoulders. He had never been in such a position before, and the fear of the unknown gripped him tightly. The message was not just any message. It was a divine revelation that carried significant consequences. He knew it would make Eli sad. The thought of causing pain to someone he respected and cared for deeply troubled him. Samuel had always seen Eli as a mentor, a guiding light in his life. The idea of being the bearer of bad news to such a figure was almost unbearable. He didn't want to upset him. Samuel's heart ached at the thought of Eli's reaction. He imagined the sorrow in Eli's eyes, the disappointment that would surely follow. It was a difficult position for anyone, let alone a young boy who was still learning the ways of the world. But he knew he had to obey God. Despite his fears and reservations, Samuel understood the importance of his duty. He had been chosen for a reason, and he couldn't let his personal feelings interfere with the divine plan. He spent the night in prayer, seeking strength and courage to fulfill his task.
Sighs. I have to tell him. Samuel whispered to himself, trying to muster the courage he needed. He knew that delaying the inevitable would only make things harder. With a deep breath, he prepared himself for the difficult conversation ahead.
The next morning, Samuel told Eli everything. He was scared, but Eli listened patiently. Samuel's voice trembled as he recounted the message, but he didn't hold back. He conveyed every detail, knowing that honesty was crucial. Eli's calm demeanor helped ease Samuel's anxiety, even if just a little. He knew God's word was true. Eli had lived a long life filled with experiences that had taught him the importance of faith and acceptance. He recognized the truth in Samuel's words, even if they were hard to hear. His wisdom allowed him to see beyond the immediate pain.
It is the Lord. Samuel's voice was steady now, filled with a newfound resolve. He had done his part, and now it was up to Eli to respond. The weight of the message had been lifted from his shoulders, but he still felt a deep sense of empathy for Eli. Let him do what seems good to him. Eli's response was one of acceptance and resignation. He understood that some things were beyond human control and that divine will must be respected. His faith in God's plan remained unshaken, even in the face of personal loss.
Eli accepted God's judgment. He knew that resisting would be futile and that true faith required submission to God's will. His prayers that night were filled with a mix of sorrow and acceptance as he sought peace in the midst of turmoil. He knew his sons had sinned. Eli had long been aware of his sons' misdeeds. Their actions had brought shame and dishonor, and he had struggled with how to handle the situation. The divine message confirmed what he had feared, but also provided a sense of closure. He was sad, but he didn't blame God. Eli's sorrow was profound, but he didn't let it turn into bitterness. He understood that his son's actions had consequences, and that divine justice was at work. His contemplative moments were filled with reflections on life, faith, and the nature of divine will. He trusted in God's plan. Eli's faith remained his anchor. He found solace in the belief that everything happened for a reason, even if it was beyond human understanding. His trust in God's plan gave him the strength to face the future with a peaceful heart. Samuel grew up. From a young boy serving in the temple under Eli, he matured into a man of great faith and wisdom. His journey was marked by a deep and unwavering commitment to God, a commitment that would shape his entire life and the lives of those around him. He continued to listen to God. In the quiet moments of prayer and meditation, Samuel sought the voice of the Lord. He became a prophet, not by his own ambition, but by his steadfast obedience and willingness to serve. His heart was always open to the divine guidance that would lead him on his prophetic path. He spoke God's word to the people. With clarity and conviction, Samuel delivered messages that were not always easy to hear. He was a conduit for God's will, bringing both warnings and promises to the people of Israel. His words were a beacon of hope and a call to repentance. He led them back to God. In times of turmoil and uncertainty, Samuel's leadership was a guiding light. He reminded the people of their covenant with God and urged them to return to their faith. His leadership was not just about words, but about actions that demonstrated his unwavering trust in God's plan.
Samuel, tell us what the Lord says. The people sought his counsel, knowing that his words were inspired by divine wisdom. They trusted him to intercede on their behalf and to convey God's will with honesty and integrity.
Samuel's obedience to God was an inspiration. From his early days in the temple, his life was a testament to the power of faith and the importance of listening to God's voice. His story is a reminder that true greatness comes from humble beginnings and a heart devoted to divine service. He showed people the importance of listening to God. Through his teachings and his example, Samuel demonstrated that a life guided by divine wisdom is a life of purpose and fulfillment. He encouraged others to seek God's guidance in all things and to trust in his plan. He taught them to follow God's ways. Samuel's lessons were not just about religious rituals, but about living a life that reflected God's love and justice. He emphasized the importance of compassion, integrity, and faithfulness in all aspects of life. Samuel's life was a testament to God's faithfulness. In every challenge and triumph, he remained steadfast in his devotion. His life story is a powerful example of how God can use those who are willing to listen and obey. God had chosen a young boy. From the very beginning, Samuel was set apart for a special purpose. His journey from a young boy in the temple to a revered prophet shows that God's plans often begin in the most unexpected places. He had used him for his glory. Samuel's life was a testament to the power of divine calling. Through his obedience and faith, he became a vessel for God's work, bringing his message to the people and guiding them back to their faith. He had fulfilled his promise to Hannah. The story of Samuel is also the story of his mother, Hannah, whose fervent prayers were answered in the most miraculous way. Her faith and dedication were rewarded, and through Samuel, God's promise was fulfilled, bringing hope and renewal to the people of Israel. Section 8, Hearing God's Voice Today. In this chapter, we will explore the profound ways in which we can still hear God's voice in our lives, just as people did in biblical times. Just like Samuel, who heard God's voice as a young boy, we too can hear God's voice today. It may not always be an audible voice, but God communicates with us in various ways. God still speaks to his people. He reaches out to us, guiding us, comforting us, and providing wisdom for our daily lives. His voice can be heard in the quiet moments of reflection and in the midst of our daily activities. One of the primary ways God speaks to us is through his word, the Bible. The scriptures are filled with his messages, teachings, and promises. When we take the time to read and study the Bible, we open our hearts to hear his voice. When we read the Bible, we hear God's voice. Each verse, each chapter carries a message that can speak directly to our hearts and situations. The Bible is not just a historical document. It is a living, breathing testament of God's love and guidance. He speaks to us through the stories. The narratives of faith, struggle, and triumph found in the Bible are not just stories of the past, but are relevant to our lives today. They provide lessons and insights that can help us navigate our own journeys. He teaches us through the verses. Each verse is a piece of divine wisdom, offering guidance, correction, and encouragement. By meditating on these verses, we allow God's teachings to shape our thoughts and actions. He guides us through his wisdom. The Bible is a source of divine wisdom that can help us make decisions, understand our purpose, and find direction in life. When we seek his wisdom, we are never alone in our choices. God also speaks to us through prayer. Prayer is a powerful way to communicate with God. It is a two-way conversation where we not only speak to God, but also listen for his response. When we pray, we talk to God. We share our hearts, our fears, our hopes, and our dreams. Prayer is an intimate moment where we can be completely honest with our Creator. We tell him our worries. In times of trouble and anxiety, we can pour out our hearts to God, knowing that he listens and cares for us. He offers us peace and reassurance in our moments of distress. We ask for his guidance. When we face difficult decisions or uncertain paths, we can seek God's direction through prayer. He promises to lead us and show us the way. We thank him for his blessings. Gratitude is an essential part of our relationship with God. By acknowledging his blessings, we cultivate a heart of thankfulness and recognize his hand in our lives. Through prayer, we connect with God, hear his voice, and experience his presence in profound ways. Section 9. Answering the call. God calls each of us to serve him. He has a plan for our lives. He wants to use us for his glory. Our calling may be different from Samuel's, but it is just as important. We may serve God in our families, churches, or communities. We may serve God through our jobs, talents, or resources. The important thing is to be willing to say, "Speak, Lord, for your servant is listening." Section 10. The courage to obey. It takes courage to obey God's call. We may face challenges. We may have to step out of our comfort zones. But God promises to be with us. He will give us the strength we need. He will guide our steps. He will never leave us, nor forsake us. When we obey God, we experience his blessings. We find true joy and fulfillment. We make a difference in the world for his kingdom. Section 11. Living a life of faith. Samuel's story teaches us the importance of faith and obedience. When we trust God and follow his plan, he can do amazing things through us. Let us be like Samuel. Let us listen for God's voice. Let us answer his call with willing hearts. Let us live lives of faith and obedience, bringing glory to his name.
The word of the Lord had come to all Israel. Samuel the prophet was their voice. He warned them. Their wickedness had angered God. Repentance was their only path to salvation, yet their hearts remained hardened, their minds clouded with sin. They paid little heed to the warnings. The Israelites had strayed from the path of righteousness. They embraced idolatry. They turned away from the one true God. Samuel, with a heavy heart, delivered the divine pronouncements. He foresaw the darkness that was soon to engulf them. His words echoed in the hearts of the faithful few, but they were drowned out by the clamor of the wicked. The Philistines, a powerful and ruthless enemy, were encroaching upon Israel's borders. They sensed weakness. They smelled fear. The Israelites, once mighty warriors, were now a shadow of their former selves. Their hearts were divided. Their spirits were broken. They were ripe for conquest. Samuel's warnings became more urgent. The Philistine threat loomed large. He implored the Israelites to turn back to God. He reminded them of their covenant, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. The Philistines were a formidable foe. They were skilled warriors. They were masters of ironworks, giving them superior weapons. Their armies were vast and well-equipped. They had conquered many nations. They were hungry for more. Word reached the Israelite camp. The Philistines were advancing. Their numbers were overwhelming. Fear gripped the hearts of even the bravest soldiers. The time for repentance was over. The time for battle was at hand. The Israelite army, though numerous, was ill-prepared. Their hearts were not in the fight. Their faith had waned. They lacked the resolve that had once made them invincible. They were no match for the disciplined and determined Philistine war machine. The Israelites trembled at their approach. The two armies clashed on the battlefield. The noise was deafening. The earth trembled beneath the weight of their charge. The Israelites, their hearts filled with dread, fought with little conviction. They were no match for the Philistine fury. The Philistines, fueled by their bloodlust and their confidence, cut through the Israelite ranks like a hot knife through butter. Blood stained the ground crimson. The cries of the wounded filled the air. Defeat came swiftly and decisively. The Israelites were routed. Thousands lay dead on the battlefield. The survivors fled in terror. They sought refuge in their nearby city, Shiloh. In their desperation, the elders of Israel came up with a plan.
We will bring the Ark of the Covenant to the battlefield.
The Ark of the Covenant was the most sacred object in Israel. It was a symbol of God's presence among his people. It was housed in the tabernacle in Shiloh, under the watchful eyes of Eli, the high priest, and his sons, Hophni and Phinehas. When the elders arrived in Shiloh with their request, Eli was aghast. He knew that the Ark was not a magical talisman. He understood that God's presence could not be manipulated. He tried to reason with them.
Please do not take the Ark. It is not a weapon to be wielded at will. God's presence cannot be summoned like a mere tool.
But his words fell on deaf ears. Hophni and Phinehas, corrupt and wicked men, shared none of their father's piety. They saw the Ark as a means to an end. They encouraged the elders in their folly. And so the Ark was loaded onto a cart, and a procession of priests and soldiers accompanied it to the battlefield. News reached the Philistine camp that the Israelites had brought their God to the battlefield. At first they were afraid. The Philistines were a superstitious people. They had heard tales of the God of Israel and his mighty deeds. They feared his power.
But we have defeated the Israelites once. We can do it again. We will not be intimidated by a wooden box. We will fight with even greater ferocity. We will crush the Israelites and their God.
The Israelites, emboldened by the presence of the Ark, were filled with a renewed sense of hope. They believed that God would fight for them, that he would deliver them from their enemies. They had forgotten that God helps those who help themselves. The stage was set for a final confrontation. The two armies clashed in a maelstrom of steel, fury, and despair. The Israelites, their initial burst of confidence fueled by the presence of the Ark, were soon overwhelmed by the Philistine war machine. The Philistines, fighting with the fury of cornered animals, cut through the Israelite ranks like a scythe through wheat. The Israelite soldiers, realizing that the Ark had not brought them the divine intervention they had hoped for, panicked. They broke ranks and fled. The Philistines pursued them relentlessly, cutting them down as they ran. The ground was littered with the bodies of the slain. The stench of death filled the air. The Philistine soldiers, sensing victory, fought with even greater ferocity. They showed no mercy. They took no prisoners. Their swords drank deep of Israelite blood. The day belonged to them. The Ark, once a symbol of God's presence and power, now stood as a silent witness to the carnage. The Philistines, flushed with victory, turned their attention to the Ark. They had heard tales of its power. They believed it to be a powerful talisman. They decided to take it as a spoil of war. They approached the ark cautiously, wary of its power, but when nothing happened, they grew bolder.
Rip aside its veil and see what it holds.
They ripped aside its veil, revealing its contents, the 2 stone tablets on which the 10 Commandments were inscribed. They did not understand the significance of these tablets, but they knew that they had captured something important. The Philistines loaded the ark onto a cart and took it back to their own land. They placed it in the temple of their god Dagon as a trophy of their victory. They believed that they had captured the God of Israel. They would soon learn how wrong they were. The capture of the ark sent shockwaves through the remaining Israelites. Back in Shiloh, Eli, the high priest, awaited news of the battle. He was old and blind, but his faith was strong. He knew that the ark was not a magic charm. He prayed for God's mercy, whatever the outcome of the battle might be.
The battle. It was a disaster. The Israelites have been defeated. The ark has been captured by the Philistines.
The ark? Captured?
Eli, upon hearing this news, collapsed and died. He had lived a long life. He had served God faithfully. But the news of the ark's capture was more than his frail body could bear. The loss of the ark was a tragedy for Israel. But it was a personal tragedy for Eli. He had failed in his duty to protect the sacred object entrusted to his care. The news of the defeat at Ebenezer and the capture of the ark spread throughout Israel like wildfire. People wept openly in the streets. They tore their clothes in mourning. They shaved their heads in grief. The nation was in shock. They could not believe what had happened. How could God have allowed this to happen? How could he have allowed his ark to be captured by the Philistines? Was he no longer with them? Had he abandoned them to their enemies? These questions tormented the Israelites. They had lost their way. They had turned their backs on God. And now it seemed he had turned his back on them. The Philistines, emboldened by their victory, continued to harass the Israelites. They raided their towns and villages. They stole their livestock. They killed their men and took their women and children captive. The news of the ark's capture reached Phinehas's wife. She was pregnant and near her time. The shock of the news sent her into labor. She gave birth to a son, but her joy was short-lived.
Ichabod, the glory has departed from Israel.
She named her son Ichabod, which means the glory has departed from Israel, a testament to the tragedy that had befallen her people and her family. She died in childbirth, her heart broken by grief and despair. Hophni and Phinehas, those corrupt and wicked priests, had also died in the battle. They had paid the ultimate price for their arrogance and their disregard for God's laws. But their deaths brought no solace to the Israelites. The damage had been done. The house of Eli, once a symbol of piety and righteousness, lay in ruins, and the Ark of the Covenant, the symbol of God's presence, was gone. The capture of the Ark of the Covenant marked a turning point in Israelite history. It was a time of great national and spiritual crisis. The Israelites had hit rock bottom. They had lost everything. Their army had been destroyed. Their land had been ravaged. Their God, it seemed, had abandoned them. The story of the Ark's capture is a cautionary tale. It is a reminder that God is not to be trifled with. It is a reminder that disobedience has consequences. It is a reminder that even the most sacred objects cannot save us from ourselves. But it is also a story of hope. For even in their darkest hour, the Israelites did not give up on God. They knew that they had sinned. They knew that they had brought this upon themselves. And so they began the long and difficult journey of repentance and renewal.
A Sacred Chest, the Ark of God, written by Max Lucado. This chest is not just a relic of the past. It is a symbol of divine presence and power. It is a testament to the faith and devotion of the Israelites, who carried it with them through their journey in the wilderness. Imagine a chest covered in gold, every inch of it meticulously crafted, every detail a work of art. The gold gleams in the light, reflecting the glory and majesty of the divine. This chest is a masterpiece, a symbol of the covenant between God and his people. This is no ordinary chest. It is the Ark of the Covenant, the Ark of God. It is a sacred vessel, a holy artifact that carries within it the very essence of the divine. The priests, dressed in their ancient garb, handle it with the utmost reverence and care. This is the Ark of the Covenant, the Ark of God. Inside, God himself dwells. The contents of the Ark are sacred and symbolic, representing the covenant between God and his people. It holds the tablets of the Ten Commandments, Aaron's rod, and a pot of manna, each item a testament to God's promise and provision. The Ark represents God's presence, his power, and his promise. It is a beacon of hope and faith for the Israelites, a tangible reminder of God's unwavering love and protection. The divine light that emanates from the Ark is a symbol of God's glory and majesty. It is sacred to the Israelites. They gather around it in worship, offering their prayers and sacrifices. The Ark is the focal point of their faith, a symbol of their covenant with God. It is a source of strength and inspiration, a reminder of God's presence in their lives. The Ark travels with the Israelites. It is their constant companion, their guide through the wilderness. As they journey through the desert, the Ark leads the way, a symbol of God's guidance and protection. It is a source of comfort and assurance, a reminder that they are never alone. It reminds them of God's love and protection. The Israelites gather around the Ark, families praying together, seeking God's guidance and blessing. The Ark is a symbol of their faith and devotion, a reminder of God's promise to be with them always. They know that as long as they have the Ark, God is with them. The Ark is a symbol of God's presence, a tangible reminder of his promise to never leave them. It is a source of strength and courage, a beacon of hope in times of trouble. But what happens when the Ark is captured? When it falls into the hands of their enemies, the Israelites are filled with fear and despair. The loss of the Ark is a devastating blow, a symbol of their separation from God. What happens when it falls into the wrong hands? The Ark, now in a foreign temple, is a symbol of the Israelites' defeat and humiliation. But even in the hands of their enemies, the Ark remains a powerful symbol of God's presence and power. It is a reminder that God's promise and protection are not bound by physical boundaries, and that his presence can never be truly captured or contained. Defeat and capture the Ark in Philistine hands. The Israelites and the Philistines are at war. The Philistines are strong. They defeat the Israelites in battle, but they don't just win the battle. They capture something precious, the Ark of God. The Philistines are thrilled. They have defeated the Israelites and taken their God. They take the Ark to their city, Ashdod, and place it in the temple of their god, Dagon. They think they have won, but they are wrong. Very wrong. Panic in Ashdod. When God shows his power, the world takes notice. The city of Ashdod, once bustling with life and activity, is now gripped by an overwhelming sense of fear and confusion. The next morning, the people of Ashdod wake up to a strange sight. The sun rises over the ancient city, casting long shadows on the cobblestone streets. As the first rays of light touch the city, the inhabitants step out of their homes, only to be met with an unsettling scene. Dagon, their idol, has fallen on his face before the Ark of the Lord. This is no ordinary fall. It is a sign, a message from a higher power. The once proud statue of Dagon, revered and worshipped by the people, now lies prostrate, humbled before the Ark. They stand him back up. With great effort and determination, the people of Ashdod lift the statue, restoring it to its former position. They hope that this was just an accident, a mere coincidence. But the next day, Dagon falls again. This time the fall is more severe, more deliberate. The people are now beginning to understand that this is no ordinary event. This time his head and hands are broken off. The once mighty idol is now in pieces, its power and influence shattered. The people of Ashdod are left in shock and disbelief. Then the people of Ashdod start getting sick. They develop painful tumors. The illness spreads rapidly, affecting young and old alike. The once vibrant city is now a place of suffering and despair. Panic spreads through the city. The streets are filled with cries of pain and fear. The people are desperate for answers, for a solution to their plight. They realize the Ark is not a trophy. It is not a mere object to be displayed and admired. The Ark is a powerful symbol of the one true God, a reminder of his presence and his power. It is a powerful symbol of the one true God. The people of Ashdod now understand that they are in the presence of something far greater than themselves, something that demands their respect and reverence. and he is not happy. The wrath of God is upon them, a divine judgment for their actions. The people of Ashdod are left to ponder their fate, to seek forgiveness and redemption. Gath's despair, a city plagued. The terrified people of Ashdod decide to send the ark away. They send it to Gath, another Philistine city. But the same things happen in Gath. People become ill. They cry out in fear. The ark is bringing only suffering. The Philistines are confused. Why is their God not protecting them? They don't understand the power of the God of Israel. They are learning a hard lesson about disrespecting what is holy. Ekron's plea, send it back. From Gath, the ark is moved to Ekron. By now, everyone has heard about the plagues and the tumors. The people of Ekron are terrified. This ark is going to destroy us, they cry. They beg their leaders to send it back to Israel. The Philistines finally realize they have made a mistake. They have treated the ark with disrespect. They have learned that you cannot steal God's glory or his power. He is in control. Lessons from the ark's journey, humility and respect. The Ark of the Covenant, a sacred chest built by the Israelites under God's command, was more than just a religious artifact. It symbolized God's presence and power among his people. The story of the Ark's capture is not just an ancient tale, it is a profound narrative that transcends time, offering wisdom and guidance for our lives today. When the Philistines captured the Ark, they believed they had seized control over the God of Israel. It holds lessons for us today. This story reminds us that God's power cannot be contained or manipulated by human hands. It is a lesson in humility, teaching us to recognize our limitations and the supremacy of the divine. It teaches us about humility and respect. Humility is acknowledging that we are not the ultimate authority in our lives. Respect is understanding the sanctity of God's presence and his word. The Philistines thought they could control God's power. They were wrong. Their arrogance led to their downfall as they faced plagues and misfortune for their disrespect. We must remember that we are not in control, God is. This realization should lead us to a posture of reverence and submission, acknowledging his sovereignty over all creation. We need to approach God with humility and respect. In our daily lives, this means seeking his guidance, honoring his commandments, and living in a way that reflects his love and holiness. We need to remember that he is holy and powerful. His holiness demands our reverence and his power commands our awe. We should never take his presence for granted or treat his name lightly. We are not to use his name lightly or treat his word with disrespect. The Bible is not just a book, it is the living word of God, deserving of our utmost respect and careful study. By embracing humility and respect, we align ourselves with God's will and open our hearts to his transformative power. The weight of disrespect, facing the consequences. The Philistines faced terrible consequences for their disrespect. They suffered from plagues and tumors. They lived in fear and despair. While we may not face physical plagues today, there are still consequences for our actions. Disrespecting God can lead to spiritual emptiness and broken relationships. It can lead us down a path of selfishness and pride. Just like the Philistines, we need to recognize the weight of our disrespect and turn back to God. Recognizing our arks, what we hold sacred. The ark represented God's presence to the Israelites. What represents God's presence in our lives today? It could be our faith, our families, or our values. These are the things we hold sacred. Just like the Philistines, we can be tempted to put other things before God. We might prioritize our careers, our possessions, or our own desires, but when we do this, we risk losing sight of what truly matters. Seeking truth and repentance, a path to peace. The Philistines eventually realized the error of their ways. They decided to send the ark back to Israel, hoping to appease God. We too have the opportunity to seek forgiveness and turn back to God. True repentance involves acknowledging our mistakes and changing our behavior. It means putting God back at the center of our lives. When we do this, we can find peace and restoration. a timeless message, God's power and our choices. The story of the Ark's journey is a powerful reminder of God's sovereignty and our need for humility. It teaches us that we are not in control, but we can choose to live in obedience to God. Let us learn from the mistakes of the Philistines. Let us approach God with reverence and respect, recognizing His power and grace in our lives. Let us choose to live each day, honoring Him and seeking His will. The Ark of the Covenant, a symbol of God's presence and power, revered by the Israelites for generations. This sacred chest, holding the very tablets upon which the Ten Commandments were inscribed, had fallen into enemy hands. The loss was not just physical but deeply spiritual, shaking the very foundation of the Israelite faith. For 7 long months, it remained in the land of the Philistines, a constant reminder of their victory over the Israelites. The Ark, once a beacon of hope and divine favor, now stood as a trophy of conquest. But this victory felt hollow. The Philistines, despite their triumph, could not shake off a sense of unease that lingered in the air.
The Philistines had captured the Ark in battle, hoping to harness its power. They believed that possessing such a sacred object would bring them unparalleled strength and favor from the gods. They placed it in the temple of their god Dagon, a symbol of their dominance. The Ark, now surrounded by idols, seemed out of place, a stark contrast to its former sanctity. Little did they know, this triumph would be short-lived. The presence of the Ark in their midst began to stir unrest and fear among the Philistines. The presence of the Ark brought with it a series of misfortunes, afflictions that shook the Philistines to their core. Plagues and calamities befell them, turning their victory into a curse. Their joy turned to fear, their confidence to doubt. The once proud Philistines now found themselves questioning the wisdom of their actions, as the Ark's power proved to be beyond their control. The leaders convened, desperate to find a solution. They debated whether to return the Ark to the Israelites, hoping to rid themselves of the divine wrath that had befallen them. Ultimately, they decided to send the Ark back, laden with offerings, in a bid to appease the God of Israel. The journey back was one of humility and hope, as they sought to restore peace to their land. The return of the Ark was met with great rejoicing among the Israelites. It was a moment of restoration, a sign that their covenant with God remained unbroken despite the trials they had faced. The Ark of the Covenant, once lost, was now back where it belonged, a testament to the enduring faith and resilience of the people who revered it.
The Philistines began to experience a series of calamities. Tumors afflicted their bodies, a plague ravaged their cities, and a sense of dread filled their hearts. They had taken the Ark as a prize, but it felt more like a curse. The people cried out in fear and desperation, questioning the source of their misfortune.
Their leaders and priests gathered, their faces etched with worry. The answer was clear to them. The Ark of the God of Israel was the cause. They had to find a way to rid themselves of this sacred artifact, to return it to its rightful place.
The Philistine priests and diviners came together, their faces illuminated by flickering candlelight. The atmosphere was thick with tension and the weight of their predicament. They knew that the Ark of the Covenant, a sacred artifact of the Israelites, had brought calamity upon their people. The priests, with their long robes and solemn expressions, gathered in the dimly lit room, the air heavy with the scent of burning candles and incense. They consulted their sacred texts, seeking guidance from their own deities. The ancient scrolls filled with cryptic symbols and divine instructions were their only hope. They pored over these texts, their fingers tracing the lines of ancient script, hoping to find a solution. The room was silent except for the soft rustling of parchment and the murmured prayers of the priests. They sought wisdom, a sign, anything that could help them understand how to appease the God of Israel and end their suffering. They had to find a way to appease the God of Israel, to return the Ark in a way that would show respect and avert further disaster. The priests knew that a simple return would not suffice. It had to be accompanied by a gesture of humility and repentance. They discussed various rituals and offerings, their voices hushed but urgent. The decision was made to place the ark on a new cart, a symbol of purity and respect, and to send it back with a guilt offering.
The answer came to them, a set of specific instructions to ensure the safe passage of the ark back to its people. The priest believed that these instructions were divinely inspired, a direct communication from the gods. They were to follow these steps meticulously, for any deviation could result in further wrath. The scrolls detailed the exact manner in which the ark was to be handled, the route it was to take, and the offerings that were to accompany it. The Philistines were to send the ark back with a guilt offering, a tangible sign of their remorse. This offering was not just a token, it was a deeply symbolic act meant to convey their understanding of the gravity of their actions. The priests gathered golden artifacts, each one crafted with care and precision. These objects were to serve as a bridge, a way to communicate their repentance and desire for forgiveness. This offering was to take the form of golden images, representing the afflictions they had suffered, tumors and rats, stark reminders of the price of their disrespect. The golden statues were meticulously crafted, each one a small but powerful symbol of the plagues that had befallen them. The priest hoped that by acknowledging their suffering and presenting these images, they could appease the God of Israel and bring an end to their torment. The room was filled with a sense of solemnity and hope as they prepared the offerings, each priest silently praying for mercy and deliverance.
Section 4. The Ark's return journey begins. The Philistines, eager to rid themselves of the source of their troubles, followed the instructions meticulously.
They crafted a new cart, strong and sturdy, to carry the sacred chest.
They selected 2 milk cows, their calves left behind to pull the cart. These animals, symbols of purity and life, would further demonstrate the Philistines' reverence.
With bated breath, they placed the ark upon the cart, along with a separate chest containing the golden offerings.
They watched as the cows, unled and untethered, began to move, their mournful cries echoing in the air. The direction was clear, towards the land of Israel. Section 5. Rejoicing turns to fear. The news travelled swiftly. The Ark of the Covenant was returning.
The people of Beth Shemesh, an Israelite town, rushed to greet the approaching cart. They rejoiced, their songs of celebration filling the air, their hearts overflowing with relief and gratitude. Their God had returned to them.
But their joy was short-lived. Some of the people of Beth Shemesh, overcome with curiosity and perhaps a lack of reverence, looked into the ark. This act, a transgression of the sacred laws governing the ark, brought about a swift and terrible consequence. Section 6. A costly display of reverence. The people of Beth Shemesh, realizing the gravity of their actions, were filled with deep remorse.
They offered burnt offerings and sacrifices, a desperate attempt to appease God's wrath and seek forgiveness. They understood that their moment of disrespect, their fleeting curiosity, had come at a terrible and significant price.
The story of the Ark's return to Beth Shemesh serves as a powerful reminder of the importance of reverence and respect for the divine. It highlights the delicate balance between human curiosity and the need for boundaries when it comes to matters of faith and spirituality. Section 7. A lesson learned, a new home found. The Ark, a powerful symbol of God's presence, could not remain in Beth Shemesh. This sacred artifact, which had been a central element of Israelite worship and identity, had to be moved due to the unfortunate events that transpired there. The people of Beth Shemesh had failed to show the proper reverence and respect for the Ark, leading to dire consequences. The decision to relocate the Ark was not taken lightly, as it was a matter of great spiritual and communal significance.
It was decided that the Ark would be moved to Kiriath Jearim, another Israelite town. This town was chosen for its reputation of devoutness and its strategic location, which made it a suitable new home for the Ark. The people of Kiriath Jearim were prepared to undertake the solemn responsibility of housing this sacred object. The journey to Kiriath Jearim was marked by a deep sense of reverence and anticipation, as the community understood the gravity of their task. There, it would be entrusted to the care of Abinadab, a man known for his righteousness and piety. Abinadab was a respected figure in the community, and his home was deemed a fitting sanctuary for the Ark. His commitment to his faith and his exemplary character made him the ideal guardian for such a precious relic. The community placed their trust in him, confident that he would honor this sacred duty. His son, Eleazar, was consecrated to guard the ark, a testament to the seriousness of this responsibility. The consecration ceremony was a significant event, symbolizing the transfer of divine guardianship to Eleazar. This act of consecration was not merely a formality, it was a profound spiritual commitment. Eleazar's role was crucial, as he was now the protector of the ark, ensuring that it was treated with the utmost respect and reverence.
The ark's journey, from capture to its eventual resting place in Kiriath Jearim, serves as a powerful reminder of the enduring power of faith. This journey was fraught with challenges and lessons, each step reinforcing the importance of faith and obedience to divine will. The ark's travels were not just physical movements, but also spiritual milestones for the Israelite community. Each location it visited left a lasting impact, shaping the collective memory and faith of the people, and the importance of reverence in the face of the divine. It's a story that continues to resonate thousands of years later, reminding us of the profound impact of belief. The ark's story is a testament to the power of faith and the necessity of respecting the sacred. It teaches us that reverence and devotion are timeless values, essential for maintaining a connection with the divine. The lessons learned from the ark's journey are as relevant today as they were in ancient times, and the importance of respecting the sacred. The ark's story is a powerful narrative that underscores the significance of faith, reverence, and the sacred. It serves as a reminder that these values are integral to our spiritual well-being and communal harmony. The journey of the ark, from Beth Shemesh to Kiriath Jearim, is a timeless lesson in the importance of honoring the divine and upholding the sanctity of our beliefs.
The Israelites were in a tough spot. They were not just facing a minor inconvenience or a temporary setback. Their situation was dire, and their spirits were crushed. For years, they had been under Philistine rule. The Philistines were not just any oppressors, they were relentless and merciless. The Israelites felt the weight of their oppression every single day. The Philistines were fierce warriors. They worshipped false gods, and their devotion to these idols made them even more formidable. Their strength seemed insurmountable, and their presence was a constant reminder of Israel's subjugation. The Israelites had forgotten the power of their God. They had been seduced by the practices of the surrounding nations and had begun to engage in idol worship themselves. Their hearts were divided, and their faith was weakened. They had turned away from His ways. The commandments that once guided their lives were now neglected. They participated in pagan rituals, abandoning the sacred practices that set them apart as God's chosen people. They were living in fear and defeat. The once proud nation was now a shadow of its former self, cowering in the face of their enemies. Their courage had waned, and their hope was nearly extinguished. This was a dark time for God's chosen people. The land was filled with sorrow and despair. The Israelites were suffering, and it seemed as though there was no end in sight. They had lost sight of their identity. They no longer remembered who they were, or the mighty deeds God had performed for them. They wandered aimlessly, without direction or purpose. They had forgotten the victories God had given them in the past. Their enemies oppressed them. They had lost hope. The chains of their oppression were not just physical, but spiritual and emotional as well. But even in their darkest hour, God had not forgotten His people. He heard their cries. He saw their suffering. His heart was moved with compassion, and He was ready to act. He was ready to deliver them. God was preparing to intervene in a powerful way. He was setting the stage for a mighty move that would change the course of their history. But first, they needed to return to Him. They needed to recognize their waywardness and seek His forgiveness. Their hearts needed to be realigned with His will. They needed to turn away from their sin. The idols that had taken God's place in their hearts had to be cast aside. True repentance was required for restoration. They needed to put their trust in Him alone. Only by placing their faith entirely in God could they hope to see His mighty hand move on their behalf. It was a call to return to the One who had always been faithful to them. Something powerful happened in the hearts of the Israelites. They realized their mistake. They acknowledged their sin. They decided to turn back to God. The Bible tells us that they put away the foreign gods and the Ashtoreths and served the Lord only. This was a significant decision. They were turning their backs on the idols that had led them astray. They were choosing to serve the one true God.
This act of repentance was not just about getting rid of physical idols, it was about changing our hearts. It was about turning away from anything that separated us from God. It was about making a conscious choice to put Him first in our lives.
In this time of crisis, God raised up a leader named Samuel. Samuel was a prophet. He was a man of God. He loved the people. He wanted what was best for them.
Gather at a place called Mizpah. Confess your sins to God. Repent and turn back to the Lord.
Samuel was a man of prayer. He knew that the only way the Israelites could find victory was through the power of God. He prayed for them. He interceded on their behalf. He stood in the gap between them and God. Samuel's leadership was crucial. He pointed the people back to God. He reminded them of God's faithfulness. He encouraged them to put their trust in the Lord. The Israelites listened to Samuel. They came to Mizpah. They confessed their sins. They fasted. They prayed. They poured out their hearts to God. The Bible says they drew water and poured it out before the Lord and fasted that day and said there, "We have sinned against the Lord."
This was a national act of repentance. The entire nation came together. We humbled ourselves before God. We acknowledged our need for His forgiveness and mercy.
There is power in corporate prayer. When we come together as one body, united in prayer, something supernatural happens. Our prayers become amplified. We tap into a greater measure of God's power.
Section 5. The Battle at Mizpah. Faith tested, victory assured. This was a pivotal moment in the history of the Israelites, a moment where their faith would be put to the ultimate test. The Philistines heard that the Israelites were gathered at Mizpah. They saw this as a prime opportunity to strike a decisive blow against their longtime adversaries. They saw this as an opportunity to attack. The Philistines, known for their military prowess and strategic acumen, were confident that this would be an easy victory. They marched out to fight against them. The sound of their marching feet echoed through the valleys, a harbinger of the impending clash.
We cannot miss this chance. The Israelites are vulnerable. Let's strike now. The Philistine commanders were eager, sensing an easy victory.
The Israelites were afraid when they saw the Philistine army. Their hearts sank as they realized the magnitude of the threat they faced. They cried out to Samuel. In their desperation, they turned to their spiritual leader, hoping for divine intervention.
"Do not cease to cry out to the Lord our God for us," they pleaded, their voices filled with urgency and fear, "that He may save us from the hand of the Philistines." 1 Samuel 7:8. Their plea was a testament to their faith, even in the face of overwhelming odds.
Samuel didn't hesitate. He knew the gravity of the situation and the importance of immediate action. He immediately offered up a lamb as a burnt offering to the Lord. This act was not just a ritual, but a profound expression of faith and dependence on divine intervention. He prayed for God's protection and deliverance. His prayers were fervent, filled with a deep sense of urgency and trust in God's power.
"O Lord, we place our trust in you." Samuel's voice echoed with conviction, a beacon of hope for the fearful Israelites. "Deliver us from our enemies." The collective prayers of the Israelites rose like a chorus, each voice adding to the plea for divine intervention.
This act of faith was a powerful declaration. It was a moment that would be remembered for generations, a testament to the power of faith in the face of adversity. It showed that the Israelites were putting their trust in God, even in the face of danger. Their faith was their shield, their prayers, their weapon. They were choosing to believe that He would fight for them. This unwavering faith would soon be rewarded, as the battle at Mizpah would become a defining moment in their history, a victory assured by their steadfast trust in the Lord. Section 6. The Hand of God, Experiencing Supernatural Intervention. As Samuel was offering the burnt offering, the Philistines drew nearer to attack. But then, something amazing happened. The Bible says that the Lord thundered with a great thunder upon the Philistines that day and so confused them that they were routed before Israel. 1 Samuel 7:10. God showed up in a mighty way. He sent a powerful thunderstorm. The Philistines were thrown into confusion. The Israelites were able to defeat them. This was a clear demonstration of God's power. He fought for His people. He gave them a resounding victory. He proved Himself to be faithful to His promises. Section 7. Ebenezer, a monument of remembrance and gratitude. After the battle, Samuel took a stone and set it up between Mizpah and Shen. He called the place Ebenezer, which means stone of help. He said,
"Thus far the Lord has helped us." 1 Samuel 7-12.
This stone served as a reminder of God's faithfulness. It was a testament to his power and love. It was a symbol of hope for generations to come. Ebenezer was not just a monument to the past, it was also a declaration of faith for the future. It was a reminder that God would continue to be with his people. He would continue to fight for them. He would continue to help them. Section 8. Lessons from the Ark, Timeless Truths for Today's World. The story of the Ark of the Covenant and the battle at Mizpah is filled with powerful lessons for us today. These ancient narratives are not just historical accounts, they are rich with spiritual insights that transcend time and culture. It teaches us about the importance of turning back to God, the power of prayer, and the necessity of faith in our daily lives. In a world that often feels chaotic and uncertain, these lessons are more relevant than ever. The story also highlights the reality of God's supernatural intervention. Just as he intervened for the Israelites, he is still active and present in our lives today, guiding us through our own battles and challenges. Just like the Israelites, we all face battles in our lives. These battles may not be physical wars, but they are just as real and daunting. They could be struggles with health, relationships, finances, or personal growth. We have enemies who try to defeat us. These enemies can take many forms, such as fear, doubt, and negativity, which can undermine our faith and hope. We have challenges that seem insurmountable. These challenges can feel like mountains that are too high to climb, leaving us feeling overwhelmed and powerless. But we serve a God who is bigger than any problem we face. His power and love are limitless, and he is always ready to help us overcome any obstacle. When we turn to God, we open ourselves to his guidance and strength. This act of turning to him is a powerful declaration of our faith and trust in his divine plan. When we humble ourselves before him, we acknowledge our need for his help and wisdom. Humility is the key to unlocking God's grace and favor in our lives. And when we put our trust in his power, we can face any challenge with confidence. Trusting in God means believing that he is in control and that he will lead us to victory. We can experience victory in every area of our lives. This victory is not just about overcoming obstacles, but also about growing in our faith and becoming the people God created us to be. By embracing these timeless truths, we can navigate today's world with hope, strength, and unwavering faith. Section 9. Finding our Ebenezer, marking God's faithfulness in our lives. Just as Samuel set up the Ebenezer stone, we too should take time to remember God's faithfulness in our own lives. We should look back at the times when he has delivered us, protected us, and provided for us. We can create our own Ebenezer moments by writing down our testimonies, sharing our stories with others, and praising God for his goodness. These acts of remembrance will strengthen our faith and encourage us to keep trusting in God no matter what challenges we may face. Section 10. The power of prayer, our direct line to heaven. The Israelites cried out to God for help, and he answered their prayers in a mighty way. Prayer is our lifeline to God. It's how we communicate with him. It's how we access his power. Never underestimate the power of prayer. When we pray, things change. Mountains move, situations shift, lives are transformed. Make prayer a priority in your life. Pray about everything, big things, small things. God is listening. He cares. He wants to hear from you. Section 11. Conclusion. Walking in victory, led by God's unfailing hand. The story of the Ark of the Covenant and the victory at Mizpah is a powerful reminder that God is on our side. He is fighting for us. He wants to give us victory in every area of our lives. When we turn to him, when we put our trust in him, and when we allow him to lead us, we can walk in the fullness of his victory every single day. Remember, you are not alone in your battles. God is with you. He is for you, and he will never leave you nor forsake you.
The children of Israel had known peace for many years. The prophet Samuel, chosen by God from his youth, had served as their judge and leader. Samuel was a man of God, listening to his voice and guiding the people with wisdom and integrity. He settled disputes, offered sacrifices, and spoke the words of the Lord.
Under my guidance, Israel has experienced a time of relative peace and prosperity. The people had known hardship in Egypt, wandering in the wilderness and battling for their promised land. Now, settled in Canaan, they could enjoy the fruits of their labors.
Samuel's leadership was a gift, a blessing from God, reminding them of their covenant with him. He was a constant reminder of God's faithfulness and love. As Samuel aged, he appointed his sons to assist him in leading the people. He hoped they would carry on his legacy of wisdom and justice. Sadly, his sons did not follow in their father's footsteps. They strayed far from the path of righteousness that Samuel had walked. They lacked Samuel's integrity and devotion to God. Instead of serving the people, they served their own interests. They were greedy, taking bribes and perverting justice. Their actions brought shame and dishonor to their father's name.
You are old, and your sons do not walk in your ways. The people could no longer tolerate the corruption. Appoint for us a king to govern us, like all the other nations. They believed a king would bring stability and justice.
The elders of Israel, witnessing this corruption, became deeply troubled. They saw their nation slipping into chaos. They saw the stark contrast between Samuel's righteous leadership and his son's selfish actions. The difference was like night and day. This filled their hearts with fear for the future of their nation. They worried about what would become of their people. They approached Samuel with a proposition. They hoped he would understand their plight. Their request, though seemingly practical, carried a dangerous undercurrent. It was a plea born out of desperation. They desired to be like the nations around them, forgetting their unique identity as God's chosen people. They overlooked the divine guidance that had set them apart. Samuel was deeply grieved by the elders' request. The weight of their words pressed heavily on his heart. He knew their hearts were turning away from God, seeking security and worldly power rather than trusting in the Lord's provision. This shift in their faith troubled him deeply. Their desire for a king felt like a personal rejection of his leadership, and more importantly, a rejection of God as their true king. Samuel felt the sting of their decision, knowing it was a step away from divine guidance.
Lord, listen to the voice of your people. Hear their cries and understand their hearts. They have rejected me, but truly they have rejected you as their king. Their actions speak louder than their words.
Heart heavy, Samuel brought their request before the Lord in prayer. He sought divine wisdom and understanding. Samuel's prayer was not a demand for divine intervention, but a heartfelt lament. He poured out his soul, expressing his sorrow and concern. He understood the weight of the people's choice and the potential consequences it held. The future seemed uncertain and fraught with challenges. His heart yearned for them to turn back to God, their true source of strength and security. Samuel hoped for a change, a return to faith and trust in the Lord. The Lord listened to Samuel's prayer and responded with understanding.
Listen to the voice of the people. It is not you they have rejected, but they have rejected me from being king over them.
The Lord knew the desires of their hearts. He saw their fear and their longing for something tangible, a human king they could see and touch. He knew this desire stemmed from a lack of faith and a misplaced trust in worldly power. Though saddened by their choice, he granted them their request. He would give them a king, but it would not be without a cost. The Lord instructed Samuel to warn the people about the true nature of a king's rule. He was to convey the gravity of their request, to make them understand the profound implications of having a mortal king. He was to paint a vivid picture of the burdens a king would place upon them, a picture so clear that it would leave no room for doubt or misunderstanding. This king, chosen from among men, would demand their sons for his army, taking the young and strong to fight his battles and defend his realm. Their daughters for his service, to work in his kitchens, to serve in his courts, and to be at his beck and call. And their fields for his harvest, the fruits of their labor taken to feed his household and his soldiers. He would take, and he would take, for such is the nature of power concentrated in the hands of one. The people would be left with little, their hard-earned goods and produce claimed by the king. Samuel was to lay bare the cost of their desire, urging them to reconsider their request. He wanted them to see the heavy price they would pay, not just in material goods, but in their freedom and autonomy.
My people, listen to my words. Hear the warning that the Lord has given me to deliver to you. The Lord has spoken to me, and I must tell you the truth. A king will bring with him demands and burdens that you have not yet imagined. A king will demand your sons for his army, to march in his name and to fight his wars. your daughters for his service to labor in his palaces and to fulfill his needs, and your fields for his harvest, the very land you till and sow will be claimed for his benefit. He will take and take, for that is the nature of concentrated power. The wealth you create will be siphoned away, leaving you with only the remnants. Consider the cost of your desire. Think deeply about the future you are choosing.
Samuel, with a heavy heart, obeyed the Lord's command. He knew the weight of his words and the impact they would have on the people. He stood before the people, and with a voice filled with both sorrow and warning, he revealed the price they would pay for their king. His heart ached for them, knowing the burdens they would bear. Yet he fulfilled his duty, hoping they would heed his warning and choose wisely. Despite Samuel's warnings, the people refused to listen. Their hearts were set on having a king.
We want a king over us, that we also may be like all the nations, and that our king may judge us and go out before us and fight our battles.
Their words revealed the depth of their misguided desire. They wanted to conform to the world, seeking security in military might and worldly power. They failed to see that their true strength lay in their covenant with God, who had always been their protector and provider.
Samuel, we have made our choice. Present our case before the Lord.
Samuel, saddened by their stubbornness, presented their case before the Lord.
Listen to the voice of the people. Give them a king.
The Lord heard Samuel's plea and directed him to anoint Saul, a man from the tribe of Benjamin, as the first king of Israel. Saul was a striking figure, tall and handsome, a man who looked the part of a king. Yet, outward appearances can be deceiving. While Saul possessed the physical attributes of a leader, his heart lacked the most important quality, a heart submitted to God.
Saul, the Lord has chosen you to be the first king of Israel. May you lead with wisdom and humility, always seeking God's guidance.
The anointing of Saul marked a turning point in Israel's history, a transition from a theocracy ruled directly by God to a monarchy ruled by a human king. This shift held within it both promise and peril. The story of Israel demanding a king reveals the seductive allure of worldly power. The Israelites, blinded by their desire for security and stability, abandoned their trust in God, their true king. They sought solace in a human leader, believing that a king would provide what God could not. This desire for tangible power is a temptation that continues to entice us today. We see it in the pursuit of wealth, status, and control, often at the expense of our relationship with God and others. The story of Israel serves as a cautionary tale, reminding us that true security and lasting peace are not found in worldly power, but in surrendering to God's authority and trusting in His unfailing love. Even in their rebellion, God's sovereignty is evident. He allowed the Israelites to have a king, honoring their free will. However, He also ensured that they understood the consequences of their choice. This delicate balance between God's sovereignty and human choice is a recurring theme throughout Scripture. God grants us the freedom to choose our own path, but He also allows us to experience the natural consequences of our decisions. This truth should not lead us to despair, but rather to a place of humble dependence on God. Knowing that He is in control, even amidst our mistakes and wrong turns, should fill us with hope and encourage us to seek His guidance in all that we do. The Israelites' decision to reject God's leadership had profound consequences. While they enjoyed temporary stability and military victories under their kings, they also experienced oppression, corruption, and ultimately, exile. Their story serves as a stark reminder of the dangers of turning away from God and relying on our understanding. When we choose to go our way instead of God's way, we open ourselves up to a world of hurt and pain. This is not to say that all suffering is a result of disobedience. However, it does highlight the importance of seeking God's will and aligning our lives with His purposes. When we do, we position ourselves to experience the fullness of His blessings and avoid unnecessary pain. The story of Israel's demand for a king is a timeless tale with profound implications for us today. It challenges us to examine our own hearts, our desires, and our motivations. Are we seeking God's heart in our decisions? Or are we driven by fear, pride, or a desire for worldly recognition? Like the Israelites, we face countless choices in life. Some may seem insignificant, while others have the power to shape the course of our lives. Regardless of the magnitude, every decision presents an opportunity to draw closer to God or further away from Him. By seeking His guidance through prayer, studying His Word, and listening to the Holy Spirit, we can learn to discern His will and make choices that honor Him.
Saul was a farmer's son, born and raised in the humble surroundings of Gibeah. He lived in Gibeah, a small town nestled in the hills of Benjamin. Life was simple and unhurried, with days marked by the rising and setting of the sun. He worked the land alongside his father, Kish, learning the ways of the earth and the secrets of the seasons. They tended their sheep and goats, their days filled with the rhythms of nature, the bleating of the animals, and the whisper of the wind through the fields. Saul was a strong young man, taller than most, with a presence that commanded attention. He had kind eyes and a gentle heart, always ready to lend a hand to those in need. He was content with his life, unaware of the grand destiny that awaited him, a destiny that would take him far beyond the fields of Gibeah.
My son, listen carefully. Take a servant with you and find our donkeys. Search far and wide across the hills and valleys. Do not return until you have found them. This task is of great importance.
One day a shadow fell upon their peaceful lives, a sign of the challenges to come. Several of Kish's donkeys went missing, a troubling event that disrupted their routine. These were valuable animals, essential to their livelihood. Kish was distraught, his worry etched deeply into his face. He called Saul to him, his voice heavy with worry and urgency.
Yes, Father. I will find them. I promise I will not return until they are safe.
With a heavy heart, Saul accepted the responsibility. Saul prepared for the journey ahead, gathering his belongings and steeling himself for the unknown challenges that lay before him. Saul took his father's words to heart. His father had always been a man of few words, but when he spoke, Saul listened intently. He knew how much these animals meant to their family. They were not just livestock, they were a crucial part of their livelihood. He chose a trusted servant to accompany him. This servant had been with the family for years and knew the land well. Together they set out into the hills, following the winding paths. Days turned into weeks. The journey was long and arduous, but they pressed on. They searched high and low, but the donkeys were nowhere to be found. The terrain was unforgiving, and the weather often harsh. Discouraged but determined, Saul refused to give up. He knew the importance of perseverance and resilience. He wouldn't return to his father empty-handed. Failure was not an option for him.
My master, there is a man of God in a nearby town. He is known for his wisdom and insight. He is a seer, a prophet. People from all around come to seek his counsel. People say he can reveal hidden things. His reputation precedes him, and many have found answers through him. Perhaps he could tell us where to find the donkeys. It might be our only hope.
Very well, let us go and find this prophet. We have nothing to lose and everything to gain.
As they journeyed, a thought occurred to Saul's servant. What if the prophet could help them in ways they hadn't even considered? Saul hesitated. He was a practical man. He had always relied on his own strength and wisdom. He wasn't sure about seeking out seers. It was a step into the unknown, something he wasn't entirely comfortable with, but he was desperate. Together they decided to seek the prophet. Sometimes faith requires a leap into the unknown. They arrived in the town weary and dusty from their travels, their clothes tattered and their faces marked by the harsh journey. The sun was setting, casting long shadows on the cobblestone streets. As they entered the gate, they asked some women if they knew where to find Samuel, the man of God. The women smiled knowingly, their eyes twinkling with a secret understanding. They had seen many travelers come and go, but these men seemed different, driven by a purpose.
Yes, he is here today. The townsman's voice was filled with warmth and assurance. He is going up to the high place to offer a sacrifice. The ritual was an important event, drawing the community together in reverence and hope. You will find him there. The directions were clear, pointing towards a path that led to the heart of the town's spiritual life.
They followed the women's directions, their hearts filled with a mix of hope and uncertainty. The marketplace buzzed with activity, but their focus was solely on finding Samuel. As they approached the high place, they saw Samuel standing tall and dignified, surrounded by the townspeople. His presence commanded respect and attention. Even from a distance, they could sense an aura of authority and peace about him. It was as if the very air around him was charged with a serene power. Saul felt a surge of hope. His heart, heavy with the burden of their quest, lightened at the sight of the prophet. Perhaps this man, this prophet, could help them. His reputation as a seer and a man of God preceded him, filling them with a sense of anticipation. Perhaps he could guide them back to their lost donkeys and back to their familiar life in Gibeah. The thought of returning home with their mission accomplished brought a glimmer of relief.
There he is. The recognition in their voices was tinged with excitement and urgency. Let's go speak with him. The decision was made, and they moved with purpose towards Samuel.
Yes, Master. Let's hurry. Their steps quickened, driven by the hope that their journey was nearing its end.
Unbeknownst to Saul, God had already spoken to Samuel. He had prepared Samuel for this very encounter. He told Samuel that he had chosen a king for Israel, a man from the tribe of Benjamin.
Tomorrow I will send him to you. You are to anoint him as ruler over my people.
Samuel listened intently, his heart filled with awe and wonder. The next day, as Saul approached, the Lord spoke to Samuel.
This is the one. This is the man I told you about. He will shepherd my people.
Samuel turned and saw Saul, his tall frame and kind eyes standing out from the crowd. Samuel's heart stirred. He could see the hand of God at work.
Welcome, Saul. The Lord has chosen you.
And so a simple farmer's son began his journey toward a destiny far greater than he could have ever imagined. Samuel approached Saul.
Don't worry about your donkeys. They have been found. And you, Saul, son of Kish, have found favor in the eyes of the Lord.
Saul was taken aback. He had come seeking help finding his father's donkeys, not favor in the eyes of the Lord. He couldn't understand what this prophet was talking about.
But sir, I am only a Benjamite from the smallest tribe of Israel. My family is the least of all the families of Benjamin. Why are you saying these things to me?
Saul's humility struck Samuel. He saw in Saul a heart that was not driven by pride or ambition. This was a man who was willing to serve, a man God could use. Samuel took a flask of oil and poured it over Saul's head.
The Lord has anointed you king over his inheritance. You are to go before my people Israel and save them from the hand of the Philistines.
He then gave Saul specific instructions on where to go and what to do. He assured Saul that God would be with him. Saul was overwhelmed. He had come searching for lost donkeys and found himself chosen to be king. It was more than he could comprehend. He couldn't imagine himself as a ruler, a leader of men. He felt small and inadequate. But a spark of faith flickered in his heart. If God had chosen him, surely he would equip him for this task. After the anointing, Samuel gathered the people together.
People of Israel, behold your new king, Saul.
But the people were skeptical. They looked at Saul, this unassuming farmer's son, and wondered how he could possibly deliver them from the Philistines. Some openly mocked him. Others remained silent, their faces etched with doubt.
I can feel their doubt, their rejection. Am I really ready for this? Do I even want this responsibility?
Saul, sensing their doubt and fearing their rejection, slipped away quietly. He went and hid himself among the baggage. He wasn't sure he was ready for this. He wasn't sure he wanted this responsibility. He longed for the simplicity of his former life, for the familiar rhythms of the fields and the comfort of his father's house. Samuel searched for Saul, but he couldn't find him. Finally, God revealed Saul's hiding place.
There he is. Saul, come out from there.
Samuel brought Saul out and presented him to the people once more. This time, something had shifted. As Saul stood before them, a sense of destiny seemed to settle upon him. He stood taller, his eyes shining with a new purpose.
This is my calling. I must embrace it.
The people witnessing this transformation began to respond. Some cheered, their doubts replaced with a glimmer of hope. Others remained cautious, waiting to see how this unexpected king would lead them. But one thing was clear. Saul was no longer just a farmer's son. He was the Lord's anointed, chosen to lead Israel to a new chapter in their history. As Saul left for home that day, his heart was heavy with the weight of his calling. He knew his life would never be the same. He was leaving behind the familiar comfort of his old life and stepping into the unknown. He would face challenges and opposition. He would be called upon to be courageous and strong.
This journey will be difficult, but I am not alone. The Lord, who has chosen me, will be with me every step of the way.
He would guide him, strengthen him, and empower him to fulfill his destiny as the first king of Israel. And so, with a mix of trepidation and hope, Saul embraced his new path, ready to follow wherever God would lead. Saul's story is a powerful reminder that God often chooses the unexpected. He sees past outward appearances and into the depths of our hearts. He looks for humility, for a willingness to serve, for a heart that is open to his call. And when he finds it, he is not afraid to entrust great responsibility to those who might seem insignificant in the eyes of the world. Like Saul, we may feel inadequate or unprepared when God calls us to step out in faith. But we can take comfort in knowing that he equips those he calls. He will give us the strength, wisdom and courage we need to fulfill his purpose for our lives. We need only say yes and trust in his plan. For when God calls, he also equips. And from humble beginnings, he can do extraordinary things. The air hung heavy with anticipation. The Israelites, yearning for a leader, looked to the heavens for guidance. The prophet Samuel, a beacon of wisdom and faith, stood before a young man named Saul. Saul, a humble shepherd, possessed a strength that belied his gentle nature. Little did he know destiny had found him. Samuel, guided by God's divine hand, held a vial of sacred oil. This oil, fragrant and potent, represented a sacred covenant. With a touch, Samuel anointed Saul's head. The oil flowed, a symbol of God's blessing, marking Saul as the chosen one. He was to be Israel's first king, a shepherd of men. The weight of the anointing oil settled upon Saul's brow. He felt a stirring within him, a sense of purpose he had never known. He was no longer just a shepherd, he was the king-elect of Israel. His life, once simple and predictable, was now forever changed. A path of leadership, fraught with challenges and triumphs, lay before him. Samuel, his eyes twinkling with wisdom, revealed to Saul the divine signs that would confirm his anointing. These signs, ordained by God, would serve as guideposts on Saul's journey. They were more than mere coincidences. They were affirmations of God's unwavering plan.
On your journey, you will encounter 2 men by Rachel's tomb.
These men, messengers of fate, would inform Saul of his father's lost donkeys. Further down the path, at the Oak of Tabor, 3 men would approach him, bearing a message from God. They would offer him bread, a symbol of sustenance and blessing on his journey. Finally, Samuel declared, Saul would encounter a band of prophets. These holy men, filled with the Spirit of the Lord, would be prophesying, their words echoing with divine inspiration.
The Spirit of the Lord will come upon you, and you will prophesy with them.
This encounter, a testament to God's power, would mark a profound transformation in Saul's life. As Saul journeyed, his heart filled with a mix of trepidation and anticipation, the signs unfolded just as Samuel had foretold. He encountered the men by Rachel's tomb, received the bread at the Oak of Tabor, and finally came face to face with the prophets. Their voices, raised in fervent prayer and prophecy, filled the air with an otherworldly power. As Saul drew near, the Spirit of the Lord descended upon him. He felt a surge of energy, a divine power coursing through his veins. He was overcome by the spirit of prophecy, his voice joining the chorus of the prophets. The words flowed from his lips, inspired by a force beyond his understanding. The transformation was undeniable. Saul, the humble shepherd, had become a vessel for God's power. His eyes shone with a newfound confidence, his demeanor radiating authority. The anointing oil, a symbol of God's blessing, had awakened something deep within him. He was ready to embrace his destiny as king. Despite the profound transformation, a hint of uncertainty lingered in Saul's heart. He was still coming to terms with his new identity. He sought a moment of respite, a chance to process the overwhelming events of the day. He found himself drawn to a familiar place, a place of comfort and anonymity. among the supplies. There, surrounded by the mundane tools of his former life, Saul sought a moment of solitude. He needed time to reconcile the shepherd he had always been with the king he was destined to become. The weight of the crown, though yet to be placed upon his head, felt heavy on his shoulders. His hiding, however, was not to last. The people, guided by God's hand, sought their new king. They yearned for a leader, someone to unite them and lead them to greatness. Little did they know the one they sought was closer than they thought, concealed among the familiar and the everyday. The search for the newly anointed king reached a fever pitch. The people, their hearts filled with anticipation, scoured the land.
The search led them to the very spot where I was hidden, a place that seemed both improbable and divinely ordained.
The mundane had become the stage for a momentous revelation. Samuel, his voice booming with authority, addressed the expectant crowd.
"Do you see the man whom the Lord has chosen?"
he proclaimed, his finger pointing towards the supplies. And there, emerging from the shadows, stood Saul, his face illuminated by the setting sun.
The crowd parts to let me through, their faces a mixture of awe and excitement.
A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Saul, once a humble shepherd, now stood before them, transformed by God's anointing. His stature seemed to grow, his presence commanding respect and awe.
"Long live the king,"
they cried, their voices echoing with hope and anticipation. The weight of the crown, once a metaphorical burden, now took on a physical form. Saul, the shepherd king, stood before his people, his heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and trepidation.
The cheers of the crowd washed over me, a symphony of hope and expectation. I was their king, their chosen leader, and the weight of their hopes and dreams rested upon my shoulders.
The journey from shepherd to king had been swift, a whirlwind of divine appointments and personal transformations. Saul, a man of humble origins, now stood at the precipice of greatness.
I knew that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges, but I was determined to lead my people with wisdom, courage, and unwavering faith.
As he gazed out at the faces of his people, Saul felt a surge of responsibility. He was no longer just Saul, the son of Kish. He was King Saul, the anointed of the Lord. His life, once simple and predictable, was now forever intertwined with the destiny of Israel.
I was their shepherd, their protector, their king.
And thus the weight of the crown settled upon Saul, marking the beginning of a new chapter for Israel. Section 7. A divided kingdom. The road to uniting a kingdom, however, is rarely smooth. Despite the initial euphoria of Saul's anointing, not all were happy with God's chosen leader. Whispers of dissent began to circulate, murmurs of doubt casting a shadow over Saul's reign. Some, skeptical of his humble beginnings, questioned his ability to lead.
The Israelites, though yearning for a king, were a fractious bunch, their loyalties divided. Tribal rivalries and ancient grudges simmered beneath the surface, threatening to erupt at any moment.
Saul, thrust into this volatile environment, faced an uphill battle to unite his people. The seeds of discord, sown in the hearts of the discontent, threatened to undermine Saul's authority. He would need more than just the anointing oil and the cheers of the crowd to secure his throne. He would need wisdom, strength, and the unwavering support of God to navigate the treacherous waters of leadership. Section 8. The Prophet's Warning. Samuel, the wise prophet who had anointed Saul, recognized the challenges that lay ahead. He took Saul aside, his weathered face etched with concern.
"The Lord will be with you," he reassured the young king, "but you must be vigilant."
His voice, though gentle, carried a note of warning. Samuel reminded Saul that leadership was not about personal gain or ambition, but about serving God and his people.
"Do not stray from the path of righteousness," he cautioned, "for the Lord is a jealous God."
His words, heavy with wisdom and experience, served as a stark reminder of the responsibilities that came with kingship. The prophet's warning echoed in Saul's ears. He knew that the path ahead would be fraught with temptations and trials. He would need to rely on his faith, his courage, and the guidance of God to navigate the complexities of leadership. The fate of a nation rested upon his shoulders, and he was determined to prove himself worthy of the trust that had been placed in him. Section 9. A Legacy Forged in Faith. Saul's reign, though marked by both triumphs and tragedies, would forever be remembered as a pivotal chapter in the history of Israel. He was their first king, the one who united the tribes and forged a nation. His story, a testament to the transformative power of faith, continues to inspire and intrigue people to this day.
Saul's journey from humble shepherd to anointed king reminds us that God often chooses the unlikely to achieve his purposes. It is a story about the importance of humility, obedience, and the enduring power of faith.
Saul's legacy, though complex and multifaceted, serves as a powerful reminder that greatness can emerge from the most unexpected places. Saul's story is a testament to the enduring power of faith. It is a story about the importance of humility, obedience, and the transformative power of God's anointing. Saul's legacy, though complex and multifaceted, serves as a powerful reminder that greatness can emerge from the most unexpected places. Section 10. The Enduring Message of Saul. The story of Saul, the shepherd king, continues to resonate with people from all walks of life. It is a timeless tale of faith, destiny, and the challenges of leadership. Saul's journey from the sheepfold to the throne room speaks to the transformative power of God's call and the importance of remaining true to one's values.
Saul's story is a reminder that we are all capable of greatness, regardless of our backgrounds or perceived limitations. It is a story that encourages us to embrace our own unique journeys, to listen for God's voice in the midst of our everyday lives, and to step out in faith, even when the path ahead seems uncertain.
The legacy of Saul, the first king of Israel, continues to inspire and challenge us today. His story is a testament to the enduring power of faith, the importance of humility, and the transformative potential that lies within each and every one of us. May we all strive to live lives of purpose and meaning, just as Saul did, guided by the unwavering hand of God. High on a hilltop, the city of Jabesh-Gilead trembled. Their enemy, the fierce Ammonites led by King Nahash, had surrounded them. The situation was dire. The Ammonites were a powerful force, and the people of Jabesh-Gilead were afraid. They knew they couldn't withstand a siege for long. Their walls were strong, but their supplies were limited. Hope was dwindling with each passing hour. Nahash sent a chilling message to the city elders. He would offer them a covenant, a treaty, but it came with a barbaric price.
I will gouge out the right eye of every man and bring disgrace on all Israel.
Imagine the horror in the faces of the elders.
Please give us 7 days to seek help. If no one comes to our rescue, we will surrender to your demand.
Frantic messengers raced to Gibeah, Saul's hometown, carrying the dreadful news. Their faces were etched with urgency and fear as they knew the gravity of the message they bore. The fate of an entire city hung in the balance, and time was of the essence.
The city of Jabesh-Gilead is under siege. The enemy forces, led by the ruthless Nahash, have surrounded the city, cutting off all routes of escape and supply. The people of Jabesh-Gilead are trapped, their hopes dwindling with each passing hour. Nahash has issued a cruel ultimatum. He demands that the people of Jabesh-Gilead surrender and submit to his brutal terms. If they refuse, they face annihilation. The ultimatum is clear: surrender within 7 days or face total destruction. If no one comes to help within 7 days, they will surrender and suffer disgrace. The villagers, knowing the horrors that await them, prepare for the worst. They send out desperate pleas for help, hoping against hope that someone will come to their aid.
The people of Gibeah were horrified. The news of Jabesh-Gilead's plight spread like wildfire, igniting fear and panic. The thought of their fellow Israelites suffering such a fate was unbearable. They wept openly in the streets, their cries echoing through the town. Mothers clutched their children, and men bowed their heads in sorrow. The weight of impending doom was palpable. Overcome with fear and despair, the people of Gibeah could hardly think of a way out. The threat was too great, and the enemy too powerful. They felt helpless, caught in a web of terror. They knew the threat this posed to all Israelites. The fall of Jabesh-Gilead would not be an isolated incident. It would signal the beginning of a larger campaign of terror and conquest. The entire nation was at risk. If Jabesh-Gilead fell, they would be the next target. The people of Gibeah braced themselves for the worst, knowing that their own safety was precarious. They prayed for a miracle, for a savior to rise and deliver them from this nightmare. Saul, a tall, strong young man, was returning from the fields with his oxen when he encountered the commotion. The sun was setting, casting a golden hue over the landscape, and the air was filled with the sounds of nature winding down for the evening. Saul, with his broad shoulders and determined stride, was a picture of youthful vigor and strength. He had spent the day working hard, guiding his oxen through the fields, ensuring that the land was tilled and ready for the next planting season. As he approached the village, he noticed a group of people gathered, their faces etched with worry and fear. He saw the weeping, heard the cries of despair, and asked,
"What is wrong? Why are people crying?" His voice was calm yet commanding, a voice that demanded answers and offered comfort at the same time.
The villagers, seeing Saul's concern, began to explain. They told him of the Ammonite threat and the elders' desperate plea. The Ammonites, a fierce and ruthless enemy, had threatened to destroy their village, to take their lands and enslave their people. The elders had tried to negotiate, but their pleas had fallen on deaf ears. The villagers were terrified, unsure of what the future held. As Saul listened, something stirred within him. He could feel the weight of their fear, the desperation in their voices. He knew he had to do something. He couldn't stand by and watch his people suffer. He had always been a man of action, someone who believed in standing up for what was right. The Spirit of God rushed upon him in power. It was as if a fire had been ignited within him, a fire that burned with a righteous fury. He felt a surge of strength, a sense of purpose that he had never felt before. It was a divine calling, a mission that he knew he had to fulfill. His heart burned with righteous anger, and he felt a surge of courage. He clenched his fists, his jaw set in determination. He knew what he had to do. He would rally the people, gather an army, and face the Ammonites head-on. He would not let his people be destroyed. He would fight for them, protect them, and lead them to victory. The Spirit of God had stirred within him, and he was ready to answer the call. Section 5. A king rises in power. In the annals of history, few moments stand as pivotal as the rise of a king. Saul, a man chosen by divine will, was crowned amidst great ceremony and expectation. His ascent to power was not just a personal triumph, but a beacon of hope for a nation in turmoil.
This is what will happen to the oxen of anyone who does not follow Saul and Samuel to fight the Ammonites. The proclamation echoed through the streets, a stark warning to all who might hesitate. It was a call to unity, a demand for loyalty in the face of impending danger.
Saul acted decisively. In a time when hesitation could mean the downfall of a nation, Saul's swift actions were crucial. He understood the weight of his responsibility and the urgency of the threat posed by the Ammonites. He took his oxen, cut them into pieces, and sent messengers throughout the land. This act was not just a message, but a powerful symbol. The pieces of oxen served as a grim reminder of the consequences of inaction. It was a visual and visceral call to arms that could not be ignored. His bold action was a call to arms, a symbol of the fate that awaited anyone who refused to fight for their people. And the Israelites responded. They gathered in great numbers, their resolve strengthened by Saul's unwavering leadership. The sight of the assembled army was a testament to their collective will and determination. The Spirit of God moved upon them, uniting them in their fear of the Lord and their outrage at the Ammonite threat. In their prayers and preparations they found strength and purpose. The divine inspiration that flowed through them was a unifying force, binding them together in their common cause. The Israelites, once scattered and uncertain, now stood as a formidable force, ready to defend their land and their faith. The rise of Saul was not just the story of a man, but the story of a nation finding its strength. His leadership, marked by decisive action and divine favor, set the stage for a new chapter in the history of Israel. The people, inspired by their king and united by their faith, faced the future with renewed hope and determination. This was the beginning of a new era, one that would be defined by courage, unity, and the unwavering spirit of a people led by a king who rose to power in their time of greatest need. Section 6, a crushing defeat for Nahash. Saul organized the Israelite army, strategizing their attack. They fell upon the Ammonites suddenly, taking them by surprise. The Israelites, empowered by God and unified under Saul's leadership, fought with incredible strength and courage. The battle raged throughout the day, but the Israelites were relentless. By day's end, they had completely routed the Ammonite army, leaving Nahash's forces scattered and defeated. Section 7, Saul confirmed as king.
After their stunning victory, Samuel gathered the Israelites at Gilgal.
It was time to formally acknowledge what they had all witnessed. Saul was the one the Lord had chosen to be their king.
Before all the people, Samuel anointed Saul with oil, a visible sign of God's blessing and authority upon him.
The people erupted in celebration, shouting, "Long live the king!" Section 8, a new era for Israel. The victory at Jabesh Gilead marked the beginning of a new era for the Israelites. They had a king chosen by God who had united them against a common enemy. The fear that had gripped their hearts was replaced by hope and confidence. They had seen what they could accomplish when they worked together under God's leadership. A spirit of unity and strength pulsed through the tribes of Israel. Section 9, Unity and Courage. Lessons from Jabesh Gilead. The story of Jabesh Gilead is a powerful reminder of the importance of unity and courage. When the Israelites faced a common enemy, they put aside their differences and fought together. They responded to Saul's call to action, knowing that their survival depended on it. This unity, inspired by God and fueled by courage, led to a resounding victory. Section 10, the Hand of God in Human Affairs. The rescue of Jabesh Gilead also highlights the hand of God in human affairs. It was God who stirred Saul's heart, empowering him to lead. It was God who united the Israelites and gave them the strength to overcome their enemies. The victory was not achieved through human effort alone, but through the power and grace of God working through His people.
The book of 1 Samuel introduces us to a remarkable leader named Samuel. From his early years, Samuel's life was marked by a deep connection with God. From a young age, Samuel heard God's voice. He became a prophet, a messenger of divine will. He also served as a judge, a role that required immense wisdom and fairness. He led Israel with courage and wisdom, guiding the nation through turbulent times and ensuring that God's commandments were upheld. His life serves as a powerful example of faithfulness and integrity. Samuel's leadership was unique not just because of his roles, but because of his unwavering commitment to God. He lived in a time when God directly ruled his people. This was a theocracy where divine law was supreme and God's guidance was sought in every matter. God's law was the law of the land, and Samuel was instrumental in ensuring that these laws were followed. Prophets like Samuel communicated God's will. They guided the people, offering counsel and direction in accordance with divine instructions. As Samuel grew old, he faced a difficult challenge. His leadership was tested in ways he had never anticipated. The Israelites demanded a king, a request that was both surprising and disheartening. They wanted to be like other nations, to have a monarch who would lead them into battle and govern them. They desired a visible human ruler, someone they could see and follow. This request deeply saddened Samuel. It was a moment of profound emotional turmoil for him. It represented a shift from trusting God to relying on human leadership, a significant change in the spiritual and political landscape of Israel. Samuel's farewell speech in 1 Samuel 12 is a pivotal moment. He addressed the newly appointed king and the Israelites. Samuel reminded them of their history. He wanted them to understand the implications of their decision. The demand for a king was a turning point for Israel. It marked a transition from theocracy to monarchy. This shift had profound spiritual and political implications. It revealed the people's desire for something different. They were seeking security and stability in a human king. Samuel warned the people. He knew that human kings would bring challenges. They could be prone to corruption. They could lead the people astray. Yet Samuel understood God's plan. He knew that God would use this transition, even with its complexities.
Whose ox have I taken? Whose donkey have I taken? Whom have I cheated? Whom have I oppressed?
Samuel's farewell address was not a condemnation. It was a plea. He challenged the people. He asked them to point out any wrongdoing during his leadership. This challenge reveals Samuel's integrity. He lived a life above reproach. He served God and his people faithfully. He was a leader of unwavering honesty. He modeled the behavior he expected from others. Samuel's example teaches us the importance of living with integrity. Our lives should reflect our faith. People should see honesty and fairness in our actions. We must strive to be above reproach. Like Samuel, we should be able to stand before others with a clear conscience. Samuel reminded the Israelites of their history. He recounted God's deliverance from Egypt. He spoke of their victories and failures. He wanted them to remember God's faithfulness even when they disobeyed. He recounted the stories of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He spoke of Moses and the Exodus. He reminded them of the judges God raised up. Each story pointed to God's constant presence and provision. Samuel emphasized God's love. He highlighted God's forgiveness. He wanted the people to understand their blessings. They were not accidental. They were a result of God's grace and mercy. Section 5. Obedience brings blessing. Samuel's message was clear. Obedience to God brings blessing. Disobedience leads to consequences. This principle is woven throughout the history of Israel. It remains relevant today. When the Israelites followed God, they prospered. They found victory over their enemies. They experienced peace and abundance. However, when they turned away from God, they suffered. They faced defeat and hardship. This principle applies to us as well. When we obey God's commands, we experience his blessings. These blessings may not always be material. They may come in the form of peace, joy, or wisdom. Disobedience, on the other hand, leads to brokenness in our lives and our relationships. Section 6. The consequences of disobedience. Samuel did not shy away from warning the people. He knew the dangers of disobedience. He had seen the devastating consequences of turning away from God. He urged the people to choose a different path. He spoke of the potential for oppression. He warned of the dangers of idolatry. He reminded them of the spiritual and physical consequences of their choices. His words were a stark reminder that our actions have ramifications. Samuel's warning serves as a timeless reminder for us. When we disregard God's laws, we invite chaos and pain into our lives. Our choices have the power to impact our future, our families, and our communities. We must choose wisely. We must choose obedience. Section 7. Samuel's challenge. Samuel's speech was not just a history lesson. It was a powerful and stirring call to action, meant to awaken the hearts and minds of the people. It was a call to action, a plea for transformation and renewal. He challenged the people to fear the Lord, to hold a deep reverence and respect for the Almighty. He urged them to serve God with all their hearts, to dedicate their lives fully to his service. He pleaded with them to turn away from idols, to abandon the false gods that led them astray. He wanted them to experience the fullness of God's blessing, the joy and prosperity that comes from living in obedience to him. Samuel's words were filled with both warning and hope. He spoke with a deep understanding of the human condition. He knew the human tendency to stray, to lose focus and direction. He also knew the depth of God's mercy, the boundless compassion that God has for his people. He wanted the people to understand the seriousness of their choices, the impact of their actions on their lives and their relationship with God. This challenge resonates with us today. We too face temptations, distractions that pull us away from our faith. We too are prone to wander from God, to lose our way in the complexities of modern life. Samuel's words remind us to turn back to God, to seek his forgiveness, and to walk in obedience. They call us to reflect on our own lives, to renew our commitment to our faith, and to strive for a deeper connection with the divine. Section 8. Serving God with all our hearts. Samuel's call to serve God with all your hearts is a powerful reminder of the commitment required for true faith. It is not enough to simply acknowledge God's existence. We must make a conscious choice to center our lives around him. This kind of wholehearted devotion requires intentionality. It involves seeking God's will in all aspects of our lives. It means prioritizing our relationship with him above all else. It is a daily surrender, When we choose to serve God with all our hearts, we experience the transformative power of His love. Our priorities shift, our desires change. We find true fulfillment in knowing and following Him. Section 9, Integrity, a timeless virtue. Throughout his life, Samuel exemplified integrity. He was a man of unwavering principles whose actions were always in alignment with his beliefs. He lived a life above reproach, never swaying from his moral compass, even when faced with challenges. His actions matched his words, creating a legacy of trust and respect among his people. He served God and his people with unwavering honesty, always putting the needs of others before his own. This quality of integrity is as relevant today as it was in Samuel's time. In our modern world, where values often seem to shift and change, integrity remains a steadfast virtue. In a world often characterized by compromise and deceit, integrity stands out as a guiding light. It is a beacon of trust and authenticity, illuminating the path for others to follow. When we live with integrity, we earn the respect of others. We build strong relationships based on mutual trust and understanding. We create a positive impact on the world around us, inspiring others to also live with honesty and honor. Living with integrity requires courage. It means standing firm in our convictions even when it is not the easy path. It means standing up for what is right even when it's difficult, and facing adversity with a steadfast heart. It means being honest in our dealings with others, ensuring that our actions reflect our true values. It means holding ourselves accountable to the highest standards, constantly striving to be better and to do better. Section 10, Our Own Leadership Journeys. Samuel's life and leadership offer valuable lessons for us today. Whether we hold formal leadership positions or not, we all have influence. We are called to be leaders in our homes, our workplaces, and our communities. Samuel's example teaches us the importance of humility, integrity, and unwavering faith. It reminds us that true leadership is not about power or prestige. It is about serving others with love and compassion. It is about pointing people to God. We can all learn from Samuel's commitment to God and his people. We can strive to lead with wisdom, courage, and integrity. We can use our influence to make a positive difference in the world. Section 11, A Call to Faithful Living. Samuel's farewell speech is more than just a historical account. It is a timeless message of hope and warning. It is a call to faithful living. It is a reminder that our choices have consequences. We are called to remember God's faithfulness. We are urged to choose obedience over disobedience. We are challenged to serve God with all our hearts. We are invited to experience the fullness of His love and blessing. May Samuel's words inspire us to live lives of integrity, courage, and unwavering faith. May we impact the world around us with the love and grace of God.
The children of Israel desired a king. They had long been led by judges and prophets, but they yearned for a change. They wanted a figurehead, a symbol of unity and strength. They wanted to be like other nations. They saw the grandeur and power of kingdoms around them and felt the need for a similar structure. They yearned for a visible leader, someone to guide them and fight their battles, a king who would lead them into war and bring them victory. God granted their request, selecting a man named Saul. He was chosen through divine intervention, anointed by the prophet Samuel. Saul was tall and impressive, a natural leader. His stature and presence commanded respect and admiration from the people. He began his reign with promise, winning victories and uniting the tribes. His early successes brought hope and a sense of unity among the Israelites. Saul's early days as king held great hope. The people celebrated his victories and believed in his leadership. He had the strength and presence to lead. His charisma and determination inspired those around him. The Israelites believed they had found the answer to their prayers. They saw Saul as the fulfillment of their desires for a strong and capable leader. But as time passed, the true nature of Saul's heart began to surface. His insecurities and flaws became more apparent, casting a shadow over his reign. The pressures of kingship weighed heavily on Saul. He faced numerous challenges and conflicts, both external and internal. His relationship with the prophet Samuel became strained. Saul's disobedience to God's commands led to a rift between them. The once hopeful reign began to unravel. The unity and strength that Saul initially brought started to crumble. Saul's internal struggles and external pressures created a turbulent reign. The people who once celebrated him now questioned his leadership. In the end, Saul's reign serves as a reminder of the complexities of leadership. The journey from hope to disillusionment is a tale as old as time. The Philistines, Israel's old enemies, gathered for war. They were a powerful force armed with advanced weaponry, including iron chariots. Fear gripped the Israelites, including their king, but not Jonathan, Saul's son.
Jonathan, filled with faith and courage, decided to attack a Philistine outpost. He believed God was on his side, regardless of the odds. Jonathan's daring raid threw the Philistines into confusion, creating chaos in their ranks.
The Philistine army, startled by Jonathan's attack, began to crumble. Seeing their opportunity, the Israelites, who had been cowering in fear, rallied and joined the fight. A decisive victory seemed within reach, but back at the Israelite camp, Saul remained paralyzed by fear.
He had been instructed by Samuel, God's prophet, to wait for his arrival before offering a sacrifice. As time passed and Samuel was delayed, Saul grew impatient. Doubt crept into his heart, whispering that God had abandoned him.
Saul, consumed by fear and doubt, made a fateful decision. He disregarded Samuel's instructions and offered the burnt offering himself. He believed that by taking matters into his own hands, he could secure God's favor and ensure victory. But his actions were not an act of faith, but of fear.
At that moment, Samuel arrived. He witnessed Saul's act of disobedience. The air grew heavy with the weight of Saul's transgression.
Samuel, his voice filled with sadness, asked Saul, "What have you done?" "You have acted foolishly. You have not kept the command of the Lord your God."
Samuel confronted Saul, his voice echoing with disappointment. Samuel's words cut deep, exposing the true nature of Saul's actions. Saul, blinded by his fear, had chosen to disobey God's clear instructions.
It is not merely a matter of a delayed sacrifice. It is a rejection of God's sovereignty.
Samuel explained the gravity of Saul's sin. Saul, in his impatience and fear, had placed himself above God, seeking to control the situation rather than trusting in God's timing and plan. Saul's disobedience had dire consequences. His actions, driven by fear and impatience, led to a series of events that would forever alter the course of his life and the history of his kingdom. The kingdom, which had been promised to him and his descendants forever, would now be taken away. This promise, once a beacon of hope and stability, was shattered by his inability to follow divine instructions. His reign, once full of promise, would be marked by turmoil and strife. The peace and prosperity that could have been his legacy were replaced by conflict and uncertainty, casting a long shadow over his rule. Saul's story serves as a stark reminder that disobedience to God, even when motivated by fear or good intentions, carries a heavy price. His failure to wait for the prophet Samuel and his decision to offer sacrifices himself were acts of defiance that could not be overlooked. Saul's choice had far-reaching implications. His disobedience set off a chain reaction that affected not only his own destiny, but also the future of the nation he led. The people, who had once looked to him for guidance and protection, now faced an uncertain future. It not only affected his own destiny, but also the future of the nation he led. The unity and strength of the kingdom were compromised, leading to internal strife and external threats that could have been avoided. His story stands as a timeless warning about the dangers of pride and the importance of humble obedience to God. Saul's downfall was a result of his inability to submit to divine authority, a lesson that resonates through the ages. It reminds us that true leadership requires humility and a willingness to follow a higher calling, even when it challenges our own desires and fears. Section 7. True Leadership. Saul's story is not just a tale of failure, but a powerful lesson on true leadership. True leadership is not found in outward appearance or military prowess. It is found in humility, obedience, and a willingness to follow God's leading, even when it's difficult or doesn't make sense. True leaders don't shy away from seeking guidance and counsel from others. They recognize that their authority comes from God, and is meant to be exercised with humility and integrity. Section 8. Obedience, the heart of faith. Saul's downfall underscores a fundamental truth. Obedience is at the heart of faith. It is not enough to simply acknowledge God's existence or power. True faith is demonstrated through our willingness to surrender our will to His, to trust His plans, even when we don't understand them. Obedience is not about blind adherence to rules, but about a heart that desires to please God above all else. It's about recognizing His authority and trusting that His ways are higher than our ways. Section 9. The cost of impatience. Saul's impatience reveals another danger in the life of faith, seeking shortcuts instead of waiting on God's timing. We live in a fast-paced world, accustomed to instant gratification, but God often works in ways we don't expect and on a timetable we don't understand. When we grow impatient and try to force God's hand, we risk missing out on His best for our lives. We might even end up making choices that lead us away from His perfect will. Section 10. Choosing faith over fear. Throughout history, the battle between faith and fear has been a central theme in many stories and teachings. It is a timeless struggle that resonates with each of us as we navigate the challenges and uncertainties of life. Saul's story is ultimately a story of two choices: faith or fear. In the face of overwhelming odds and daunting challenges, Saul allowed fear to dictate his actions. His fear led him down a path of disobedience and despair, showing us the destructive power of letting fear take control. Jonathan, facing the same enemy, chose faith and acted with courage. He trusted in God's promises and stepped forward with confidence, leading his people with bravery and conviction. Jonathan's faith was a beacon of hope, demonstrating the strength and resilience that comes from trusting in a higher power. Saul, consumed by fear, chose disobedience and faced devastating consequences. His story serves as a cautionary tale, reminding us of the importance of faith and the dangers of allowing fear to dominate our decisions. Fear can paralyze us, leading to choices that we later regret. We all face giants in our lives, situations that tempt us to doubt God's presence and provision. These giants can take many forms: financial struggles, health issues, relationship problems, or personal insecurities. They loom large, casting shadows of doubt and fear over our hearts and minds. In those moments, we can choose to follow Saul's path of fear and self-reliance, or we can choose Jonathan's path of faith and obedience. The choice is ours. Let's choose faith. By choosing faith, we open ourselves to the possibility of divine intervention and guidance. We acknowledge that we are not alone in our struggles and that there is a greater plan at work. Let's choose to trust God, even when we don't understand, knowing that His ways are always best. Trusting in God requires surrendering our fears and doubts and embracing the peace that comes from knowing we are in His hands. It is a daily decision to walk in faith, to believe in His promises, and to rely on His strength. By choosing faith over fear, we can face our giants with courage and hope, knowing that we are never alone.
Jonathan, son of King Saul, made a bold decision. He chose to go to the Philistine outpost. He did not inform his father. Saul, the king, was unaware of his son's plan. Jonathan took only his young armor-bearer with him. This decision was made in secrecy. Jonathan knew the risks. The Philistines were strong and numerous, but Jonathan had faith. He believed in the Lord's power. He knew that victory did not depend on numbers. Jonathan's choice was also an act of leadership. He did not wait for orders. He took initiative. His decision would change the course of events. His faith would inspire others. Jonathan's decision marked the beginning of an epic battle. It was a step taken in faith. It was a step towards victory. It was a step that showed true courage. The journey to the Philistine outpost was not easy. Jonathan and his armor-bearer faced a formidable challenge. They had to cross two cliffs. These cliffs were named Bozez and Seneh. They were steep and treacherous. Bozez and Seneh were like sentinels. They guarded the path to the enemy. Climbing them required strength and determination. Jonathan and his companion had both. They were undeterred by the difficulty. The cliffs symbolized the obstacles in their path. They represented the challenges that Jonathan had to overcome. His faith gave him the strength to face these challenges. His determination kept him moving forward. Reaching the top of the cliffs was a significant achievement. It showed Jonathan's resolve. It demonstrated his readiness to face the enemy. It was a testament to his bravery and faith. Jonathan's faith was unwavering. He believed that the Lord could save by many or by few. His confidence was not in numbers but in God's power. This faith was the foundation of his courage. His armor-bearer shared this faith. He was loyal to Jonathan. He did not question the plan. He did not hesitate to follow. His loyalty was a reflection of Jonathan's leadership. It showed that true leadership inspires trust and confidence. Together they formed a formidable team. Jonathan's faith and the armor-bearer's loyalty were their greatest weapons. They were ready to face the Philistines. They were ready to trust in the Lord's guidance. Their faith was about to be tested. They were about to encounter the enemy, but they were not afraid. They believed that the Lord was with them. They believed that victory was possible. Jonathan and his armor-bearer approached the Philistine outpost. They revealed themselves to the enemy. The Philistines saw them and mocked. They called out to Jonathan and his companion. They challenged them to come up. This was the moment of truth. Jonathan saw the challenge as a sign. He believed that the Lord had given the Philistines into their hands. He told his armor-bearer that the Lord was with them. The encounter was tense. The Philistines were confident. They did not see Jonathan and his armor-bearer as a threat. They underestimated the power of faith and determination. They were about to learn a lesson. Jonathan and his armor-bearer climbed up to face the enemy. They were ready for battle. They were ready to trust in the Lord's guidance. They were ready to prove that faith can overcome any obstacle. Section 5. The Sign from the Lord. Jonathan's faith was rewarded. The challenge from the Philistines was a sign. It was a sign that the Lord had given them into his hands. Jonathan and his armor-bearer moved forward with confidence. They climbed the cliffs with renewed determination. They knew that the Lord was with them. They were ready for the battle ahead. Their faith was their strength. Their belief in divine guidance was their shield. The Philistines were unaware of the power they faced. They saw only two men. They did not see the faith that drove them. They did not understand the power of divine intervention. They were about to experience it firsthand. Jonathan and his armor-bearer reached the top. They were ready for the fight. They were ready to trust in the Lord's plan. They were ready to show that faith can lead to victory. Section 6. The Unconventional Attack. Jonathan's attack was unconventional. He did not follow traditional battle strategies. He relied on surprise and speed. He relied on the power of faith. His approach caught the Philistines off guard. The Philistines were not prepared for such an attack. They were taken by surprise. Jonathan and his armor-bearer moved quickly. They struck with precision. Their faith gave them the courage to act boldly. The unconventional attack was effective. It disrupted the Philistines' defenses. It created confusion and panic. Jonathan's faith and determination were the driving forces. His belief in divine guidance led him. The initial success of the attack was a testament to Jonathan's leadership. It showed that faith can lead to innovative strategies. It demonstrated that courage and determination can overcome any obstacle. Section 7. Initial Success. Jonathan and his armor-bearer's initial success was remarkable. They killed 20 men in the first assault. This was a significant achievement. It showed the power of faith and determination. It demonstrated the effectiveness of their unconventional approach. The Philistines were stunned. They did not expect such a fierce attack. They were not prepared for the intensity of Jonathan's assault. Their confusion and panic began to spread. Jonathan's faith was proving to be a powerful weapon. The success of the initial attack inspired others. It showed that victory was possible. It demonstrated the power of faith. Jonathan's bravery and faith were contagious. They inspired those who witnessed the battle. The initial success was just the beginning. It was a sign of the greater victory to come. It showed that faith can lead to remarkable achievements. It demonstrated the power of divine guidance. Section 8. Panic in the Philistine camp. The panic in the Philistine camp grew. The initial success of Jonathan's attack had a ripple effect. The Philistines were thrown into confusion. They began to turn on each other. The chaos spread rapidly. Jonathan's faith had unleashed a powerful force. The Philistines were overwhelmed by fear. They did not understand what was happening. They could not comprehend the power of faith and divine intervention. Their fear led to their downfall. The panic in the camp was a turning point. It showed the power of faith to disrupt and defeat the enemy. Jonathan's bravery and faith had set the stage for victory. The Philistines were no longer a formidable force. The chaos in the Philistine camp was a clear sign of victory. It showed that faith can overcome any obstacle. It demonstrated the power of divine guidance. Jonathan's faith had led to a miraculous turn of events. Section 9. Israel's victory. The panic in the Philistine camp led to Israel's victory. The Israelites saw the chaos and took advantage. They joined the battle with renewed vigor. Jonathan's faith had inspired them. His bravery had shown them the way. The Israelites routed the Philistines. They pursued them and defeated them. The victory was complete. It was a testament to the power of faith and divine guidance. Jonathan's bravery and faith had led to a miraculous victory. The victory was a turning point for Israel. It showed that faith can lead to remarkable achievements. It demonstrated the power of divine intervention. Jonathan's leadership had made a significant impact. The victory was a lesson in faith and leadership. It showed that one person's faith can inspire many. It demonstrated the power of divine guidance. Jonathan's bravery and faith had led to a remarkable victory. Section 10. The power of faith. Jonathan's story is a powerful reminder of the power of faith. His bravery and determination were driven by his belief in the Lord. His faith led to a remarkable victory. It showed that faith can overcome any obstacle. Jonathan's faith was unwavering. He believed that the Lord could save by many or by few. His confidence in divine guidance was the foundation of his courage. His faith inspired others. It led to a miraculous victory. The power of faith is evident in Jonathan's story. It shows that faith can lead to remarkable achievements. It demonstrates the importance of trusting in divine guidance. Jonathan's story is a testament to the power of faith. Jonathan's faith was a powerful force. It led to a remarkable victory. It showed that faith can overcome any obstacle. It demonstrated the power of divine guidance. Jonathan's story is a powerful reminder of the power of faith. Section 11. Lessons of Leadership and Divine Guidance. Jonathan's story teaches important lessons about leadership and divine guidance. His bravery and faith were the driving forces behind the victory. His leadership inspired others. His faith in the Lord led to a remarkable achievement. Jonathan's decision to act showed true leadership. He did not wait for orders. He took initiative. His faith and determination were the foundations of his leadership. His actions inspired others to follow. The story also highlights the importance of divine guidance. Jonathan trusted in the Lord's plan. His faith was unwavering. He believed that the Lord could save by many or by few. His confidence in divine guidance led to a miraculous victory. Jonathan's story is a powerful reminder of the importance of faith and leadership. It shows that one person's faith can inspire many. It demonstrates the power of divine guidance. Jonathan's bravery and faith led to a remarkable victory and taught valuable lessons about trusting in divine guidance.
The story of Saul is a tragic tale of promise and failure. Saul, Israel's first king, began his reign with great potential, full of promise and favored by God. Yet his story takes a dramatic turn, revealing the devastating effects of disobedience and the importance of submitting to God's will. Saul's journey began with humility and divine favor. He was chosen by God, anointed by Samuel, and empowered by the Holy Spirit. But as time passed, pride crept into his heart, paving the way for his downfall. The very qualities that once marked him as humble and obedient were slowly eroded by self-reliance and a disregard for God's commands. The turning point in Saul's reign unfolded in the aftermath of a victorious battle. God had delivered Israel from the Amalekites, a wicked and oppressive people. The Lord, through Samuel, gave Saul clear instructions regarding the Amalekites. The Lord's command to Saul was clear and absolute: utterly destroy the Amalekites. God ordered the destruction of everything the Amalekites possessed: their livestock, their possessions, and even their king, Agag. The Amalekites were a wicked people, known for their cruelty and their opposition to God's people. They represented a serious threat to Israel's spiritual and physical well-being. God, in his righteousness and justice, had determined their end. The command to destroy the Amalekites completely was not about ethnic cleansing or genocide as we understand it today. It was about removing a corrupting influence from the land and preventing the Israelites from being led astray by their idolatrous practices. Saul's task was straightforward: to obey God fully and completely. He was to act as God's instrument, carrying out his judgment on the wicked Amalekites. There was no room for compromise, no room for negotiation, and no room for partial obedience. Confronted with God's clear command, Saul faced a critical choice. Tragically, Saul chose the latter. He allowed his human reasoning and desires to override God's explicit instructions. Saul gathered his army and attacked the Amalekites, achieving a resounding victory. However, his obedience was incomplete, a fatal flaw that would have dire consequences. He spared Agag, the Amalekite king, and kept the best of the livestock, defying God's explicit command to destroy everything. Saul tried to justify his actions, claiming that he spared the best livestock to offer as sacrifices to God. He cloaked his disobedience in a veneer of religious piety, attempting to appease God while still clinging to his own desires. Saul's partial obedience was not true obedience at all. It was an act of rebellion, a subtle but dangerous form of defiance. Saul's disobedience did not go unnoticed. God, who sees all and knows the secrets of our hearts, was grieved by Saul's actions. He revealed Saul's transgression to Samuel, the prophet who had anointed him king. Samuel, heartbroken by Saul's betrayal, was instructed to confront him. As he approached Saul's camp, he was greeted by a chorus of bleating sheep and lowing cattle, stark evidence of Saul's defiance. Samuel's heart sank as he realized the extent of Saul's transgression. Samuel, his voice filled with grief and disappointment, asked Saul, "What is this bleating of sheep and lowing of cattle I hear?" Saul, attempting to conceal his disobedience, claimed that the animals were spared for sacrifice to the Lord. Samuel, however, was not fooled by Saul's deception. He cut through Saul's excuses, reminding him of God's clear command and exposing the hollowness of his justifications. Samuel's words struck a chord deep within Saul. He realized the gravity of his sin and the consequences that awaited him. His partial obedience, his attempt to serve both God and his own desires, had cost him dearly. He had forfeited God's favor, and his kingdom, once secure, was now slipping away. Saul, in a moment of despair, admitted his sin. He confessed that he had disobeyed God, fearing the people and heeding their voice instead of God's. He pleaded with Samuel to forgive him and to intercede for him before the Lord. But the consequences of Saul's disobedience were already in motion. Samuel, though heartbroken, delivered God's judgment. "Because you have rejected the word of the Lord, he has rejected you as king." Saul's reign, once full of promise, was coming to an end, a direct result of his disobedience. At the heart of Saul's downfall lies a fundamental truth. Obedience is more important to God than sacrifice. Saul, in his attempt to justify his actions, attempted to appease God with burnt offerings and sacrifices, believing that outward rituals could compensate for his disobedience. However, God, through Samuel, made it abundantly clear that obedience is far more valuable than any sacrifice. God desires our hearts, not just our outward actions. He wants us to obey him not out of fear or obligation, but out of love and a desire to please him. True worship stems from a heart that is fully surrendered to God's will, a heart that values obedience above personal gain or convenience. Saul's story teaches us that God is not interested in empty rituals or outward displays of piety. He desires a genuine relationship with us, a relationship built on trust, obedience, and a willingness to surrender our will to his. Our sacrifices, our offerings, and our worship are meaningless if they are not accompanied by a heart that is fully committed to obeying his commands. Saul's disobedience had far-reaching consequences. Not only did he lose God's favor and his kingship, but his actions also had a ripple effect on those around him. His sin plunged the nation into turmoil and ultimately paved the way for David's rise to the throne. Saul's disobedience created a spiritual vacuum in Israel. His failure to lead the people in obedience to God weakened their faith and made them vulnerable to their enemies. Moreover, Saul's sin had a devastating impact on his family. His son Jonathan, a loyal and God-fearing man, was caught in the crossfire of his father's rebellion. Jonathan's life was tragically cut short, a poignant reminder of the collateral damage that sin can inflict. Saul's story serves as a sobering reminder that our actions have consequences. When we disobey God, we not only damage our relationship with Him, but we also impact those around us. The story of Saul's disobedience is not just an ancient narrative, it's a timeless lesson for every believer. It underscores the paramount importance of obedience in our walk with God. It reminds us that God's blessings are directly linked to our willingness to obey His commands. Obedience is not merely a set of rules to follow, it's the fruit of a heart that loves God. It's about surrendering our will to His, trusting His guidance and aligning our lives with His word. It's about recognizing that He knows what's best for us, even when His commands don't make sense from our limited human perspective. Saul's story highlights the dangers of partial obedience, of trying to serve both God and our own desires. It reminds us that we cannot compartmentalize our faith, choosing which commands to obey and which to disregard. God desires our wholehearted devotion, our complete surrender. Choosing to obey God, even when it's difficult or doesn't make sense, is an act of faith and trust. Saul's story also exposes the danger of self-deception. Despite his disobedience, Saul attempted to justify his actions, even going so far as to claim that he had spared the best livestock to offer as sacrifices to God. He created a narrative that allowed him to minimize his sin and maintain a facade of righteousness. Self-deception is a subtle but dangerous enemy. It whispers lies into our hearts, distorting our perception of sin and leading us down a path of destruction. We begin to rationalize our disobedience, making excuses for our actions and blaming others for our choices. Saul's self-deception blinded him to the true state of his heart. He failed to recognize that his pride and desire for self-preservation had led him astray. He convinced himself that his actions were justified, that he was still in right standing with God, even as his heart drifted further and further from him. We must be vigilant in guarding against self-deception. The story of Saul's disobedience is a sobering reminder of the consequences of sin. However, it's also a story of God's grace and mercy. Even in Saul's failure, we see glimpses of God's love and compassion. Despite Saul's disobedience, God continued to use him for a season. He allowed Saul to experience victory in battle and to accomplish some good during his reign. God's grace was evident even in the midst of Saul's rebellion. Moreover, God's grace is evident in the fact that He raised up David, a man after His own heart, to succeed Saul as king. Through David's lineage, God would eventually send His Son, Jesus Christ, into the world to offer forgiveness and redemption to all who would believe. Saul's story reminds us that God's grace is greater than our greatest failures. No matter how far we have strayed from Him, no matter how grievous our sins, God is always willing to forgive us when we genuinely repent and turn back to Him.
Samuel was a prophet. God talked to him. Samuel loved King Saul, but Saul disobeyed God. This made Samuel sad. Samuel had always been a faithful servant of God, and he had high hopes for Saul. He believed Saul would lead the people with wisdom and integrity. However, Saul's disobedience was a heavy burden on Samuel's heart. He felt a deep sense of loss and disappointment. Samuel spent many nights in prayer, seeking guidance and comfort from God. He wondered why Saul had turned away from God's commands and what the future held for the kingdom.
God told me to anoint a new king. It was a difficult message to receive. I had invested so much in Saul, but God's will was clear. I had to obey. God's voice was firm yet compassionate, reminding me that His plans are always for the greater good. I felt a mix of emotions, sadness for Saul, but also a sense of duty and purpose. I knew that God's choice would be the right one, even if I couldn't see it at the moment. He said, "Go to Jesse's house." The journey to Jesse's house was filled with anticipation and uncertainty. I traveled through the rugged terrain, my mind racing with thoughts of what lay ahead. I wondered who among Jesse's sons would be chosen by God. Each step I took was a step of faith, trusting in God's guidance. The road was long, but my resolve was strong. I knew that this mission was of utmost importance. One of his sons will be king. Jesse's house was bustling with activity. His sons were strong and capable, each one with their own unique qualities. As I looked at them, I felt a sense of awe and responsibility. Choosing a king was no small task. I prayed silently, asking God to reveal his chosen one. The sons stood before me, their eyes filled with curiosity and hope. I knew that God's wisdom would guide me to the right decision.
Samuel was scared. The weight of the task ahead was immense. What if I made the wrong choice? The fear of failure loomed over me. I knew that the future of the kingdom depended on this decision. My heart pounded with anxiety, but I reminded myself that God was with me. His presence was a source of comfort and strength. I took a deep breath and prepared to follow his lead. He wondered how he would know who to choose. The sons of Jesse were all impressive in their own ways. How could I discern who was the right one? I pondered deeply, seeking clarity and wisdom. I knew that outward appearances could be deceiving. I needed to look beyond the surface and see what God saw. My mind was filled with questions, but I trusted that God would provide the answers. God promised to guide him. In my moments of doubt, God's promise was a beacon of hope. He assured me that he would be with me every step of the way. His guidance was unwavering and his wisdom was infinite. I felt a sense of peace wash over me. I knew that I was not alone in this journey. God's promise gave me the courage to move forward with confidence. God reminded him that he looks at the heart, not the outward appearance. This reminder was profound. It shifted my perspective and gave me a new understanding of what truly mattered. God's ways are higher than our ways, and his thoughts are higher than our thoughts. I realized that the true measure of a person is found in their heart. With this revelation, I felt a renewed sense of purpose. I was ready to fulfill God's command and anoint the new king. Samuel went to Bethlehem. The elders of the town were afraid. They asked, "Do you come in peace?"
Yes, I come to offer a sacrifice to the Lord.
He invited Jesse and his sons to join the sacrifice. Samuel could feel the weight of his mission. He knew God had chosen one of Jesse's sons, but which one? Jesse presented his sons to Samuel. First came Eliab. He was tall and handsome.
Surely, this is the one.
But God said, "No, do not look at his appearance. I look at the heart." One by one, Jesse presented his sons. God rejected each one. Samuel was puzzled.
Are these all your sons?
There is one more, the youngest. He is tending the sheep.
Send for him.
David was brought in from the fields. He was a young shepherd, ruddy and handsome, with beautiful eyes.
This is the one. Anoint him.
Samuel took the horn of oil and anointed David in front of his brothers. The Spirit of the Lord rushed upon David and remained with him. Meanwhile, King Saul was troubled. An evil spirit tormented him. Saul's servants suggested finding a skilled musician to soothe him. They knew music could calm the king's heart.
One of the servants knew of a young man named David. He is a brave warrior, the servant said, and a skilled musician. They recommended David to Saul.
David was a man after God's own heart. He was a brave warrior. He was a skilled musician. He knew how to play the harp. He was also a responsible shepherd, caring for his father's sheep. David's life was filled with purpose and faith. He trusted God completely. This trust would guide him through many challenges. Saul summoned David to the palace. David's music soothed Saul's troubled spirit. Whenever the evil spirit troubled Saul, David would play his harp. Saul found peace and relief in David's music. He grew fond of David and made him his armor-bearer. David's music was a gift from God. It had the power to heal and bring peace. This gift made him valuable to the troubled king. Section 8. Inner Qualities Valued by God. The story of David teaches us that God values inner qualities over outward appearances. David, a young shepherd boy, was chosen by God to be the future king of Israel, not because of his physical stature or his outward appearance, but because of the qualities he possessed within. He was a humble shepherd, tending to his flock with care and dedication, showing a deep sense of responsibility and compassion. Samuel was impressed by Eliab's height and good looks, thinking that surely this must be the Lord's anointed. Eliab, with his impressive stature and commanding presence, seemed like the perfect candidate for kingship in the eyes of men. But God reminded him, The Lord does not look at the things people look at. God's perspective is vastly different from ours. While humans are often swayed by what they see on the outside, God looks deeper, into the very essence of a person. People look at the outward appearance, judging by what they can see with their eyes. They are often influenced by physical beauty, strength, and other external attributes. But the Lord looks at the heart. God saw David's courage, his faith, and his humility. These were the qualities that truly mattered. David's heart was pure, his faith unwavering, and his courage unmatched. He trusted in God completely, even when faced with seemingly insurmountable challenges. These qualities made him fit to be king, not his physical appearance. It was David's inner strength, his unwavering faith in God, and his humble spirit that set him apart. God chose David because he saw a man who would lead with integrity, compassion, and a heart aligned with his own. This story reminds us that what truly matters to God is not how we look on the outside, but who we are on the inside. Our character, our faith, and our humility are what make us valuable in the eyes of God. When David faced Goliath, it was not his physical prowess that won the battle, but his faith in God. Armed with just a sling and a few stones, David's courage and trust in the Lord led him to victory. This act of bravery was a testament to the inner qualities that God valued so highly in him. When Samuel anointed David, it was a divine acknowledgement of these inner qualities. The anointing was a symbol of God's favor and a recognition of David's heart. It was a moment that signified God's choice, based not on outward appearances, but on the purity and strength of David's character. David's life continued to reflect these inner qualities. As a musician, he played the harp to soothe King Saul, showing his gentle spirit and his ability to bring peace through his music. His psalms, filled with praise and worship, revealed his deep connection with God and his unwavering faith. As a king, David led his people with wisdom and justice. His reign was marked by his dedication to God and his commitment to serving his people. He was not perfect, but his heart was always turned towards God, seeking forgiveness and striving to do what was right. The story of David is a powerful reminder for us today. It teaches us that God values our inner qualities above all else. In a world that often emphasizes outward appearances, we are called to cultivate a heart that reflects God's love, faith, and humility. By focusing on our inner qualities, we can live a life that is pleasing to God and make a positive impact on those around us. Let us strive to develop the qualities that God values, knowing that it is our heart that truly matters. Just as David was chosen for his inner strength and faith, we too can be chosen by God to fulfill his purpose when we align our hearts with his. The story of David is a timeless lesson in the importance of inner qualities. It encourages us to look beyond the surface and to value what is truly important in ourselves and in others. By embracing the qualities that God values, we can live a life that honors him and reflects his love to the world. Section 9. The Power of Faith. David's faith in God was evident throughout his life. He faced lions and bears while protecting his sheep, yet he remained unafraid. He knew God was with him. This faith gave him strength and courage. David's story reminds us that with faith in God, we can overcome any challenge. His story inspires us to trust in God's plan, even when we don't fully understand it. Section 10. The Importance of Obedience. Both Samuel and David demonstrated obedience to God. Samuel, despite his fear, obeyed God's command to anoint a new king. David, though just a shepherd boy, accepted God's call on his life. Their obedience highlights the importance of following God's will, even when it's difficult or uncertain. Their actions teach us that true faith is demonstrated through obedience. Section 11. David's Destiny. David's anointing marked the beginning of his incredible journey. It was a moment that would change not only his life, but the course of history. The young shepherd boy, who was the youngest of his brothers, was chosen by God for a purpose far greater than anyone could have imagined. Samuel the prophet poured oil on David's head, signifying God's blessing and the start of a divine mission. He would face many challenges and triumphs, each one shaping him into the leader he was destined to become. From the moment he stood bravely against the giant Goliath, armed with nothing but a sling and a few stones, David's courage and faith were evident. His victory over Goliath was not just a personal triumph, but a symbol of God's power working through him. However, his journey was far from easy. David had to flee from King Saul, who saw him as a threat to his throne. During these times of hardship, David's faith was his anchor. He often turned to prayer, seeking guidance and strength from God. Ultimately, David became one of the greatest kings of Israel. His reign was marked by justice, wisdom, and a deep devotion to God. As king, David united the tribes of Israel and established Jerusalem as the nation's capital. He led his people with a heart of a shepherd, always mindful of their needs and God's commandments. His leadership brought prosperity and peace to the land, and his legacy as a ruler is remembered with great reverence. His story continues to inspire us today, reminding us of the power of faith and the importance of trusting in God's plan. The ancient texts that recount David's life are not just historical records, but sources of spiritual wisdom. They teach us about the virtues of courage, humility, and devotion. People gather in worship, reflecting on David's journey and drawing strength from his example. His life is a testament to the enduring power of faith and the impact one person can have when they follow God's calling, reminding us that God can use anyone, regardless of their background, to fulfill his purposes. David was a simple shepherd, yet he was chosen to be a king. This powerful message resonates through the ages, encouraging us to believe in our potential and God's plan for our lives. Whether we come from humble beginnings or face seemingly insurmountable challenges, David's story assures us that with faith and perseverance we can achieve great things. Communities throughout history have gathered to celebrate and learn from David's life, finding hope and inspiration in his journey.
The tale of David's anointing is a testament to God's power and his love for us. It shows that God sees beyond our outward appearances and recognizes our true potential. The sacred texts and artifacts that have been preserved over the centuries serve as reminders of this divine truth. They connect us to the past and the timeless lessons that David's life imparts, and his plan to use ordinary people to do extraordinary things. David's story is a powerful reminder that greatness often comes from the most unexpected places. The shepherd boy who became a king exemplifies how God can transform our lives in ways we never imagined. As we reflect on David's destiny, we are encouraged to embrace our own journeys with faith and trust in God's plan for us.
The Philistine army stood on a hill, their ranks filled with seasoned warriors, each one ready for battle. The sun glinted off their armor, creating a formidable sight that struck fear into the hearts of their enemies. The Israelite army faced them on another hill, their soldiers equally prepared but filled with a sense of dread. They knew the battle ahead would be fierce and the stakes were incredibly high. A valley lay between them, a no-man's land that would soon become the stage for a legendary confrontation. The air was thick with tension and the silence was almost deafening. Suddenly, a giant named Goliath emerged from the Philistine army. He was a towering figure, his presence alone enough to make even the bravest soldiers quiver. He was huge and strong, a true behemoth among men. His muscles rippled under his armor, and his every step seemed to shake the ground. Goliath wore heavy armor that gleamed in the sunlight, and he carried a massive spear that looked more like a tree trunk than a weapon. His shield was equally impressive, large enough to cover his entire body. Goliath shouted across the valley, his voice booming like thunder. "Choose your strongest man to fight me!" he roared, his challenge echoing off the hills. The Israelite soldiers listened in stunned silence, their hearts pounding in their chests. "If he wins, we will be your slaves," Goliath continued, his eyes gleaming with confidence. "But if I win, you will be our slaves." The Israelites were terrified, their fear palpable. They knew that none among them could match the giant's strength and size. No one dared to face Goliath. The Israelite camp was filled with murmurs of fear and uncertainty. Each soldier hoped someone else would step forward, but no one did. The challenge hung in the air, unanswered, as the sun began to set, casting long shadows over the valley. Far away in the rolling hills of ancient Israel, a young shepherd named David tended his sheep. The sun cast a golden hue over the fields as David, with his keen eyes and attentive ears, watched over his flock. Each day he guided them to fresh pastures and clear streams, ensuring they were safe and well fed. David was small in stature, but his heart was filled with courage and strength. Despite his youth, he had a spirit that was unyielding and a determination that was unmatched. He had faced many dangers in the wild, and each challenge had only made him stronger. On more than one occasion, David had confronted fierce predators. He had fought off lions and bears with nothing but his sling and his faith. These encounters had taught him the value of bravery and the importance of protecting those who depended on him. David's 3 older brothers were soldiers in the Israelite army. They were seasoned warriors, clad in armor and ready for battle. They had been called to defend their people against the Philistines, a formidable enemy that threatened their land. One day their father, Jesse, called David to him. "David," he said, "I need you to go to the battlefront and take this food to your brothers. They have been fighting for days and will need sustenance." Jesse handed David a basket filled with bread, cheese, and grain. "Take this to them," he instructed, "and bring back news of how they are faring." With a sense of duty and concern, David set off on his journey. He traveled the dusty roads, his mind filled with thoughts of his brothers and the battles they faced. When he arrived at the Israelite camp, he sought out his brothers and inquired about their well-being. As David moved through the camp, he heard a booming voice echoing across the valley. It was Goliath, the giant warrior of the Philistines, issuing a challenge to the Israelites. Goliath's words were filled with arrogance and disdain, and they struck fear into the hearts of the soldiers. David saw the fear in the eyes of the Israelite soldiers. They trembled at the thought of facing such a formidable opponent. But David was not afraid. He felt a surge of confidence and a deep sense of purpose. He knew that this was a moment that required not just physical strength, but unwavering faith. David looked up to the sky and prayed for guidance. He felt a profound connection to a higher power, and he knew that God would help him. With a heart full of faith and a mind set on victory, David prepared to face Goliath, ready to defend his people and prove that true courage comes from within. David said, "I will fight Goliath." The soldiers laughed. "You are just a boy," they said. "Goliath would crush you." King Saul heard about David. He called for him. "You are just a boy," Saul said. "You cannot fight Goliath." "I have killed lions and bears," David replied. "God saved me from them. God will save me from Goliath." Saul was impressed by David's courage. He said, "Go, and may the Lord be with you." David refused to wear Saul's heavy armor. It was too big for him. He took his shepherd's staff, his sling, and 5 smooth stones from a stream. David walked towards Goliath. The giant laughed when he saw him. "Am I a dog?" Goliath roared, "that you come at me with sticks? Come here, and I will give your flesh to the birds of the air and the beasts of the field." David was not afraid. He knew that God was with him. Section 5. Goliath falls. David ran towards Goliath. He put a stone in his sling and swung it with all his might. The stone flew through the air and sank into Goliath's forehead. The giant staggered and fell to the ground with a mighty crash. David ran to Goliath and drew the giant's own sword. With one blow, he cut off Goliath's head. Section 6. David's faith. The Philistines saw that their champion was dead. They were terrified and ran away. The Israelites chased after them and won a great victory. David returned to Saul, carrying Goliath's head. Saul was amazed. He made David a commander in his army. David's faith in God had saved him and his people. He knew that with God, even a shepherd boy could defeat a giant. Section 7. Courage in the face of fear. David's story teaches us about courage. Courage is not the absence of fear. Courage is doing what is right, even when we are afraid. David was afraid of Goliath, but he knew that God was with him. He trusted God more than he feared the giant. When we face our giants, we can remember David's courage. We can trust God to help us overcome our fears and do what is right. Section 8. Overcoming obstacles. David's story also teaches us about overcoming obstacles. We all face challenges in life. Some challenges may seem as big and scary as Goliath, but David's story reminds us that we are not alone. God is with us, and with God's help we can overcome any obstacle. When we face challenges, we can remember David's faith. We can trust that God will give us the strength and courage to overcome them. Section 9. The power of belief. David's victory over Goliath shows the power of belief. David believed in himself. He believed that he could defeat Goliath, even though everyone else thought it was impossible. David also believed in God. He knew that God was with him and that God would help him. When we believe in ourselves and in God, we can achieve amazing things. We can overcome our fears, conquer our giants, and live lives of purpose and victory. Section 10, A Timeless Message. The story of David and Goliath is one of the most enduring tales from ancient times, a narrative that has transcended generations and cultures. It is a story that has been passed down through the ages, capturing the imagination of countless people. The story of David and Goliath is a timeless message of hope and inspiration. It tells of a young shepherd boy who, armed with nothing but a sling and a few stones, faced a fearsome giant warrior. This tale is not just about a physical battle. It is a metaphor for the struggles we all face in life. It is a story that has been told and retold for thousands of years. From ancient storytellers who recounted the tale around campfires to scribes who meticulously recorded it in manuscripts, the legend of David and Goliath has been preserved and cherished. Each retelling adds a new layer of meaning, a new perspective on the timeless message it conveys, and it is a story that continues to resonate with people of all ages and from all walks of life. Whether young or old, rich or poor, the message of David and Goliath speaks to the universal human experience. It reminds us that we all have our own giants to face, our own battles to fight. Why? Because it reminds us that no matter how big our giants may seem, no matter how daunting the obstacles in our path, we have the power within us to overcome them. The giant in the story represents any challenge that seems insurmountable, any fear that looms large in our minds. No matter how insurmountable our challenges may appear, we must remember that we are not alone. Just as David had faith in God, we too can draw strength from our beliefs, our values, and our inner resolve. The steep hills we climb, the obstacles we face, are all part of our journey. With faith in God and courage in our hearts, we can overcome anything. The story of David and Goliath teaches us that courage is not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. It is about finding the strength to stand up and face our fears, to confront the giants in our lives with unwavering determination. We can all be Davids in our own lives. Each of us has the potential to rise above our circumstances, to face our giants with courage and faith. Whether it is a personal struggle, a professional challenge, or a societal issue, we have the power to make a difference. We can all face our giants with faith, courage, and the belief that we can overcome them. The story of David and Goliath is a reminder that no matter how small or insignificant we may feel, we have the strength within us to achieve great things. It is a timeless message that continues to inspire and uplift, encouraging us to face our challenges head-on and emerge victorious.
Our story takes us back to ancient Israel, a land of ancient traditions and divine promises, where a towering king named Saul ruled the land with authority and might. He was a man of impressive stature and military prowess, chosen by God to lead his people through turbulent times and fierce battles. Yet beneath his strong exterior, Saul battled inner turmoil and insecurity, haunted by fears and doubts that gnawed at his soul. Enter David, a young shepherd boy, small in stature but immense in courage and faith, tending his flock in the fields of Bethlehem. Unbeknownst to him, David carried the weight of destiny on his shoulders, chosen by God to be the future king of Israel, a role he could scarcely imagine. Their paths crossed through an unlikely series of events as David's musical talents brought him to the troubled court of King Saul. The Israelites were at war with the fearsome Philistines, and a giant named Goliath, towering and terrifying, challenged them to a duel, mocking their God and their courage. David, sent by his father to deliver food to his brothers on the battlefield, was outraged by Goliath's defiance and volunteered to fight him, driven by a fierce faith and unyielding spirit. Armed with only a sling and 5 smooth stones, David faced the giant, trusting not in his own strength, but in the Lord's power to deliver victory. David's victory over Goliath was nothing short of miraculous, a testament to his faith and God's favor. It shocked the Israelites who had trembled before the giant, and it deeply unsettled King Saul, who witnessed the young shepherd's bravery and skill with a mix of awe and growing fear. This victory marked the beginning of David's ascent and the gradual unraveling of Saul's reign, fueled by a fear he could neither understand nor control, as the shepherd boy's star began to rise and the kings began to fade. In the aftermath of David's victory, a profound friendship blossomed between him and Jonathan, Saul's son. This friendship was not just a fleeting connection but a deep and abiding bond. Jonathan, a man of noble character and unwavering loyalty, saw in David a kindred spirit, someone who shared his values and vision for the future. He recognized in David a fellow warrior who shared his courage and faith, a man destined for greatness. Their bond became a beacon of light amidst the growing darkness that enveloped Saul's court, a symbol of hope and unity. Jonathan recognized David's anointing, understanding that God's favor rested upon him. He saw the divine purpose in David's life. He disregarded any personal ambition for the throne, choosing instead to support and protect his friend, even at great personal cost. Their bond, cemented by a covenant of friendship, stood in stark contrast to the envy and suspicion that festered in Saul's heart. It was a bond forged in mutual respect and love. Jonathan became a shield for David, defending him against his father's growing paranoia and the dangers that came with it. He risked his own standing and safety to warn David of Saul's murderous intentions, urging him to flee for his life. This act of bravery and loyalty was a testament to their unbreakable bond. Their friendship, tested by fire and betrayal, stands as a testament to the enduring power of loyalty and love. It is a story that continues to inspire, showing that true friendship can withstand any trial. As David's fame grew with each victory on the battlefield, so did Saul's fear and jealousy. The more David succeeded, the more Saul's heart was gripped by an insidious envy that gnawed at his soul. The people sang songs of David's triumphs, praising his courage and skill. They danced in the streets, their voices rising in joyous celebration, extolling the young hero who had brought them so much hope and victory. Saul has slain his thousands and David his tens of thousands, they chanted, their words echoing through the streets and palaces of Israel. The refrain became a haunting melody that played incessantly in Saul's mind. Each victory won by David felt like a defeat to Saul. The cheers for David were like daggers to his heart, each one a painful reminder of his own perceived inadequacies. He saw David's rising popularity as a threat to his throne, a constant reminder of his own insecurities. The more the people loved David, the more Saul's paranoia grew. He began to see David as a rival, an enemy within his own court. The young warrior's presence was a constant source of anxiety, a shadow that loomed over Saul's reign. The king's heart, once filled with the Lord's Spirit, was now consumed by a venomous cocktail of fear, envy, and rage. These dark emotions clouded his judgment and poisoned his soul. Saul's transformation from a respected king to a tormented soul serves as a stark reminder of the destructive power of jealousy. It shows how unchecked envy can erode even the strongest of characters. It can poison even the purest of hearts, twisting love into hatred and admiration into bitterness. Saul's story is a cautionary tale of how jealousy can lead to one's downfall, turning a noble king into a shadow of his former self. One fateful day, while David played the harp to soothe Saul's troubled mind, the king's rage boiled over. Driven by a sudden, uncontrollable impulse, Saul hurled his spear at David, intending to pin him to the wall. David, agile and alert, dodged the spear, but the message was clear. Saul sought his life. This incident marked a turning point in their relationship. It shattered any pretense of trust and forced David into a life on the run, constantly looking over his shoulder. He became a fugitive in his own land, hunted by the very king he had served faithfully. Saul's descent into madness is a chilling reminder of the seductive power of fear and envy. It can blind us to reason, pushing us to commit acts we never thought possible. Thus began a deadly game of cat and mouse between Saul and David. Saul, consumed by paranoia and driven by a lust for power, pursued David relentlessly, determined to eliminate the perceived threat to his throne. He led his armies on wild goose chases, scouring the wilderness and caves where David sought refuge. David, despite being constantly hunted, demonstrated remarkable restraint and loyalty. On several occasions, he had the opportunity to kill Saul, but refused to raise his hand against the Lord's anointed king. He chose mercy over vengeance, even when faced with imminent danger. This period of David's life tested his faith and resolve. He faced betrayal, hardship, and constant fear, yet he never lost sight of God's promises. He clung to the hope of a brighter future, a future where he would rule with justice and righteousness. In a desperate attempt to rid himself of David, Saul devised a cunning plan. He offered David his daughter Michal's hand in marriage, but with a sinister catch. David had to bring back foreskins from 100 Philistines as a dowry. Saul hoped this impossible task would lead to David's demise at the hands of his enemies. However, Saul underestimated David's courage and God's favor. David returned victorious, having slain not 100 but 200 Philistines. This victory, while solidifying his claim to Michal's hand, further fueled Saul's rage and paranoia. Saul's plan backfired spectacularly, showcasing the futility of fighting against God's chosen one. It also highlighted the depth of his own depravity, willing to sacrifice his own daughter's happiness to eliminate a perceived rival. Saul's relentless pursuit of David divided the kingdom. Many Israelites, recognizing David's anointing and witnessing Saul's descent into madness, chose to follow the young shepherd. They saw in David a leader after God's own heart, a man of integrity and courage. This division pained David deeply. He had no desire to usurp Saul's throne, recognizing that true kingship came from God alone. He longed for a time when Israel would be united under God's rule, a time when peace and righteousness would prevail. Saul's reign, once filled with promise, ended in tragedy. His fear and envy consumed him, driving away his friends, family, and ultimately, his kingdom. He became a cautionary tale, a stark reminder of the destructive power of unchecked ambition and jealousy. Throughout his ordeal, David found solace and strength in his relationship with God. He poured out his heart in psalms, expressing his fears, doubts, and hopes. He recognized that his ultimate security lay not in human strength or cunning, but in God's unwavering love and protection. David's psalms are filled with raw emotion and honesty. He didn't shy away from expressing his pain and anger, but always returned to a place of trust and surrender to God's will. His faith, forged in the fires of adversity, became an inspiration for generations to come. David's unwavering faith, even in the face of extreme adversity, serves as a powerful example for us today. He teaches us that no matter how dire our circumstances, God is always with us, offering comfort, guidance, and strength. Saul's envy exacted a heavy toll, not only on himself but on everyone around him. He alienated his son Jonathan, who remained loyal to David. He pushed away his daughter Michal, who loved David despite her father's hatred. He tormented himself with suspicion and paranoia, transforming from a respected king into a tragic figure consumed by his own demons. The story of Saul serves as a stark reminder of the destructive power of envy. It can poison our hearts, cloud our judgment, and lead us down a path of self-destruction. It robs us of joy, peace, and ultimately our true selves. The story of Saul and David is a tale of two kings, one consumed by fear, the other sustained by faith. Saul, despite his initial anointing by God, allowed fear and envy to corrupt his heart, leading to his downfall. David, on the other hand, faced immense challenges with courage and faith, ultimately fulfilling his destiny as king of Israel. Their contrasting stories offer valuable lessons for us today. They teach us the importance of guarding our hearts against envy and bitterness, choosing instead to walk in faith and obedience to God. They remind us that true greatness lies not in power or position, but in humility, integrity, and unwavering trust in God's plan. We all face giants in our lives, challenges, fears, and insecurities that threaten to overwhelm us. Like David, we may feel small and ill-equipped to face them. But the story of David reminds us that with God on our side, even the most daunting giants can be defeated. When we face our giants with courage, faith, and a willingness to rely on God's strength, we too can experience victory. David's story is not just an ancient tale, but a timeless message of hope and encouragement for all who dare to trust in the God who is bigger than any giant we may face.
Saul, the king of Israel, was consumed by envy.
David, a young shepherd, had slain Goliath. The people hailed him as a hero.
Saul seethed. His heart twisted with jealousy. He saw David's rising popularity as a threat.
My grip on power feels loose. I must eliminate the threat.
One day, in a fit of rage, Saul hurled a spear at David. David dodged it, narrowly escaping death.
My intentions are clear. I want David dead.
The king's fear festered. His paranoia grew. He ordered his men to kill David. Jonathan, Saul's son, was David's closest friend. He was known for his unwavering loyalty.
Father, this is unjust. David has been loyal to you. He saved Israel from Goliath.
Jonathan confronted Saul. He pleaded for David's life.
All right, I promise to spare David.
But Jonathan knew his father's volatile nature. The danger was far from over.
Jonathan has warned me. I must flee. My life is in constant danger.
David, warned by Jonathan, fled into the night. His heart pounded with fear and uncertainty. David, on the run, sought refuge in the wilderness. He was a man marked by destiny, yet hunted by the very king he once served. The wilderness became his sanctuary, a place where he could gather his thoughts and plan his next move. The dense forests and rugged terrains provided him with the cover he needed to stay one step ahead of his pursuers. He gathered a band of loyal followers. These men, drawn to David's charisma and leadership, chose to stand by him despite the dangers. They were a motley crew, united by their loyalty to David and their shared desire for freedom from Saul's tyranny. Together, they formed a tight-knit group, moving stealthily through the wilderness, always on the lookout for Saul's soldiers.
We live as outlaws, constantly on the move. Every day is a new challenge, a new test of our resolve. We have learned to live off the land, to find shelter in the most unlikely places. We are always vigilant, always ready to move at a moment's notice.
Saul, obsessed, relentlessly pursued David. His obsession with capturing David consumed him, driving him to the brink of madness. He saw David as a threat to his throne, a rival who had to be eliminated at all costs. Saul's soldiers, driven by their king's fervor, scoured the land, leaving no stone unturned in their quest to find David. He led his army on countless expeditions, determined to capture and kill his perceived rival. The soldiers, weary from the constant pursuit, followed Saul with a mix of fear and loyalty. They knew that failure was not an option, that Saul's wrath would be swift and unforgiving if they did not succeed.
I will not rest until David is dead. His very existence is a threat to my reign. I cannot allow him to live, to gather more followers and challenge my authority. I will hunt him down, no matter the cost.
Yet, fate had other plans. David, through cunning and bravery, managed to evade Saul's clutches time and again. He used the terrain to his advantage, setting traps and ambushes to throw Saul's soldiers off his trail. His knowledge of the wilderness, combined with his strategic mind, allowed him to stay one step ahead of his pursuers. He even spared Saul's life on 2 occasions. Despite having the opportunity to kill Saul and end his pursuit, David chose mercy over vengeance. He believed that taking Saul's life would only perpetuate the cycle of violence and hatred. Instead, he hoped that his acts of mercy would show Saul the futility of his obsession.
I have spared his life. Perhaps now he will see reason. Perhaps he will understand that I do not seek his throne, that I only wish to live in peace. I hope that my actions will make him see the error of his ways.
David's actions softened Saul's heart, if only temporarily. For a brief moment, Saul saw the futility of his pursuit, the senselessness of his hatred. He realized that David was not his enemy, but a man trying to survive in a world that had turned against him.
David, you have shown mercy. I regret my actions. I see now that my obsession has blinded me, that I have been chasing shadows. I am sorry for the pain I have caused you.
But the respite was short-lived. Saul's remorse was fleeting, and his obsession soon returned. The cycle of pursuit and evasion continued, a relentless dance of survival and desperation. David knew that as long as Saul lived, he would never truly be free. The wilderness, once his sanctuary, had become his prison. Saul's madness returned. He again saw David as a threat. The king's paranoia consumed him.
I must capture David. He cannot be allowed to live.
He resumed his relentless pursuit of David. David, weary of running, sought refuge in the Philistine territory.
I have no choice. I must make a strategic alliance, even with the enemy.
Saul, enraged, viewed this as the ultimate betrayal.
This is the final straw. I will gather my forces and crush David once and for all.
David, caught between 2 enemies, faced an impossible situation. His life hung precariously in the balance.
I must prepare for the inevitable clash.
He prepared for the inevitable clash. Michal, Saul's daughter and David's wife, played a crucial role in his escape. She learned of Saul's plan to kill David.
I knew I had to act quickly.
She devised a daring plan. Michal lowered David from her window using a rope.
Thank you, Michal. Your quick thinking has saved my life.
David escaped into the night, once again evading Saul's grasp. Michal's quick thinking and bravery saved David's life. She demonstrated unwavering loyalty to her husband, defying her own father.
How could you betray me, Michal?
Saul, furious at his daughter's betrayal, disowned Michal. He married her to another man. But Michal's actions bought David precious time. David, constantly on the run, was a man who faced relentless pursuit from King Saul. His life was a series of narrow escapes and desperate flights. Each day brought new challenges and dangers, pushing him to the brink of exhaustion. Yet amidst this turmoil, David found a place of refuge. He sought refuge in the cave of Adullam, a hidden sanctuary nestled in the rugged terrain. This cave was not just a physical shelter, but a place where he could gather his thoughts and plan his next move. It was a place where he could find a moment of peace in the midst of chaos. It became a sanctuary for him and his loyal followers. These men were not just followers, they were his friends, his confidants, and his brothers in arms. They shared his hardships and his dreams. In the dim light of the cave, they found solace in each other's company. They found strength in their shared hardship. The cave echoed with their stories of struggle and survival. Each man brought his own tale of woe, but together they forged a bond that was unbreakable. Their shared experiences became the foundation of their unity.
We must stand together. In this cave, we are more than just fugitives. We are a family, bound by our common cause and our shared destiny. Our unity is our strength, and our resolve is our weapon. Our hardships will make us stronger. Each challenge we face is a test of our character and our commitment. We will emerge from this cave not as broken men, but as warriors ready to fight for our freedom and our future.
Word spread throughout Israel of David's plight. His story resonated with many who were also suffering under the oppressive rule of King Saul. People began to see David not just as a fugitive, but as a beacon of hope. People flocked to join him, the disenfranchised, the indebted, and those seeking adventure. They came from all walks of life, drawn by the promise of a new beginning and the chance to be part of something greater than themselves. David became a symbol of hope for the oppressed. He listened to their grievances, offered them protection, and gave them a sense of purpose. In the darkness of the cave, he became a light that guided them through their darkest hours. He listened to their grievances, offered them protection, and trained them to fight. He taught them the skills they needed to survive and to stand up against their oppressors. Under his leadership, they transformed from a group of desperate men into a formidable force and trained them to fight. They practiced day and night, honing their skills and preparing for the battles that lay ahead. The cave became their training ground, their sanctuary, and their home.
You are no longer alone. In this cave, we have found each other, and together we will find our purpose. We will fight for our freedom, for our families, and for our future. We are not just survivors, we are warriors. Together, we will find our purpose. Our journey is just beginning, and our destiny is in our hands. We will face many challenges, but we will overcome them together. Our unity is our strength, and our resolve is our weapon.
The cave of Adullam transformed David. It was here that he found his true calling and his true strength. He was no longer just a fugitive, he was a leader, a warrior, and a symbol of hope for all who followed him. He was no longer just a fugitive. He had become a leader, a beacon of hope, and a symbol of resistance against oppression. His journey was far from over, but in the cave of Adullam, he found the strength and the resolve to continue his fight. He was a leader, uniting people under a common cause. The cave of Adullam was not just a refuge, it was the birthplace of a movement that would change the course of history. David and his followers would go on to achieve great things, but it all began in the humble sanctuary of the cave. Saul, consumed by his pursuit of David, neglected his duties as king. He became a shadow of his former self, driven by paranoia and rage. The Philistines, sensing Saul's weakness, prepared to attack Israel. They saw an opportunity to conquer their weakened enemy.
How could I have been so blind?
Saul, facing an enemy invasion, realized the gravity of his situation. He had been blinded by his obsession with David. He had forgotten his true purpose.
Why has God forsaken me?
He desperately sought guidance, but God no longer answered his prayers. He had turned his back on the divine. He was lost in his own darkness. Saul, in a last-ditch effort to regain his sanity, sought the help of a necromancer. His mind was plagued by fear and uncertainty, and he felt the weight of his decisions bearing down on him. Desperation drove him to seek answers from beyond the grave. He wanted to communicate with the prophet Samuel, who had died. Saul believed that only Samuel could provide the guidance he so desperately needed. The kingdom was in turmoil, and Saul's grip on power was slipping. The witch summoned Samuel's spirit, the air grew cold, and a sense of foreboding filled the room. The ghostly figure of Samuel emerged, his presence both awe-inspiring and terrifying.
"Why have you disturbed me, Saul?" Samuel's voice echoed with a mix of anger and sorrow, as if he had been pulled from a place of peace.
Samuel, angered by Saul's actions, delivered a chilling prophecy. His words were like daggers, piercing Saul's already troubled heart. The prophecy was not just a warning, but a declaration of what was to come. He foretold Saul's downfall and the rise of David. The young shepherd boy, David, was destined to take Saul's place. This revelation struck fear into Saul's heart as he realized the inevitability of his fate.
"Tomorrow, you and your sons will be with me." Samuel's words were final and absolute, leaving no room for hope or redemption. The Lord will deliver Israel into the hands of the Philistines. The prophecy was clear. The battle would be lost, and Saul's reign would come to a tragic end.
Saul, filled with dread, received a glimpse of his own demise. The vision of his future was bleak, and the weight of his past actions pressed heavily upon him. He realized the extent of his mistakes. The choices he had made, driven by jealousy and fear, had led him to this moment of reckoning. But it was too late for redemption. The path he had chosen was irreversible, and the consequences were now unavoidable. He had allowed jealousy to consume him, leading him down a path of destruction. His envy of David's rising popularity had clouded his judgment and driven him to acts of madness.
What have I done? Saul's voice was filled with anguish and regret as he grappled with the reality of his situation.
He had lost his kingdom, his family, and his connection to God. The once mighty king was now a broken man, facing the consequences of his actions. The divine touch he had once felt was now a distant memory, replaced by the cold reality of his downfall.
Once upon a time, in a land far away, lived two young men named David and Jonathan. David, a shepherd, was brave and kind. Jonathan, a prince, was strong and true. Their lives were different, their paths unlikely to cross. Yet God's plan wove a beautiful story of friendship. It's a story for all times, a story for us. Once upon a time, in a land far away, lived two young men named David and Jonathan. David, a shepherd, was brave and kind. Jonathan, a prince, was strong and true. Their lives were different, their paths unlikely to cross. Yet God's plan wove a beautiful story of friendship. It's a story for all times, a story for us.
David, with his sling and harp, watched over his sheep. He sang songs of courage and faith under the vast sky. He trusted God even when facing lions and bears.
David, a shepherd, was brave and kind. Jonathan, a prince, was strong and true. Their lives were different, their paths unlikely to cross. Yet God's plan wove a beautiful story of friendship. It's a story for all times, a story for us.
David, with his sling and harp, watched over his sheep. He sang songs of courage and faith under the vast sky. He trusted God even when facing lions and bears.
Little did he know, a greater challenge awaited him, a challenge that would change his life forever.
Jonathan, the king's son, was raised in a world of power and privilege. He was a skilled warrior, a leader among men, yet his heart yearned for something more, a connection deeper than duty or blood.
Jonathan, a prince, was strong and true. Their lives were different, their paths unlikely to cross. Yet God's plan wove a beautiful story of friendship. It's a story for all times, a story for us.
David, with his sling and harp, watched over his sheep. He sang songs of courage and faith under the vast sky. He trusted God even when facing lions and bears.
Little did he know, a greater challenge awaited him, a challenge that would change his life forever.
Jonathan, the king's son, was raised in a world of power and privilege. He was a skilled warrior, a leader among men. Yet his heart yearned for something more, a connection deeper than duty or blood. He longed for a friend, a true friend. Their lives were different, their paths unlikely to cross. David, a humble shepherd, spent his days in the fields, tending to his flock, while Jonathan the prince lived in the grandeur of the palace, surrounded by luxury and power. Their worlds couldn't have been more different, yet fate had a plan for them.
Yet God's plan wove a beautiful story of friendship. It was a friendship that transcended social status and expectations, a bond that was forged in the fires of adversity and strengthened by mutual respect and love. They found in each other a kindred spirit, a soul that understood their deepest fears and highest hopes.
It's a story for all times, a story for us, a tale that reminds us of the power of true friendship, the kind that stands the test of time and trials. It's a narrative that has been told and retold through generations, each time resonating with the same profound truth.
David, with his sling and harp, watched over his sheep. He was a young boy with a heart full of dreams and a spirit unyielding. His days were filled with the simple joys of nature, the melodies of his harp echoing through the hills as he sang songs of hope and faith. He sang songs of courage and faith under the vast sky. Each note was a testament to his unwavering belief in a higher power, a God who watched over him and guided his steps. His music was a reflection of his soul, pure and untainted by the world's harsh realities. He trusted God, even when facing lions and bears. In the face of danger, his faith never wavered. He stood firm, knowing that he was not alone, that a divine hand was always there to protect him. These encounters were but a prelude to the greater battles that lay ahead. Little did he know a greater challenge awaited him, a challenge that would change his life forever. The horizon held mysteries and trials that would test his courage and faith in ways he could never have imagined. But David was destined for greatness, and his journey was just beginning.
Jonathan, the king's son, was raised in a world of power and privilege. He was groomed to be a leader, to command respect and wield authority. His life was one of duty and expectation, every step carefully orchestrated to prepare him for the throne. He was a skilled warrior, a leader among men. His prowess in battle was unmatched, and his courage was legendary. Yet beneath the armor and the titles, Jonathan was a man with a heart that longed for something more. Yet his heart yearned for something more, a connection deeper than duty or blood. He sought a bond that was genuine, a friendship that was true and unwavering. In the midst of his royal responsibilities, he felt a void that only a true friend could fill.
He longed for a friend, a true friend, someone who would see him for who he truly was, beyond the titles and the expectations. A friend who would stand by him through thick and thin, who would share in his joys and sorrows.
Their paths were destined to meet, their lives intertwined by a bond that would defy even the darkest storms. It was a friendship ordained by fate, a connection that would become a beacon of hope and strength in the face of overwhelming odds. Together, they would face challenges that would test their loyalty and faith, but their bond would remain unbroken, a testament to the enduring power of true friendship.
Yet God's plan wove a beautiful story of friendship, a tale that transcends time and space, touching the hearts of all who hear it.
It's a story for all times, a story for us, a narrative that speaks to the essence of human connection and the bonds that tie us together.
David, with his sling and harp, watched over his sheep, his heart filled with songs of praise and courage. He sang songs of courage and faith under the vast sky, his voice echoing through the hills and valleys, a testament to his unwavering trust in God. He trusted God, even when facing lions and bears, his bravery a beacon of hope and strength. Little did he know, a greater challenge awaited him, a challenge that would test his faith and courage like never before, a challenge that would change his life forever, setting him on a path of destiny and greatness.
Jonathan, the king's son, was raised in a world of power and privilege, surrounded by the trappings of royalty. He was a skilled warrior, a leader among men, his prowess in battle unmatched. Yet, his heart yearned for something more, a connection deeper than duty or blood, a bond that would fulfill his soul.
He longed for a friend, a true friend, someone who would understand him and stand by him through thick and thin.
Their paths were destined to meet, their lives intertwined by a bond that would defy even the darkest storms, a friendship ordained by the heavens. This is their story, a story of friendship and loyalty, a tale of two souls united by a covenant that would never be broken. A story that echoes through time, reminding us of the power of true connection, the strength of unwavering loyalty, and the beauty of a friendship that stands the test of time.
It's a story for all times, a story for us.
David, with his sling and harp, watched over his sheep. He sang songs of courage and faith under the vast sky. He trusted God, even when facing lions and bears. Little did he know, a greater challenge awaited him, a challenge that would change his life forever. David, with his sling and harp, watched over his sheep. He sang songs of courage and faith under the vast sky. He trusted God, even when facing lions and bears. Little did he know, a greater challenge awaited him, a challenge that would change his life forever.
Jonathan, the king's son, was raised in a world of power and privilege. He was a skilled warrior, a leader among men. Yet his heart yearned for something more, a connection deeper than duty or blood. He longed for a friend, a true friend.
David, with his sling and harp, watched over his sheep. He was a young shepherd, tending to his flock with care and dedication. Each day, he would lead them to green pastures and still waters, ensuring their safety and well-being. He sang songs of courage and faith under the vast sky. His melodies echoed through the hills, a testament to his unwavering trust in God. The stars above seemed to listen, twinkling in response to his heartfelt tunes. He trusted God, even when facing lions and bears. With nothing but his sling and his faith, he defended his sheep from these fierce predators. Little did he know, these battles were preparing him for something far greater. A greater challenge awaited him, one that would test his courage and faith like never before. He felt a calling, a pull towards a destiny that lay beyond the fields he knew so well, a challenge that would change his life forever. The battlefield awaited, a place where his skills and faith would be put to the ultimate test. It was here that he would face his greatest adversary and forge his legacy.
Jonathan, the king's son, was raised in a world of power and privilege. Surrounded by the grandeur of the palace, he was groomed for leadership and valor. His every move was watched, his every action a reflection of his royal lineage. He was a skilled warrior, a leader among men. His prowess in battle was unmatched, and his soldiers looked up to him with respect and admiration. Yet despite his many victories, he felt an emptiness within. Yet his heart yearned for something more, something beyond the accolades and the armor. In the quiet moments, away from the clamor of the court and the battlefield, he pondered the true meaning of his existence, a connection deeper than duty or blood. He longed for a bond that transcended the superficial ties of royalty and power. He desired a friendship built on mutual respect and understanding. He longed for a friend, a true friend, someone who would see him for who he truly was, beyond the titles and the expectations, someone who would stand by him through thick and thin.
Their paths were destined to meet, a meeting that would change both their lives forever. It was as if the universe had conspired to bring them together, two souls in search of something greater, their lives intertwined by a bond that would defy even the darkest storms. Through trials and tribulations, their friendship would stand strong, a beacon of hope and loyalty. This is their story, a story of friendship and loyalty, a tale that has been passed down through generations. It is a story that reminds us of the enduring power of true connection, a story that echoes through time, resonating with each new generation. The lessons of their bond are timeless, teaching us about sacrifice, trust, and unwavering support, reminding us of the power of true connection. In a world that often feels divided, their story serves as a reminder of what it means to truly stand by someone, no matter the circumstances. He sang songs of courage and faith under the vast sky. He trusted God even when facing lions and bears. He trusted God even when facing lions and bears. Little did he know, a greater challenge awaited him, a challenge that would change his life forever. Jonathan, the king's son, was raised in a world of power and privilege. He was a skilled warrior, a leader among men, yet his heart yearned for something more, a connection deeper than duty or blood. He longed for a friend, a true friend. Their paths were destined to meet, their lives intertwined by a bond that would defy even the darkest storms. This is their story, a story of friendship and loyalty, a story that echoes through time, reminding us of the power of true connection. David ran. His feet pounded against the rough terrain, each step a desperate attempt to escape the clutches of death that seemed to be closing in on him. The landscape blurred around him, but he couldn't afford to stop, not even for a moment. His breath came in ragged gasps, his lungs burning with the effort, but the fear driving him was stronger than any physical pain. He ran for his life, knowing that every second counted. Behind him, the shadows of his pursuers loomed large, their intentions clear and deadly. The world around him seemed to close in, the trees and rocks becoming obstacles in his frantic flight. He could almost feel the hot breath of his enemies on his neck, urging him to push harder, run faster. King Saul, consumed by jealousy, wanted him dead. The king's envy had turned into a burning rage, a fire that could only be quenched by David's blood. Saul's once kind eyes were now filled with a murderous intent, his heart blackened by the green-eyed monster of jealousy. David had once been a favored servant, a hero who had slain the giant Goliath, but now he was a fugitive, running from the very man he had once served so loyally. David's heart pounded in his chest, each beat a reminder of the peril he was in. The fear was a constant companion, gnawing at his resolve, but he couldn't afford to give in. He had to keep moving, keep running if he wanted to survive. The weight of his situation pressed down on him, but he forced himself to focus on the path ahead, on the slim hope of escape. He needed help, and he knew just the place. Nob, the city of priests. It was a sanctuary, a place where he might find refuge and aid. The priests of Nob were known for their kindness and hospitality, and David hoped that they would take pity on him in his hour of need. The city loomed in the distance, a beacon of hope in the dark night of his despair.
Ahimelech, I need your help. Saul is after me. His voice was hoarse from the exertion, but the urgency in his tone was unmistakable. He looked into the eyes of the high priest, hoping to find some glimmer of understanding, some sign that he would not be turned away. I have nothing, no food, no weapon. Please help me. The desperation in his voice was palpable, a raw plea for mercy. He was a man stripped of everything, standing on the brink of ruin, and he needed Ahimelech's help to pull him back from the edge.
Ahimelech, the high priest, greeted David. His eyes were filled with concern as he took in the sight of the young man before him. David was a shadow of his former self, his once bright eyes now dull with fear and exhaustion. The high priest could see the toll that the constant running and hiding had taken on him. He could see the fear in David's eyes, a fear that spoke of nights spent in hiding, of days filled with the terror of being discovered. It was a fear that had etched itself into David's very soul, leaving him a haunted man. David, a shepherd boy turned giant slayer, now looked like a hunted animal. The transformation was stark and heartbreaking. The boy who had once faced a giant with nothing but a sling and a few stones now cowered in fear, his spirit battered by the relentless pursuit of a jealous king. Ahimelech listened intently as David told his story, his voice trembling with exhaustion and fear. The high priest could hear the desperation in every word, the raw emotion that threatened to overwhelm the young man. David spoke of the constant danger, the narrow escapes, and the ever-present fear that had become his constant companion. His voice trembling with exhaustion and fear, David recounted the harrowing journey that had brought him to Nob. Each word was a testament to the trials he had faced, the strength he had mustered to keep going despite the odds.
David, you look exhausted and frightened. Ahimelech's voice was gentle, filled with compassion. He could see the toll that the constant running had taken on David, the way it had worn him down to the bone. What has happened to you? The question was simple, but it carried the weight of genuine concern. Ahimelech wanted to understand, to help in any way he could.
I need food, shelter, and most importantly, a weapon to defend myself. David's voice was a mix of desperation and determination. He knew what he needed to survive, and he wasn't afraid to ask for it. And most importantly, a weapon to defend myself. The repetition of his plea underscored the urgency of his situation. He needed to be able to protect himself, to fight back if necessary.
David needed food, he needed shelter, but most importantly, he needed a weapon to defend himself. The high priest could see the truth in David's eyes, the raw need that drove him. He knew that he had to help, that he couldn't turn away a man in such desperate need. But most importantly, he needed a weapon to defend himself. The weight of David's plea hung in the air, a testament to the dire straits he found himself in. Ahimelech knew that he had to act, to provide the aid that David so desperately needed. Ahimelech's heart went out to David. He saw a man who was not just any man, but a man after God's own heart. David was a warrior, a poet, a leader, and a man of deep faith. Yet here he was, hunted and desperate, fleeing from a jealous king who sought his life. Ahimelech saw a good man, a man who had been anointed by the prophet Samuel, a man who had shown great courage and faith in the face of overwhelming odds. But now, David was a fugitive, running for his life from King Saul, who saw him as a threat to his throne. The priest was torn. Could he, a servant of God, offer aid to a fugitive? Could he risk the wrath of the king to help a man he believed to be righteous? The weight of his decision pressed heavily on his heart.
David, I see your desperation. I see the fear in your eyes and the weariness in your soul. But helping you might bring danger to us all. The king's wrath is not something to be taken lightly. How can I be sure of your intentions? How can I know that you do not seek to harm Saul, or that you will not bring his anger down upon us? The risk is great, and the consequences could be dire. I must be certain that you are who you say you are, and that your intentions are pure.
David, sensing the priest's hesitation, pleaded for help. He spoke with a fervor born of desperation, his voice trembling with emotion. He had no ill intentions towards Saul, he swore. He just needed a chance to survive, a chance to continue the mission he believed God had given him. He raised his hand in a solemn oath, his eyes filled with sincerity. I swear, Ahimelech, I mean no harm to Saul. I have no desire to take his throne by force. I just need a chance to survive. Please help me. The words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. David's plea was not just for his own life, but for the future he believed God had promised him. He was a man on the run, but he was also a man of destiny, a man who believed he had a purpose to fulfill.
I swear, Ahimelech, I mean no harm to Saul. I just need a chance to survive. Please help me. I'm not asking for much, just a bit of food and a weapon to defend myself. I have no intention of causing harm to anyone. I just need a chance to survive. Please help me. I am a man of faith, just like you. I believe that God has a plan for me, and I'm trying to follow that plan. But I cannot do it alone. I need your help.
Ahimelech relented. The priest's heart was moved by David's earnest plea. He saw the sincerity in David's eyes, the desperation in his voice. He knew that helping David was a risk, but it was a risk he felt compelled to take. He offered David holy bread, sustenance for his journey. The bread was not just food, but a symbol of God's provision, a reminder that even in the darkest times, God provides for his people. And then, he did something even more risky. He gave David the sword of Goliath, the giant David himself had slain. The sword was a symbol of David's courage and God's favor, a reminder of the great victory God had given him. The sword of Goliath was not just a weapon, but a symbol of God's power and protection. It was a reminder that God had chosen David, that he had given him the strength to defeat a giant. It was a symbol of hope, a reminder that God was with David, even in his darkest hour.
Here, take this bread. It is holy bread, a symbol of God's provision. May it sustain you on your journey. And take the sword of Goliath. It is a symbol of your courage and God's favor. May it serve you well in the battles to come. May it serve you well. May it remind you that God is with you, that he has chosen you, and that he will give you the strength to overcome any obstacle.
Unbeknownst to David and Ahimelech, a pair of eyes watched from the shadows. Doeg the Edomite, a servant of Saul, had seen everything. He saw David's desperation, Ahimelech's compassion, and the exchange of the sword.
This could be my chance to gain favor with King Saul. I must report this act of treason.
Doeg, loyal to Saul, saw an opportunity to win the king's favor. He would report this encounter, this act of treason against the king. David, unaware of the danger lurking nearby, felt a surge of hope. He had food, a weapon, and a moment to catch his breath, but his respite was short-lived. News of Doeg's betrayal reached David. The weight of the news was almost unbearable. Doeg, once a trusted figure, had turned against him, revealing his location to King Saul. David's heart sank as he realized the gravity of the situation. He knew he couldn't stay in Israel. The land that once felt like home was now a dangerous trap. Every corner, every shadow could hide a potential threat. The wilderness, though vast, offered little solace. He had to keep moving, always one step ahead of Saul's relentless pursuit. Saul would stop at nothing to find him. The king's obsession with capturing David had reached a fever pitch. Soldiers scoured the land, leaving no stone unturned. David's every move was shadowed by the looming threat of capture. The once noble king had become a hunter, and David his prey. Desperate, David made a daring, even reckless, decision. He weighed his options, knowing that staying in Israel was a death sentence. The only way to survive was to seek refuge in the most unlikely of places. It was a gamble, but one he had to take. He would seek refuge in Gath, the Philistine city, the home of Goliath. The irony was bitter. Gath, the city of his greatest enemy, now seemed like his only sanctuary. The very thought of it was both terrifying and strangely hopeful. Could he find safety among his enemies?
I have no choice. The words echoed in his mind, a mantra of survival. Every step towards Gath was a step away from certain death. He had to believe that this was the right path, that somehow he would find a way to survive. I must go to Gath. The journey was long and arduous. The dusty road seemed endless, each mile a testament to his determination. With every step he left behind the familiar and ventured deeper into the unknown. It's risky, but it's my only hope. The crossroads of his life had brought him here. The distant city of Gath loomed on the horizon, a beacon of both danger and potential salvation. He had to trust in his instincts, in the hope that this desperate gamble would pay off.
The irony wasn't lost on David. As he walked, he couldn't help but reflect on the twists of fate that had led him here. The slayer of Goliath, now seeking refuge among the Philistines. Life had a cruel sense of humor. He, the slayer of Goliath, was now seeking protection from the giant's people. The memory of that fateful battle was still vivid in his mind, the cheers of victory, the weight of Goliath's sword, and now he was at the mercy of those who had once feared him. Fear gnawed at his heart. Every step closer to Gath was a step deeper into uncertainty. What if they recognized him? What if they saw him as an enemy, a threat to be eliminated? The questions plagued his mind, each one more terrifying than the last. What if he was recognized? The thought was paralyzing. He pulled his hood tighter, hoping to blend into the crowd, but the fear was always there, lurking in the back of his mind. Recognition meant death. What if Achish, the king of Gath, saw him not as a refugee but as a threat, a trophy to avenge their fallen champion? The stakes were impossibly high. Achish's judgment would determine his fate. Would he find refuge or face the wrath of a king seeking vengeance? The answer lay ahead in the heart of enemy territory. David's life was in danger. King Saul, consumed by jealousy and suspicion, wanted him dead. After David's victory over Goliath, Saul saw him not as a hero but as a threat. The people loved David, sang his praises, and Saul's paranoia festered. Driven by this fear, Saul plotted to kill David. David, a young man of faith and courage, was forced to flee for his life. He became a fugitive in his own land, hunted by the very king he had served faithfully. But even in his darkest hour, David clung to his faith. He would trust in God's protection and provision as he navigated this dangerous new chapter of his life. David sought refuge in a cave near Adullam. Word spread quickly that David was hiding in Adullam. Soon, a ragtag group of people began to gather at the cave. These were not soldiers or nobles, but the downtrodden and the desperate. They saw in David a man of courage and compassion, a man who understood their struggles. David welcomed them all. In the cave at Adullam, a community began to form. They trained together, prayed together, and found strength in their shared circumstances. David, the shepherd boy who once tended his father's sheep, was now a leader of men, a beacon of hope in a time of darkness. As David's following grew, so did the danger. The cave at Adullam, once a refuge, was becoming a target. Saul, hearing rumors of David's growing band of followers, saw this as a direct threat to his rule. David knew he couldn't stay in Adullam. He decided to seek refuge in the land of Moab, the land of his ancestors. David, with his parents and loyal followers, journeyed to Mizpah in Moab. There he sought an audience with the king of Moab. David, with humility and respect, explained his situation. The king of Moab, moved by David's plight, agreed to grant him and his family refuge within his borders. It was a small victory in the face of great adversity, a testament to David's courage and the hand of God working in his life.
I see enemies everywhere, even among my own people.
Meanwhile, Saul's paranoia continued to fester. He surrounded himself with yes-men who fed his suspicions and fears. One day, Saul received word that David was gathering support in the wilderness. The reports were exaggerated, fueled by gossip and fear.
This is it. David is no longer a loyal subject, but a dangerous rebel.
Saul, already on edge, erupted in fury. He saw this as confirmation of his worst fears. He vowed to crush David and his followers, to make an example of them that would silence any further dissent. Saul's paranoia, once a whisper, had become a deafening roar, driving him to commit acts of unspeakable cruelty. Saul, consumed by rage and paranoia, summoned his army. He ordered them to hunt down David and his men and bring them to him, dead or alive. Saul's soldiers scoured the countryside, but David was always one step ahead. Frustrated and enraged, Saul turned his wrath on anyone he suspected of aiding David.
I have heard rumors that Ahimelech, the priest at Nob, has given David food and shelter.
Without hesitation, Saul marched on Nob with his soldiers, intending to punish Ahimelech for his supposed treachery.
Soldiers, kill Ahimelech and all the priests at Nob!
The soldiers, hesitant to raise their swords against men of God, refused. Finally, one man, Doeg the Edomite, stepped forward and carried out Saul's horrific command, slaughtering Ahimelech and 85 other priests. The massacre at Nob was a turning point in Saul's reign. He had crossed a line, shedding innocent blood in his blind rage. The news of the massacre spread like wildfire, filling the people with horror and disgust. But amidst the carnage there was one survivor. Abiathar, the son of Ahimelech, witnessed the slaughter of his father and fellow priests. Horrified and heartbroken, he knew he had to escape. He grabbed the ephod, the sacred garment worn by the priests, and fled for his life. Abiathar, the sole survivor of Saul's madness, carried with him not only the memory of the massacre, but also the sacred ephod, a symbol of God's presence and covenant with his people. Abiathar, exhausted and terrified, eventually found his way to David. He had been running for his life, fleeing from the wrath of King Saul, who had ordered the massacre of the priests at Nob. He told David the horrific news of the massacre at Nob, the slaughter of his father and fellow priests. The brutality of Saul's men had left no one alive, and Abiathar had barely escaped with his life.
David, my father and the priests, they are all dead. Saul's men killed them all. They showed no mercy, and I am the only one who survived.
David was devastated by what he heard. The news struck him deeply, as he had known and respected Ahimelech, the priest who had shown him kindness in his time of need. He had known and respected Ahimelech, the priest who had shown him kindness in his time of need. The loss of such a noble man weighed heavily on his heart. He mourned the loss of innocent lives, the senseless violence that had gripped his nation. The thought of such brutality and the suffering of the innocent filled him with sorrow and anger.
What will I do now? Where can I find safety and purpose after such a tragedy?
He embraced Abiathar, offering him comfort and protection. David understood the pain of loss and the need for a safe haven. David welcomed Abiathar into his company, offering him sanctuary and brotherhood. He assured Abiathar that he would be safe among his men. He saw in Abiathar a kindred spirit, a man of faith who had suffered a great loss. Together, they could find strength and purpose in their shared grief and determination. With Abiathar came the ephod, the sacred garment that represented God's presence. This ephod was a symbol of divine guidance and favor. This was a significant development for David, as it meant he now had access to God's guidance through the priestly ministry of Abiathar. The ephod would be a source of wisdom and direction in the challenging times ahead. Bearing the burden. David's acceptance of responsibility. David was deeply troubled by Abiathar's words. He felt a heavy burden of responsibility for the tragedy that had befallen Ahimelech and the priests of Nob.
I am responsible for the death of your father and your family, David confessed to Abiathar, his voice heavy with remorse. I brought this tragedy upon them.
David's words were not simply an acknowledgement of guilt, but a profound expression of empathy and accountability. He understood that his decision to flee to Nob, to seek help from Ahimelech, had put the priest and his household in danger. David's willingness to accept responsibility for the consequences of his actions, even if they were unintentional, revealed his true character. He was not a man who shirked accountability or blamed others for his misfortunes. He was a man of integrity, willing to own his mistakes and their consequences. A covenant of protection, David's oath to Abiathar. David, determined to atone for his role in the tragedy, made a solemn vow to Abiathar. He felt a deep sense of responsibility and guilt for the events that had transpired, and this vow was his way of seeking redemption. He pledged to protect him from Saul's wrath, to offer him sanctuary and brotherhood among his followers. David's followers, loyal and steadfast, welcomed Abiathar into their fold, understanding the gravity of David's promise.
"Stay with me," David urged Abiathar, his voice filled with compassion and resolve. He wanted Abiathar to feel the sincerity of his words, to know that he was not alone in this perilous journey. "Don't be afraid, for whoever seeks my life seeks your life also." David's words were a promise of solidarity, a vow that their fates were now intertwined. "You are safe with me." These words were not just a reassurance, but a binding promise that David intended to uphold at all costs.
David's promise to Abiathar was not an empty gesture. It was a commitment born out of a profound sense of duty and empathy. It was a sacred oath, a covenant forged in the fires of shared suffering and mutual trust. The bond between them grew stronger with each passing day, solidified by their shared experiences and the dangers they faced together. David vowed to be Abiathar's protector, his defender, his surrogate family. He would stand by him through thick and thin, no matter the cost. He would share his food, his shelter, his life with Abiathar, treating him as a brother, a fellow survivor in a world gone mad. Their bond was a beacon of hope in a time of chaos. This act of compassion and loyalty, extended to a man who had lost everything, spoke volumes about David's character. It was a testament to his unwavering sense of justice and humanity, even in the face of overwhelming adversity. The wages of sin, Saul's downward spiral. Saul's descent into madness continued unabated. The massacre at Nob, far from silencing his critics, only served to fuel their outrage. The people, once loyal to their king, now whispered of his instability, his cruelty, his unfitness to rule. Saul, isolated by his paranoia and haunted by his crimes, retreated further into himself. His reign, once marked by promise and victory, was now stained with blood and tyranny. The once noble king had become a prisoner of his own making, trapped in a cage of his own paranoia. He had abandoned God, rejected wise counsel, and surrendered to his darkest impulses. Loyalty forged in crisis, the foundation of David's kingship. In the wilderness, a different kind of leadership was emerging, one that was not defined by titles or wealth, but by character and resilience. David, through his compassion, courage, and unwavering faith, was forging a loyal following. His actions spoke louder than words, and his followers saw in him a beacon of hope. He attracted those who were marginalized, those who had been cast aside by society and had nowhere else to turn, those who were seeking justice, who longed for a leader who would fight for their rights and dignity, those who yearned for a leader who would stand up for what was right, even in the face of overwhelming odds. David's words and actions resonated deeply with them. David's leadership was not about power or ambition, but about service and sacrifice. He shared what little he had with those in need, always putting others before himself. He led by example, inspiring his followers with his unwavering faith in God, showing them that true strength comes from a higher power. His compassion for the downtrodden, always ready to lend a helping hand or a comforting word, and his courage in the face of danger, never backing down from a challenge no matter how daunting. The bond between David and his men was forged in shared hardship, mutual respect, and unwavering loyalty. They were more than followers, they were a family. In the hearts of the people, a seed was planted, a seed that would one day blossom into the kingship of David, a kingship that promised a new era of hope and prosperity, a reign marked by justice, righteousness, and the blessing of God. David's journey from the wilderness to the throne was a testament to the power of faith, compassion, and unwavering determination.
David's life was full of adventure. He was a shepherd, a warrior, and a king chosen by God. But even kings face danger. Word reached David that the Philistines were attacking Keilah, a city in Judah. These were David's people, and they were in trouble. David's heart went out to them. He knew he had to help, but David was a man of faith. He didn't just rush into battle, he sought guidance from God.
Should I go and help these people? Will you deliver them into my hand?
God answered David's prayer. In the midst of his turmoil and uncertainty, David sought divine guidance. He was a man of faith, and his trust in God was unwavering. He knew that without divine intervention, the challenges ahead would be insurmountable.
Go. The command was clear and resolute. It was not just a directive, but a promise of victory and deliverance. I will deliver the Philistines into your hand. These words echoed in David's mind, filling him with a renewed sense of purpose and courage. He felt the weight of responsibility, but also the assurance of divine support.
This was the assurance David needed. In times of great distress, a single word from God can change everything. It can turn fear into faith, doubt into determination. He knew that with God on his side, he could face any enemy. No matter how formidable the Philistines appeared, David's confidence was rooted in his faith. But there was a problem. David's men were afraid. They had seen the might of the Philistine army, and their hearts were filled with dread. They had seen the Philistine army. The sheer size and strength of their adversaries were enough to shake the bravest of hearts. They knew how strong and fierce they were. The Philistines were not just any enemy. They were seasoned warriors, known for their brutality and strength.
We are afraid here in Judah. The fear was palpable. It was not just the fear of battle, but the fear of losing everything they held dear. How much more so if we go to Keilah against the armies of the Philistines? The thought of facing such a formidable enemy in unfamiliar territory was daunting.
David's men were loyal, but they were also realistic. They had families. They wanted to live. Their loyalty to David was unquestionable, but their fear for their lives and the lives of their loved ones was equally strong. Could David blame them for their fear? He understood their concerns. He too had moments of doubt and fear, but his faith in God's promise gave him the strength to lead. David faced a difficult choice. Should he listen to his men and stay away from danger, or should he trust God and go to the aid of Keilah? David's heart burned with a passion for God and a love for his people. He knew what was right. He would trust in the Lord. David encouraged his men.
Don't be afraid. The Lord is with us. He will fight for us.
David's courage was contagious. His men, inspired by his faith, rallied behind him. The battle was fierce, but the Lord was faithful to his promise. David and his men fought bravely, and they defeated the Philistines. They saved Keilah from certain destruction. The people of Keilah were overjoyed. They had been saved from a terrible fate. They thanked David and his men for their bravery. They knew that it was God who had given them the victory. This victory was a testament to David's leadership and his unwavering faith in God. Section 5. A King's Obsession. Saul's Relentless Pursuit. Saul, the first king of Israel, was a man of great ambition and determination. His reign was marked by numerous battles and conquests, but none were as personal and consuming as his pursuit of David. News of David's victory reached Saul. David, a young shepherd who had risen to fame by defeating the giant Goliath, had become a celebrated hero among the people. His bravery and skill in battle were unmatched, and his popularity grew with each passing day. But instead of being happy for David, Saul was filled with jealousy. The king could not bear the thought of someone else receiving the adoration and respect that he believed was rightfully his. Saul was consumed by envy. He saw David not just as a rival, but as a direct threat to his throne. The more David succeeded, the more Saul's paranoia grew. He saw David as a threat to his throne. The whispers of the people, the songs they sang in David's honor, all fueled Saul's fear and insecurity. He began to see conspiracies everywhere, believing that David was plotting to overthrow him.
I will not let David take what is mine. He must be stopped. Saul's voice echoed with a mix of anger and desperation. His soldiers, loyal to their king, prepared for the arduous task ahead.
Saul was consumed by envy and paranoia. His once noble and courageous spirit was now overshadowed by a dark obsession. He could think of nothing else but capturing and killing David. He became obsessed with capturing and killing David. Every waking moment was spent devising strategies and plans. He consulted with his advisors, scrutinized maps, and plotted every possible move. Saul gathered his army and set out to find David. The king's determination was unwavering. He led his men through harsh terrains, from scorching deserts to dense forests, all in the relentless pursuit of his perceived enemy. He was determined to destroy him. Saul's commands were clear and resolute. His soldiers, driven by their king's fervor, followed him without question. Saul's pursuit of David was relentless. He chased him from town to town, from wilderness to wilderness. No place was too remote, no terrain too challenging. He chased him from town to town, from wilderness to wilderness. The pursuit was grueling, but Saul's determination never wavered. He believed that capturing David was the only way to secure his throne and his legacy. Saul would not rest until David was dead. Even in moments of rest, Saul's mind was consumed with thoughts of David. His obsession drove him to the brink of madness, but he pressed on, convinced that his mission was just and necessary. Section 6. Seeking refuge, finding solace in uncertain times. David was forced to live as a fugitive, constantly on the run. He sought refuge in caves, forests, and desolate places. But even in these difficult times, David never lost his faith in God.
Lord, you are my protector and my stronghold. Guide me through these dark times.
He continued to pray and seek God's guidance. He knew that God was his protector and his stronghold. David's faith was his shield and his comfort. Section 7. A covenant of brothers, Jonathan's unwavering loyalty. Not everyone had turned against David.
Jonathan, Saul's son, remained loyal to his friend. He knew that David was a good man, a man after God's own heart.
Jonathan risked his own life to warn David about Saul's plans. He provided David with food and shelter.
Jonathan and David made a covenant of friendship, a bond that even death could not break.
Their friendship was a shining example of loyalty and love in a time of treachery and deceit. Section 8. Wilderness wanderings, trusting God in desolation. David's life was a constant game of cat and mouse.
He moved from place to place, always one step ahead of Saul. He and his men lived in caves and deserts, constantly on guard.
It was a hard life, full of danger and uncertainty. But through it all, David never gave up hope.
He knew that God was with him even in the darkest of times. David's faith was tested, but it never wavered.
Section 9. Betrayal and Deliverance. The Ziphites and the Philistines. This chapter delves into one of the most trying times in David's life, a period marked by treachery and divine intervention. Even in his darkest hour, David faced betrayal. The weight of this betrayal was immense as it came from those he considered his own people, his own kin.
The Ziphites, his own countrymen, told Saul where he was hiding. They approached Saul with the intent to curry favor, hoping that by betraying David, they would gain Saul's trust and perhaps some reward. They hoped to gain Saul's favor by betraying David. Their actions were driven by a mix of fear and ambition, a dangerous combination that often leads to treachery.
Saul, seeing an opportunity to trap David, surrounded the mountain where David was hiding. The terrain was rugged and unforgiving, making it an ideal place for an ambush. It seemed like all hope was lost. David, cornered and outnumbered, must have felt the weight of impending doom pressing down on him.
But God had other plans. In his moment of despair, David turned to prayer, seeking guidance and deliverance from his dire situation.
Just when Saul was about to capture David, news arrived that the Philistines were raiding Israel. This sudden development was nothing short of a miracle for David. Saul was forced to abandon his pursuit of David and turn his attention to the new threat. The Philistines' attack was a pressing matter that required immediate action, pulling Saul and his men away from their hunt. David was once again spared, this time by an unexpected turn of events. The intervention of the Philistines was a testament to the unpredictable nature of life and the divine hand that often guides it. As David emerged from his hiding place, he must have felt a profound sense of relief and gratitude. The night sky, filled with stars, seemed to reflect the hope that had been rekindled in his heart. His followers, who had been equally distressed, rejoiced at his safe return. They gathered around him, their faces alight with joy and relief, and together they offered prayers of thanks. In the days that followed, David took time to reflect on the events that had transpired. He penned his thoughts and prayers, capturing the essence of his experiences and the lessons learned. With renewed determination, David and his men prepared for the challenges that lay ahead. They trained diligently, knowing that their journey was far from over and that more trials awaited them. As the sun rose, symbolizing new beginnings, David looked towards the horizon with hope and resolve. The trials he had faced had only strengthened his faith and his commitment to his cause. United and strong, David and his men marched forward, ready to face whatever destiny had in store for them. Their journey was a testament to resilience, faith, and the enduring spirit of hope. Section 10. Unwavering Faith, David's enduring trust in God. David's life was a testament to the incredible power of unwavering faith.
He faced giants, armies, and the wrath of a powerful king,
David's story teaches us that even in the face of fear, uncertainty, and betrayal, we can find strength and courage in our faith.
Like David, we can face our own giants, knowing that with God on our side, we are never truly alone.
King Saul was a powerful man. He ruled over Israel with an iron fist, commanding respect and loyalty from his subjects. His reign was marked by numerous victories and a strong sense of justice. The people of Israel looked up to him as a formidable leader who could protect them from their enemies. His presence was imposing and his decisions were final. Yet beneath this exterior of strength and authority, there lay a heart that was not at peace. But his heart was troubled. Despite his outward appearance of confidence and control, King Saul was plagued by inner turmoil. He often found himself lost in thought, his mind racing with insecurities and fears. The weight of the crown bore heavily on him, and he struggled to find solace. His nights were sleepless, filled with haunting dreams and visions of betrayal. The once mighty king was now a man tormented by his own doubts and anxieties. He was consumed by jealousy. The root of his distress was a young man named David. David's rise to fame and the admiration he received from the people of Israel gnawed at Saul's heart. The king's jealousy grew with each passing day, turning into a burning rage that he could not control. His thoughts were clouded by envy, and he began to see David as a threat to his throne and his legacy. The once noble king was now a prisoner of his own emotions. A young man named David was gaining popularity. David was not just any young man, he was a shepherd boy who had captured the hearts of the people with his bravery and charisma. His humble beginnings and his unwavering faith in God made him a beloved figure among the Israelites. People sang songs of his heroics and his name was on everyone's lips. David's rise was meteoric and his presence was a beacon of hope for many. David was brave and strong, his courage was unmatched and his strength was legendary. He had proven himself time and again on the battlefield, earning the respect of soldiers and civilians alike. David's valor was not just in his physical prowess, but also in his unwavering faith and determination. He was a natural leader, and his confidence inspired those around him. The people saw in David a future leader, someone who could guide them through the darkest of times. He had defeated the giant Goliath. This single act of bravery had catapulted David into the annals of history. Armed with nothing but a sling and a few stones, David had faced the fearsome giant Goliath and emerged victorious. This incredible feat had not only saved Israel from the Philistines, but had also cemented David's place as a hero in the hearts of the people. His victory was celebrated far and wide, and his legend grew with each retelling of the tale. Saul feared David would take his throne. He became David's enemy. The king's paranoia reached new heights as he watched David's popularity soar. Every cheer for David felt like a dagger to Saul's heart. He could not bear the thought of being overshadowed by this young upstart. The fear of losing his throne and his legacy consumed Saul, turning his admiration for David into bitter enmity. He saw David not as a loyal subject, but as a rival who needed to be eliminated. Saul chased David into the harsh desert of En-Gedi. Determined to rid himself of this perceived threat, Saul launched a relentless pursuit of David. The once peaceful relationship between the king and his loyal subject had turned into a deadly game of cat and mouse. David, now a fugitive, was forced to flee into the unforgiving wilderness of the desert of En-Gedi. The harsh terrain and the constant threat of capture made every day a struggle for survival. The desert was a dangerous place. The desert of En-Gedi was a barren and treacherous landscape filled with rocky paths and hidden dangers. The scorching sun and the lack of water made it a hostile environment for anyone seeking refuge. David and his followers had to navigate this perilous terrain, always on the lookout for Saul's soldiers. The desert tested their endurance and their faith, pushing them to their limits. It was filled with caves and cliffs. The desert's rugged landscape provided numerous hiding spots, but it also posed significant risks. The caves and cliffs offered temporary shelter, but they were also potential traps. David and his men had to be constantly vigilant, knowing that Saul's forces could be lurking around any corner. The natural formations of the desert became both their sanctuary and their prison, a place where they could hide but never truly feel safe. Saul was determined to find David and kill him. The king's obsession with capturing David knew no bounds. He deployed his best soldiers to scour the desert, leaving no stone unturned in their search. Saul's determination was fueled by his fear and jealousy, driving him to the brink of madness. The once great king was now a man consumed by his own insecurities, willing to go to any lengths to eliminate the threat he believed David posed. The chase through the desert of En-Gedi was a testament to the destructive power of jealousy and the lengths to which it could drive a man. Deep in the desert, David and his men found shelter. They hid in a cave. It was dark and secluded. The cave offered them protection from Saul's soldiers. One day, Saul entered the very same cave. He was tired from his pursuit. He had no idea David was hiding within. Saul felt safe. He lay down to rest inside the cave. Little did he know he was moments away from danger.
This is our chance. God has delivered him into our hands.
They urged David to kill Saul. It seemed like the perfect opportunity to end the chase. David's heart pounded in his chest. He snuck closer to Saul. He could easily kill Saul and escape. But something stopped him. David knew in his heart that killing was wrong. He believed God would make things right. He would not take justice into his own hands.
I will not harm Saul. He is still the Lord's anointed king.
David's men were shocked. They argued with him. They reminded him of Saul's cruelty. They said it was foolish to show mercy to an enemy.
Vengeance belongs to the Lord. It is not our place to punish.
David listened patiently. Then he calmly explained his decision. As Saul slept, David crept forward again. He carefully cut off a piece of Saul's robe. He wanted to show Saul he could have killed him. But he chose mercy instead. When Saul woke up, he left the cave. David followed him. He called out to Saul from a distance. He showed him the piece of his robe. Saul was stunned. He stood there, frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend the magnitude of what had just transpired. The very man he had been hunting, the one he had sought to destroy, had shown him mercy. It was a moment that would be etched in his memory forever. He realized David had spared his life. Shame washed over him like a tidal wave, engulfing his heart and soul. He had been so consumed by his own fears and insecurities that he had failed to see the true character of the man before him. David's act of mercy was a stark contrast to his own actions. He knew he had wronged David. The weight of his past actions pressed heavily on his shoulders. He had pursued David relentlessly, driven by jealousy and paranoia. But now, in this moment of clarity, he saw the error of his ways. He felt a deep sense of regret and sorrow for the pain he had caused. Yet, David had shown him incredible kindness. It was a kindness that transcended the bitterness and hatred that had once filled their relationship. David's compassion was a beacon of hope, a reminder that even in the darkest of times there is always a glimmer of light. It was a testament to the power of forgiveness.
You're a better man than I am, David. Saul's voice trembled with emotion as he spoke these words. It was an admission of his own shortcomings and a recognition of David's noble spirit. In that moment, Saul saw David not as an enemy, but as a man of great integrity and honor.
Tears filled his eyes. They were not just tears of sorrow, but also of relief. For the first time in a long while, Saul felt a sense of peace. The burden of his hatred and anger began to lift, replaced by a newfound respect for David. It was a cathartic release, a moment of profound emotional healing. He asked for David's forgiveness. His voice was choked with emotion, his words barely audible. It was a humbling experience to seek forgiveness from the very man he had wronged so deeply. But it was also a necessary step towards redemption. Saul knew that without David's forgiveness, he could never truly find peace.
Please forgive me. Saul's plea was sincere, his eyes pleading for understanding. He had come to realize that forgiveness was not just about absolving the past, but also about paving the way for a better future. It was a chance to rebuild trust and mend the broken bonds between them.
David humbled himself before Saul. He knelt down, a gesture of respect and humility. It was a powerful moment, one that spoke volumes about David's character. He was not seeking revenge or retribution, but rather, he was extending a hand of reconciliation. It was an act of true leadership and compassion. He insisted he meant no harm. David's voice was calm and steady, a stark contrast to the turmoil that had once defined their relationship. He wanted Saul to understand that his intentions were pure, that he harbored no ill will. It was a message of peace, a call for unity and understanding. He only wanted to serve his king faithfully. David's loyalty was unwavering, his commitment to Saul unshaken. Despite the hardships and betrayals, he remained steadfast in his dedication. It was a testament to his character, a reflection of his deep sense of duty and honor.
I mean no harm, my king. David's words were a reassurance, a promise of his loyalty. He bowed down, a gesture of submission and respect. It was a moment of profound humility, a reminder that true strength lies in the ability to forgive and to serve with a pure heart. I only wish to serve you faithfully. David's pledge was sincere, his devotion unwavering. He had proven time and again that his loyalty was not just in words, but in actions. It was a powerful reminder of the strength of character and the transformative power of forgiveness.
This story teaches us about integrity. Even though Saul was his enemy, David refused to harm him. He knew it was wrong to take revenge. David chose to do what was right, even when it was difficult. He trusted God to be his protector and defender. David's actions teach us that integrity means doing the right thing, even when no one is watching. It means choosing to honor God in all circumstances. Forgiveness is a powerful force. When we forgive others, we release the bitterness and anger we hold inside. David could have held on to resentment towards Saul. Instead, he chose to forgive. This allowed him to move forward with a pure heart. Forgiving others doesn't excuse their actions, but it frees us from the burden of carrying pain and anger. It opens the door for healing and reconciliation. David's act of mercy had a ripple effect. It touched Saul's heart. It caused him to reflect on his own actions. When we choose forgiveness and kindness, it can inspire others to do the same. We can create a more peaceful world by extending grace and understanding to those around us. Every act of kindness, big or small, has the power to make a difference. The story of David and Saul is a timeless reminder of the importance of mercy, forgiveness, and integrity. In the ancient texts, we find a narrative that transcends time and culture, offering lessons that are as pertinent now as they were in the days of old. David, a young shepherd destined to be king, had every reason to seek vengeance against Saul, the reigning king who sought his life. Yet in a moment of profound decision, David chose a path less traveled. These values are just as relevant today as they were thousands of years ago. In our modern world, where conflicts and misunderstandings are commonplace, the principles of mercy and forgiveness can bridge divides and heal wounds. Imagine a world where, instead of retaliating, we choose to understand and forgive. The landscapes of our lives, much like the timeless landscapes of ancient and modern cities, would be transformed. We all face situations where we are tempted to take revenge or hold on to grudges, whether it's a disagreement with a colleague, a betrayal by a friend, or a long-standing family feud. The urge to retaliate can be strong. Historical conflicts, much like our personal battles, often stem from a place of hurt and misunderstanding. But what if, instead of escalating the conflict, we chose a different path? In those moments, remember David's example. Choose mercy, choose forgiveness, choose integrity. David's decision to spare Saul, despite having the opportunity to end his life, was a testament to his character and his faith. It was a choice that required immense strength and courage. By choosing mercy, David not only spared Saul, but also set a powerful example for generations to come. This act of forgiveness is a beacon of hope, reminding us that we too can rise above our base instincts. You might be surprised by the powerful impact your choices can have on yourself and others. When we choose mercy, we open the door to healing and reconciliation. Communities can come together, relationships can be mended, and personal growth can flourish. The ripple effect of one act of kindness can extend far beyond what we can see. Just as David's choice brought relief and joy to his people, our decisions can bring about positive change in our own lives and the lives of those around us. Embrace the power of mercy and watch as it transforms your world.
The death of Samuel cast a shadow over Israel. His absence was deeply felt, especially by a young man named David. David was no ordinary Israelite. He was a gifted musician, a courageous warrior, and the one chosen by God to be the next king. Yet David was not on the throne. He was in the wilderness, a fugitive on the run from the jealous rage of King Saul. David and his loyal followers found refuge in the desolate beauty of the desert of Paran. It was a harsh land of rugged canyons and scorching sun. Survival was a daily challenge, a constant test of their strength and resourcefulness. Little did David know that a fateful encounter awaited him in this desolate land. Not far from David's wilderness refuge in the region of Maon lived a wealthy man named Nabal. Nabal was a powerful landowner. His flocks of sheep and goats were vast. He was a man ruled by greed, selfishness, and a quick temper. In stark contrast to her husband, Nabal's wife Abigail was known for her intelligence, beauty, and wisdom. She possessed a rare combination of grace and strength, a keen mind, and a compassionate heart. While Nabal was driven by greed and self-importance, Abigail was known for her diplomacy and her ability to see the bigger picture. Their marriage was a study in contrasts, a constant source of speculation and gossip among those who knew them. Abigail bore the burden of her husband's folly with remarkable resilience. It was Abigail's strength of character and her unwavering faith in God that would soon be put to the ultimate test. Life in the wilderness was harsh. Provisions were scarce. David and his men often found themselves relying on the generosity of others to supplement their meager supplies. They had, on occasion, provided protection to local shepherds and farmers, guarding their flocks from bandits and wild animals. So when David learned that Nabal was shearing his sheep, a time of feasting and celebration, he saw an opportunity to request assistance.
Peace be to you, and peace be to your house, and peace be to all that you have.
He then requested that Nabal show his gratitude by providing some food and supplies for David and his men. When Nabal received David's messengers, he reacted with disdain and contempt.
Who is this David? Who is the son of Jesse? There are many servants these days who break away from their masters. Shall I then take my bread and my water and my meat that I have slaughtered for my shearers and give it to men when I do not know where they are from?
When David's men returned and told him of Nabal's insulting response, his anger burned with righteous fury.
Every man strap on his sword.
Blinded by rage and a thirst for vengeance, David set out with 400 of his men to confront Nabal and exact retribution. David, the man after God's own heart, was now consumed by a desire for revenge. The journey from the wilderness to Carmel was fueled by anger and the promise of violence. David and his men rode with a fierce determination, their thoughts fixed on the punishment they would inflict upon Nabal and his household. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the rugged terrain, David and his men drew closer to Carmel. Bloodshed seemed inevitable. But unknown to David, a plan was already in motion, orchestrated by a woman of extraordinary wisdom and courage to avert disaster. While Nabal feasted carelessly, oblivious to the impending danger, one of his servants approached Abigail, fear etched on his face.
Please, mistress, you must do something. David has sent messengers from the wilderness to greet our master, and he railed at them.
The servant explained how David's men had protected them during the sheep shearing season and how Nabal had responded with insults and refused their request for provisions.
Now they are on their way, and they are intent on revenge. They will kill us all, master and servants alike.
Abigail did not waste time with recriminations or despair. She knew her husband's temperament, his quick temper, and his stubborn pride. Without hesitation, Abigail sprang into action. She quickly gathered a large quantity of food and supplies, bread, wine, roasted grain, raisins, and fig cakes. She loaded the provisions onto donkeys, entrusting them to her servants. Then, without a word to her husband, she mounted her own donkey and set off in haste to intercept David and his men. As Abigail and her servants rounded a bend in the road, they came face to face with David and his armed men. Abigail dismounted her donkey and bowed low before David, her face veiled in a gesture of respect and humility.
My lord, please, let your servant speak in your ears and hear the words of your maidservant. Please do not pay attention to that worthless man, Nabal. He is just like his name. His name means fool, and folly goes wherever he goes.
Abigail's words were carefully chosen, a blend of respect, flattery, and subtle rebuke. She acknowledged David's grievance without condoning his quest for vengeance. She appealed to his better nature, reminding him that he was a man of honor, a leader, chosen by God.
My lord, as the Lord lives and as your soul lives, the Lord has held you back from blood guilt and from avenging yourself with your own hand. Now then, may your enemies and those who seek harm to my lord be like Nabal.
Abigail's words were like balm on David's wounded pride. Her wisdom, her courage, and her genuine concern for his well-being disarmed him.
Blessed be the Lord, the God of Israel, who sent you this day to meet me. And blessed be your discretion, and blessed be you, who have kept me this day from blood guilt, and from avenging myself with my own hand.
David accepted Abigail's peace offering, his heart filled with gratitude for her timely intervention. He returned to his men, his thirst for vengeance replaced by a profound sense of God's providence. Meanwhile, Nabal remained oblivious to the danger he had been in, and the miraculous deliverance his wife had secured. He continued feasting and drinking, his heart hardened by greed and arrogance. But his recklessness would not go unpunished. The Bible tells us that the Lord struck Nabal down, and he died 10 days later. Nabal's death was a stark reminder that God's justice, while sometimes slow, is always sure. Abigail's bravery had saved not only her household, but also David from a terrible sin. News of Nabal's death reached David in the wilderness. He was saddened by the news, but he also recognized the hand of God at work. Nabal's demise had cleared the way for a new chapter in both David's life and Abigail's. David sent messengers to Carmel to ask for Abigail's hand in marriage. He had been deeply impressed by her wisdom, her courage, and her unwavering faith. He saw in her a woman worthy to be his wife, a queen in the making. When the messengers arrived at Abigail's home and told her of David's proposal, she was surprised but not entirely shocked. She accepted David's proposal, her heart filled with a mixture of gratitude, trepidation, and a quiet hope for the future. Abigail's life took an unexpected turn, from the wife of a foolish and harsh man to the wife of the future king of Israel. The story of David, Nabal, and Abigail, though thousands of years old, still resonates with profound relevance in our modern world. The characters and their choices offer timeless lessons about wisdom, conflict resolution, and the unseen hand of divine providence in our lives. Nabal stands as a cautionary example of how pride, arrogance, and a lack of self-control can lead to downfall. David's initial reaction to Nabal's insult highlights the dangers of allowing anger and the desire for revenge to cloud our judgment. Abigail shines as a beacon of wisdom, courage, and diplomacy. She teaches us that true strength lies not in physical might, but in the ability to remain calm under pressure, to see the bigger picture, and to act decisively with grace and humility. In a world often fraught with conflict, Abigail exemplifies the transformative power of peaceful intervention. Perhaps the most enduring lesson from this biblical narrative is the affirmation of God's unseen hand orchestrating events in our lives. Just when all hope seems lost, when anger and vengeance threaten to prevail, we see God's providence at work, guiding the hearts of individuals and shaping outcomes in ways we could never imagine. Abigail's courageous intervention, her willingness to risk her own safety to avert bloodshed, serves as a poignant reminder that God often uses ordinary individuals to accomplish extraordinary things. Her story encourages us to embrace our own potential for courage and wisdom, trusting that God can use us, even in the midst of seemingly impossible situations, to be instruments of peace, reconciliation, and divine justice. As we navigate the complexities of our modern world, facing our own personal Nabals and grappling with the temptation to react in anger and haste, let us remember the timeless wisdom of Abigail. Let us strive to be peacemakers, bridge builders, and people of unwavering faith, trusting in God's providence to guide our steps and orchestrate His perfect will in our lives. King Saul was a troubled man. His mind was often clouded with dark thoughts and insecurities. Despite his regal appearance and the power he wielded, he was deeply tormented by his own emotions. He was consumed by jealousy, This jealousy was not just a fleeting emotion, it was a deep-seated feeling that gnawed at him day and night. It was a fire that burned within him, fueled by his insecurities and fears. His own son, Jonathan, admired a young shepherd named David. Jonathan saw in David a kindred spirit, a brave and noble soul who had won his heart and respect. Their friendship was pure and strong, built on mutual admiration and trust. David had saved Israel from the Philistines. His bravery on the battlefield was unmatched, and his strategic mind was sharp. He was not just a warrior, he was a hero who had brought hope and victory to his people. He had slain the giant Goliath. The people loved David. They sang his praises. Songs of his valor and courage echoed through the streets and fields. He was a symbol of hope and strength, a beacon of light in dark times.
Saul's heart was filled with bitterness. The more he heard the people praise David, the more his heart ached with envy. He could not bear to see someone else receive the adoration and love that he so desperately craved. He saw David as a rival. In his eyes, David was not just a young hero, he was a threat to his throne, a usurper waiting to take his place. This fear and suspicion grew stronger with each passing day. He feared David would take his throne. The thought of losing his power and position to a mere shepherd boy was unbearable. It haunted his dreams and poisoned his waking hours. Consumed by suspicion, Saul plotted to kill David. His mind was a whirlwind of dark schemes and deadly plans. He could not rest until he had eliminated the threat that David posed to his reign.
David was forced to flee. He had no choice but to leave behind everything he knew and loved. His home, his friends, his life as he knew it, all were left behind as he ran for his life. He became a fugitive in his own land. The land that he had fought to protect, the people he had saved, now seemed like a distant memory as he hid from the king's wrath. He hid in caves and deserts. The once brave warrior now found himself seeking refuge in the most desolate and remote places, always looking over his shoulder, always fearing the next attack. He was constantly on the run, pursued by the jealous rage of a king. His life had become a relentless chase, a never-ending struggle to stay one step ahead of Saul's men. The once celebrated hero was now a hunted man, living each day in fear and uncertainty. One night, David and his loyal friend Abishai crept into Saul's camp. Saul and his army were fast asleep. Even the king's bodyguard, Abner, slumbered. David stood over his enemy. He could have ended Saul's life with a single blow.
Let me strike him down. I will not strike him twice.
But David hesitated. He looked at the sleeping king. He saw not just an enemy, but the anointed of God. David refused to harm Saul. He knew that Saul was wrong. He knew that Saul had hunted him unjustly. But David also knew that God had chosen Saul to be king. He would not raise his hand against the Lord's anointed.
Instead of taking Saul's life, David took something else. He took Saul's spear and the water jug that lay beside his head. This was proof that David could have killed Saul, but he chose mercy instead.
David could have justified revenge. He could have claimed justice for the wrongs done to him. Yet he chose a different path. He chose forgiveness. He chose to honor God, even in the face of injustice.
This act of restraint is a powerful testament to David's character. It reveals the depth of his faith and his unwavering commitment to God's will, even when it meant showing mercy to his enemy.
David called out to Abner, the king's bodyguard.
Why didn't you protect your king? Someone came to kill him.
Abner was ashamed. He had no answer.
My king, why do you listen to those who speak evil against me? Look, here is your spear. Let one of your men come and get it. May the Lord judge between you and me.
Saul recognized David's voice. He was astonished. He was ashamed. He realized the depth of David's mercy.
Is that you, David? You are a better man than I, for you have rewarded me good, whereas I have rewarded you evil.
David's words were not just about the spear or the danger Saul was in. They were about something much deeper. They were about honor, respect, and the understanding that God is the ultimate judge. David's actions forced Saul to confront his own envy and hatred. Saul, the once mighty king, found himself in a moment of deep introspection. His heart, heavy with the weight of his own misdeeds, began to crack under the pressure of his conscience. The jealousy that had consumed him, the anger that had driven him to pursue David relentlessly, all came rushing back in a flood of regret. He realized the error of his ways, if only for a moment. In that fleeting instant, Saul saw the man he had become, a shadow of the king he once was. The realization was painful, a sharp sting to his pride and ego. He saw the destruction his envy had wrought, not just upon David, but upon his own soul. The bitterness that had taken root in his heart had grown into a monstrous tree, overshadowing all the good he had once stood for.
He realized the error of his ways, if only for a moment. This moment of clarity was a rare gift, a brief window into the truth of his actions. Saul's mind raced with the possibilities of what could have been had he chosen a different path. The regret was almost too much to bear, but it was a necessary step towards understanding the depth of his own failings.
David, on the other hand, remained unchanged. His heart was steadfast, his faith unwavering. Despite the trials and tribulations he faced, David's spirit remained pure. He did not let Saul's hatred taint his own soul. Instead, he turned to prayer, seeking solace and guidance from a higher power. His humility was his strength, a beacon of light in the darkness that surrounded him. He did not gloat or boast. David's victories were not a cause for arrogance, but a testament to his faith and dedication. He understood that his success was not his own, but a gift from God. This understanding kept him grounded, preventing the seeds of pride from taking root in his heart. His calm demeanor in the face of adversity was a reflection of his inner peace, a peace that came from knowing he was walking the path laid out for him by a higher power. He continued to show respect to the king that God had chosen. Despite Saul's attempts to harm him, David's loyalty never wavered. He saw Saul not just as a king, but as a man chosen by God. This perspective allowed him to look beyond Saul's actions and see the divine plan at work. His respect for Saul was not just a matter of duty, but a reflection of his deep faith and understanding of God's will.
He continued to show respect to the king that God had chosen. This respect was a testament to David's character, a sign of his unwavering faith and humility. He understood that his role was not to judge, but to serve. His actions were guided by a higher purpose, a purpose that transcended the petty conflicts of men. In showing respect to Saul, David was honoring the divine order, acknowledging the hand of God in all things.
This interaction reveals a powerful truth. Forgiveness is not about changing the past, but about shaping the future. Forgiveness is a transformative act, one that has the power to heal wounds and mend broken relationships. It is not about erasing the wrongs that have been done, but about creating a new path forward. David's ability to forgive Saul was a testament to his strength and character. It showed that he was not bound by the past, but was looking towards a future filled with hope and possibility. David's act of mercy paved the way for reconciliation and offered Saul a chance to repent. This act of mercy was a turning point, a moment that could change the course of history. It showed that even in the face of great adversity, there is always room for compassion and understanding. David's mercy was a beacon of hope, a reminder that no matter how dark the times may seem, there is always a light that can guide us towards a better future. His actions were a testament to the power of forgiveness, a power that can transform even the most hardened hearts. Saul asked for David's forgiveness. It was a moment heavy with emotion, a moment that would be remembered for generations. Saul, the once proud and mighty king, now stood before David, a man he had wronged so deeply, seeking absolution. The air was thick with tension, but also with a sense of hope. Could forgiveness truly heal the wounds of the past? He admitted that he had acted foolishly. His voice trembled as he spoke, each word a testament to his inner turmoil. Saul's eyes, once filled with the fire of ambition, now reflected the weight of his regrets. He had chased David relentlessly, driven by jealousy and fear, but now he saw the error of his ways. The realization was a heavy burden, one that he could not easily cast aside. He knew that David would be king after him. This knowledge had once been a source of great anxiety for Saul, but now, in this moment of vulnerability, he found a strange sense of peace. He had come to accept the inevitable, to see David not as a rival, but as a worthy successor. The future of the kingdom was in good hands, and that brought him a measure of comfort.
He admitted that he had acted foolishly. The words echoed in the silence, a confession that seemed to hang in the air. Saul's heart was heavy, but there was also a sense of relief. Admitting his mistakes was the first step towards redemption, a path he hoped to walk, even if it was fraught with challenges. He knew that David would be king after him. This acceptance was not easy, but it was necessary. Saul had spent so long fighting against this truth, but now he saw the wisdom in embracing it. David was destined for greatness, and Saul's role was to pave the way for him, to ensure a smooth transition of power.
Then Saul returned home. The journey back was a somber one, filled with reflection. Saul's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, each one a reminder of the choices he had made and the consequences that followed. He knew that his path was not yet over, that there were still battles to be fought, both within and without. David went his way, still a fugitive, still pursued. The wilderness was his refuge, but also his prison. Each step was a reminder of the danger that lurked around every corner, yet David remained undeterred. His spirit was unbroken, his resolve unwavering. He knew that his time would come, that his destiny was waiting for him just beyond the horizon.
David went his way, still a fugitive, still pursued. The landscape was harsh and unforgiving, but David's determination was a beacon of hope. He navigated the rocky terrain with a sense of purpose, each step bringing him closer to his destiny. The journey was long and arduous, but David's faith never wavered.
David's burden was not lightened. He still faced danger. The shadows of his past loomed large, and the threat of capture was ever present. But David was not one to be easily daunted. He faced each challenge with courage, his heart steadfast in the face of adversity. The weight of his responsibilities was immense, but he bore it with grace. But he carried himself with dignity and grace. In every interaction, in every decision, David exemplified the qualities of a true leader. His faith was his guiding light, his moral compass unwavering. He inspired those around him, not just with his words, but with his actions. David was a beacon of hope in a time of uncertainty. He had shown the world what it meant to be a true leader, a man of courage, faith, and unwavering moral compass. David's journey was far from over, but he had already left an indelible mark on the hearts and minds of those who followed him. His legacy was one of strength, resilience, and unwavering faith. In the face of adversity, David stood tall, a testament to the power of forgiveness and the strength of the human spirit. The story of David and Saul is a timeless lesson in leadership and forgiveness. It reminds us that true strength lies not in power or revenge, but in mercy and restraint. It teaches us the importance of honoring God's will, even when it is difficult. This story also highlights the power of forgiveness. Though Saul had wronged David, David chose to forgive him. He refused to let bitterness and anger control his heart. David's story challenges us to examine our own hearts. Have we shown mercy to those who have wronged us? Have we chosen forgiveness over bitterness? These are not easy questions, but they are important ones. By following David's example, we too can live lives of courage, compassion, and unwavering faith. We can choose mercy, we can choose forgiveness, we can choose to be like David. David, the shepherd-turned-giant slayer, faced a new kind of giant, King Saul. Saul's jealousy of David's popularity festered into paranoia and then rage. He saw David as a threat, not a loyal subject.
I will not rest until David is no more. He is a danger to my throne.
Saul hunted David relentlessly, pushing him to the edge of his kingdom. David had to make a choice, fight back or flee. David chose flight. He knew that confronting Saul would mean civil war, dividing Israel and weakening it against its enemies. He couldn't bring himself to raise his hand against the Lord's anointed king.
I must go. I cannot fight Saul. It would tear Israel apart.
So, David, a man of deep faith, took a leap of faith. He sought refuge in the last place anyone expected, the land of the Philistines, Israel's sworn enemies. It was a desperate move, full of risk. David was gambling with his life and the lives of his loyal followers. He was entering the lion's den, hoping to find a way to survive until Saul's anger cooled or a new path opened up for him. David's escape marked a turning point in his life. He was no longer just a shepherd, a musician, or a warrior. He was now a fugitive, a leader on the run, forced to make impossible choices in the face of relentless danger. David and his 600 men, along with their families, journeyed to Gath, a Philistine city ruled by King Achish. They were a ragtag group, weary from their flight and uncertain of their future. They arrived at the gates of Gath not as conquerors but as supplicants, seeking sanctuary in the heart of enemy territory. The Philistines were wary. They knew David's reputation as a fierce warrior and giant slayer. They remembered his victory over Goliath, a humiliation that still stung. Allowing David and his men to remain in Philistine territory was a risk.
We come in peace, seeking refuge. I offer my loyalty to King Achish.
David, however, was a shrewd strategist. He presented himself not as a threat, but as a valuable asset. He pledged his loyalty to Achish, offering his services as a warrior in the Philistine army. He downplayed his connection to Israel, portraying himself as someone who had fallen out of favor with Saul.
David, the giant slayer, pledging loyalty to me? This could be interesting.
Achish, intrigued by the prospect of having David's military prowess on his side, decided to take a chance. He allowed David and his men to stay in Gath, but he kept a close eye on them, testing their loyalty and watching for any sign of treachery. Living in Gath, constantly under the suspicious gaze of the Philistines, was not a sustainable situation for David and his men. They yearned for a place of their own, a base of operations where they could regroup and plan for the future. David, sensing an opportunity, approached Achish with a request.
King Achish, grant us the city of Ziklag. It will serve as a buffer between you and your enemies.
He asked for a small, seemingly insignificant city named Ziklag, located on the outskirts of Philistine territory. David presented this as a gesture of loyalty, a way for him and his men to serve as a buffer between the Philistines and their enemies to the south.
Ziklag, you say? Very well, David, you may have it.
Achish, perhaps underestimating the strategic importance of Ziklag, granted David's request. The Philistine king likely saw this as a way to further bind David to him, believing that giving him a taste of power would ensure his allegiance. However, Achish's decision would have unintended consequences, for Ziklag would become more than just a refuge for David. It would become a launching pad for his future ambitions. Now established in Ziklag, David needed to provide for his men and maintain his image as a loyal vassal to Achish. He embarked on a series of raids against the Geshurites, Girzites, and Amalekites, tribes living in the Negev desert south of Ziklag. These raids were swift and brutal, leaving no survivors to tell the tale. David's tactics were calculated. He chose his targets carefully, avoiding any attacks that would arouse the Philistines' suspicions or bring him into direct conflict with Saul.
We strike swiftly and leave no trace. Our survival depends on it.
These raids served a dual purpose. They provided David and his men with much-needed resources and plunder, ensuring their survival. More importantly, these raids solidified David's image in the eyes of the Philistines as a ruthless and effective warrior, further cementing their trust in him. These raids were not merely acts of survival, but calculated moves in a high-stakes game of power. David was laying the groundwork for his future, building his strength and his reputation while waiting for the right moment to emerge from the shadows. David understood the importance of maintaining the illusion of loyalty to Achish.
After each raid, I would present myself before the Philistine king, claiming that I had attacked Israelite settlements in the Negev.
He would bring back carefully selected plunder as proof of his attacks, further solidifying the deception. Achish, unaware of David's true actions, was pleased.
I see David's brutality as a sign of his commitment. By attacking his own people, he has severed any remaining ties to Israel and is now fully committed to the Philistine cause.
This web of lies, carefully woven and maintained, was essential for David's survival. He was walking a tightrope, balancing his desire for vengeance against Saul with the need to avoid any suspicion from the Philistines. One wrong move, one slip of the tongue, could have shattered the fragile trust he had built and led to his downfall. The Philistines prepared for a major confrontation with the Israelites. Achish, confident in David's loyalty, summoned him and his men to join the Philistine army.
This presented me with a serious dilemma. Fighting alongside the Philistines against my own people was unthinkable, but refusing to fight would expose my deception and likely lead to my immediate execution.
As the Philistine army marched towards the valley of Elah, the other Philistine lords voiced their distrust of David, fearing he might turn against them in battle.
Though initially reluctant, I have no choice but to send David and his men back to Ziklag.
David's relief was short-lived. Upon returning to Ziklag, he found the city raided and burned, his families taken captive by the Amalekites. The very people he had spared in his deception had now struck at his most vulnerable point. This turn of events, although devastating, ultimately saved David from a far worse fate. Unbeknownst to David, his presence in Philistine territory had not gone unnoticed. Rumors of his exploits reached Saul, fueling his paranoia and suspicion.
How could David, a man after God's own heart, ally himself with the enemies of Israel?
While Saul remained convinced of David's treachery, the fact that David was living among the Philistines raised doubts in the minds of some Israelites. They questioned how David could ally himself with the enemies of Israel. These doubts, whispered in hushed tones, planted seeds of distrust towards David among Saul's followers. This suspicion would cast a long shadow over David's reign, even after he became king. David's time among the Philistines was a period of extreme moral ambiguity. He was forced to make difficult choices, often compromising his own values to survive.
I lied, I deceived, and I shed blood, all while maintaining a facade of loyalty to my enemies.
This calculated risk, while ultimately ensuring his survival, would have lasting consequences. It showed him the ruthlessness of power, the lengths to which people would go to preserve it. It exposed him to the dark side of leadership, the difficult choices and compromises that came with it. These experiences, though painful, would shape David into the king he would become. A king who understood both the burdens and the temptations of power. The 18 months David spent among the Philistines were a pivotal period in his life. It was a time of testing, of growth, and of profound transformation.
I entered Philistine territory as a fugitive, hunted by my own king, but I emerged as a seasoned leader, a cunning strategist, and a hardened warrior.
He had faced death countless times, stared into the abyss of despair, and made unimaginable choices to survive. He had learned to trust his instincts, to rely on his men, and to never underestimate the cunning of his enemies. This period of exile, though fraught with danger and compromise, forged David into the leader he was destined to become. His cunning and strategic brilliance, honed in the crucible of Philistine intrigue, would enable him to unite the 12 tribes of Israel and establish a powerful kingdom. Yet, the shadows of his time in exile, the compromises he made, and the deceptions he perpetrated would continue to haunt him, reminding him of the price of power and the burden of leadership. The story of David among the Philistines serves as a powerful reminder that even the greatest heroes are flawed, that even the most righteous individuals are capable of making difficult choices in the face of extraordinary circumstances. It is a story of survival, of resilience, and ultimately of redemption as David, despite the darkness he encountered, emerged stronger and ready to fulfill his destiny as King of Israel. S1 Media. David emerging victorious in battle, scenes of ancient resilience, David crowned as King of Israel. The lessons I learned, the alliances I forged, and the enemies I made during this time would shape my reign as king. Narrator. Media. David, forging alliances with Philistines, scenes of ancient alliances, David with Philistine soldiers. David's time among the Philistines left an indelible mark on his life and legacy. It was a period of intense moral and physical challenges, forcing him to confront his own vulnerabilities and make difficult choices.
The air hung heavy with dread. The Philistine army, a vast metallic tide, had amassed at Shunem. Their chariots and iron weapons glinted menacingly in the sunlight. Saul, king of Israel, looked out over his own meager forces. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced his heart. He, who had once been strong and confident, was now a king in name only. Years of war and bloodshed had taken their toll. The Philistines, with their superior weaponry and ruthless tactics, had pushed Israel to the brink. Saul, once chosen by God, felt his faith wavering. His prayers went unanswered. Silence met his pleas for guidance. The weight of his kingdom, his people, pressed down upon him.
He remembered the early days of his reign, the victories, the divine favor. He had been a young man then, full of fire and faith. Now, the fire was dying, leaving behind only ashes and despair. The Philistines were at his doorstep, and he, the king, felt powerless to stop them. Despair, like a venomous serpent, coiled around his heart, squeezing the last vestiges of hope from him. The future seemed a bleak and terrifying abyss.
Night fell, cloaking the camp in an unsettling darkness. The air was thick with tension, and the only sounds were the distant cries of nocturnal creatures and the occasional rustle of leaves. The campfires flickered weakly, casting eerie shadows that danced on the tents. Saul paced his tent, his armor heavy, his thoughts heavier still. Each step echoed his inner turmoil, a relentless rhythm of doubt and fear. His mind raced with the weight of his decisions, the consequences of his actions, and the looming threat that hung over his kingdom. He had driven away those who practiced divination, those who claimed to speak to the dead. They had been banished, their practices condemned as heresy. The camp had once been filled with their whispers and rituals, but now it was silent, a silence that seemed to mock him. He had considered it an abomination, a defiance of God. The sacred texts were clear, and Saul had been resolute in his enforcement of the divine laws. He had believed that by purging these practices, he was protecting his people, ensuring their favor with the Almighty. But now, in his desperation, the forbidden path beckoned. It was a path shrouded in mystery and danger, a path that he had sworn never to tread. Yet, as the shadows of doubt crept into his heart, he found himself drawn to it, unable to resist its dark allure. There was a woman, a medium, in Endor. She was known to those who sought forbidden knowledge, a keeper of secrets that lay beyond the veil of death. Her presence was a whisper in the night, a promise of answers that eluded him. Rumors of her powers had reached even the king's ears. They spoke of her ability to commune with the spirits, to summon the dead from their eternal rest. These whispers had been dismissed as mere superstition, but now they seemed like a lifeline, a glimmer of hope in his darkest hour. It was said she could summon the spirits of the dead. Was it madness? Perhaps. But in his desperation, Saul was willing to grasp at any straw, no matter how thin. The thought of speaking to the departed, of seeking their counsel, was both terrifying and tantalizing. But what choice did he have? The weight of his crown had never felt heavier, and the silence of God was a void that threatened to consume him. He stood at the precipice, staring into the abyss, knowing that his next step could lead to salvation or damnation. The Philistines were at his doorstep, and God was silent. The enemy's forces were vast and formidable, their intentions clear. Saul's own warriors prepared for battle, their faces grim, their hearts steeled for the fight ahead. But without divine guidance, their courage wavered.
"Find the woman," he commanded his servants, his voice a strained whisper, barely audible above the pounding of his heart. "Bring her to me, and tell no one." His words were laced with urgency, a plea masked as an order. He knew the risks, but desperation had clouded his judgment.
They looked at him, their eyes wide with fear and apprehension. They had seen their king in many states, but never like this. His desperation was palpable, a tangible force that seemed to seep into the very air around them. They knew of his decree against such practices. It had been a cornerstone of his reign, a symbol of his commitment to divine law. To defy it now was unthinkable, yet they could not ignore the command of their king. But they also saw the desperation etched on his face. They dared not disobey. His eyes, once filled with the fire of conviction, now held a haunted look, a reflection of the torment within. They knew that to refuse him would be to abandon him in his hour of need. Under the cover of darkness, they slipped out of the camp. Their movements were swift and silent, their hearts pounding with the fear of discovery. Each step took them further from the safety of the camp and closer to the unknown. Their mission was dangerous, their hearts heavy. They were acutely aware of the gravity of their task, the thin line they walked between loyalty and treachery. The night seemed to close in around them, a cloak of shadows that mirrored their own fears. They were about to do what their king had forbidden, to dabble in the dark arts that he himself had condemned. The irony was not lost on them, and it weighed heavily on their minds. They were stepping into a world of uncertainty, where the boundaries of right and wrong blurred, but desperation makes fools of us all. It drives us to actions we would never consider in the light of day, to choices that haunt us long after they are made. And Saul, the once mighty king, was now drowning in it. His desperation was a mirror reflecting the fears and doubts of those who served him. And Saul, the once mighty king, was now drowning in it. His kingdom, his faith, his very soul seemed to hang in the balance. The path he had chosen was fraught with peril, but it was a path he felt compelled to take. For in the silence of the night, with the weight of his crown pressing down upon him, he sought answers that only the forbidden could provide. The journey to Endor was fraught with peril. The path was treacherous, winding through ancient landscapes that seemed to whisper secrets of old. The night was their cloak, but it was also their enemy, shrouding dangers that lurked in the shadows. The Philistine patrols roamed the countryside, their presence a constant threat. These soldiers were vigilant, their eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of movement. The travelers knew that one misstep could mean capture or worse. Every rustle of leaves, every cry of a night bird sent shivers down their spines. The night was alive with sounds, each one a potential harbinger of doom. They moved cautiously, their senses heightened, every nerve on edge. Finally, they reached the woman's dwelling, a humble hut on the outskirts of the village. It was a modest abode, almost blending into the landscape, but it held the promise of answers they desperately sought. Smoke curled from its chimney, casting an eerie glow in the darkness. The sight was both comforting and unsettling, a beacon in the night that hinted at the mysteries within. The woman greeted them, her eyes sharp and knowing. She seemed to see through them, her gaze piercing the veil of their intentions. There was a wisdom in her eyes, a depth of understanding that was both reassuring and intimidating. She was old, her face etched with the passage of time, but her gaze held a youthful intensity. Her features told a story of a life lived through countless seasons, each wrinkle a testament to her experiences. When she saw the king's servants, a flicker of recognition crossed her features. She knew why they had come, and the weight of their request settled heavily upon her.
"What brings you to my humble abode?" she asked, her voice raspy with age. There was a challenge in her tone, a demand for honesty.
"The king summons you," one of the servants replied, his voice trembling. The weight of their mission was evident in his tone, a mixture of fear and urgency. "He commands you to summon a spirit for him." The words hung in the air, heavy with the gravity of their request. The woman hesitated, her eyes narrowing. She knew the dangers of what they asked, the risks involved in meddling with the spirits.
"You know the penalty for such a request," she said, her voice low and menacing. Her words were a stark reminder of the laws that governed their land. The king himself has outlawed such practices. The decree was clear, and the consequences of defying it were severe.
"He knows," the servant replied, his voice barely a whisper. "But he is desperate." The urgency in his voice was palpable, a reflection of the dire situation they faced. The Philistines are upon us, and God does not answer his prayers. The battlefield loomed in their minds, a place of impending doom where the fate of their people would be decided. The woman looked at them for a long moment, her gaze piercing their very souls. She weighed their words, the desperation in their eyes, and the gravity of their request. Then she nodded slowly.
"Very well," she said. "Bring me your king." Her acceptance was a reluctant one, a decision made with the full knowledge of the consequences that lay ahead.
The air crackled with anticipation. Saul sat opposite the woman, his face hidden in the shadows. Fear and anticipation warred within him. He had come seeking guidance, but what if he found only damnation?
"Who do you wish me to summon?"
Samuel. Summon Samuel for me.
The woman began to chant, her voice low and rhythmic, the words ancient and strange. The air grew heavy. The shadows seemed to dance and writhe. Saul closed his eyes, his heart pounding against his ribs. He could feel a presence, cold and ethereal, entering the room. The chanting intensified, the air growing thick and oppressive. Saul felt a cold sweat break out on his skin. He opened his eyes, and what he saw made his blood run cold. A figure was rising from the ground, a spectral form shrouded in mist and shadow. It was an old man, his face gaunt, his eyes burning with an unearthly light. Saul knew instantly who it was. Samuel, his old mentor, his prophet, his friend. He had come back from the grave at Saul's behest, but there was no warmth in his eyes, no recognition, only a cold, detached curiosity.
Samuel. Samuel, can you hear me?
Saul cried out, his voice hoarse with emotion. His cries echoed through the night, filled with a desperation that seemed to pierce the very fabric of reality.
Why have you disturbed me? Why do you call upon me from the grave?
The specter asked, his voice hollow and echoing. Saul's heart sank, a cold dread seeping into his bones. He had hoped for guidance, for solace, but found only judgment. Even in death, Samuel's disapproval was palpable. It was as if the weight of his past mistakes bore down on him, magnified by the spectral presence. He explained his predicament, the Philistines, his fear, God's silence. His words tumbled out in a rush, a torrent of anxiety and dread. He spoke of the battles lost, the enemies at his gates, and the deafening silence from the heavens. As he spoke, the spectral figure of Samuel remained impassive, his eyes boring into Saul's very soul. Those eyes, once filled with wisdom and guidance, now seemed to judge him, to see through his very being. When Saul finished, Samuel spoke, his voice echoing through the small hut. The air grew colder, the shadows deeper, as if the very world held its breath.
Why do you consult me? For the Lord has departed from you and become your enemy. Why seek answers from the dead when the living God has turned away?
Saul trembled, his worst fears confirmed. God had abandoned him. The realization hit him like a physical blow, leaving him reeling, his mind a whirl of despair.
The Lord has done as he spoke through me. His words were final, a decree from beyond the grave. He has torn the kingdom out of your hand and given it to your neighbor David. The crown that once symbolized his power and authority now felt like a shackle, a reminder of his failures.
Saul recoiled as if struck. The name David echoed in his mind, a name that brought both admiration and envy. David, his former shepherd, his rival, the one he both admired and envied. The young man who had once played the harp to soothe his troubled mind, now the chosen one to replace him.
Tomorrow you and your sons will be with me. The words were a chilling prophecy, a foretelling of doom that left no room for hope.
The words hung in the air, a death knell to Saul's hopes. The finality of it all settled over him like a shroud, suffocating and inescapable. The specter began to fade, sinking back into the earth from which it had come. The light dimmed, the shadows lengthened, and the coldness of the grave seemed to seep into the very walls of the hut.
Samuel, wait! Tell me what to do! Is there no hope? His voice cracked, a plea born of utter desperation, but it was too late.
But the specter was gone, leaving Saul alone with his despair. The silence that followed was deafening, a void that swallowed his cries and left him with nothing but the weight of his impending doom.
The air crackled with tension. The sky above was a swirling mass of dark clouds, mirroring the turmoil below. Every soldier could feel the weight of the impending battle pressing down on them, a palpable sense of dread and anticipation. The battlefield was eerily silent, save for the occasional clink of armor and the rustle of banners in the wind. It was a moment suspended in time, where the fate of nations hung in the balance. Two armies faced each other across a battlefield. The dusty plains stretched out between them, a no-man's land that would soon be stained with the blood of warriors. On one side, the Philistines, their ranks bristling with weapons and determination, stood ready to conquer. Their banners, emblazoned with the symbol of an eagle, fluttered defiantly in the breeze. On the other side, the Israelites, their hearts steeled by faith and the desire to protect their homeland, prepared for the clash. Their blue banners, adorned with the lion, symbolized their courage and strength. On one side stood the Philistines, a powerful force threatening to overrun the land. Their armor gleamed in the dim light, a testament to their readiness for war. The Philistines were known for their military prowess and their relentless ambition. They had come to this battlefield with a single purpose: to expand their territory and subjugate the Israelites. Their leaders, seasoned warriors with countless battles behind them, inspired confidence and fear in equal measure. The Philistine soldiers, disciplined and resolute, advanced with a sense of inevitability, as if victory was already within their grasp. On the other side, the Israelites, God's chosen people, prepared to defend their homes. They were a diverse group, united by their faith and their determination to protect their families and their way of life. The Israelites had faced many challenges before, but this battle felt different. It was not just a fight for survival, it was a test of their faith and their resolve. Their leaders, prophets and warriors alike, rallied the troops with words of encouragement and prayers for divine intervention. The soldiers, though anxious, drew strength from their shared purpose and the belief that they were fighting for a just cause. The Philistines had gathered at Aphek, a strategic location. Aphek was more than just a campsite. It was a symbol of their strategic acumen and their intent to dominate. The camp buzzed with activity as soldiers sharpened their weapons, tended to their horses, and prepared for the battle ahead. The leaders held council, discussing tactics and strategies, their faces etched with determination. The Philistine camp was a well-oiled machine, every soldier knowing their role and ready to execute it with precision. The air was thick with the scent of anticipation and the unspoken promise of conflict. The Israelites camped nearby at the spring in Jezreel, ready to meet the Philistine challenge. War was imminent. The spring in Jezreel was a place of refuge and preparation. The Israelites drew water, not just to quench their thirst, but as a symbol of their hope and resilience. The camp was a hive of activity, with soldiers checking their gear, sharing stories of past battles, and offering prayers for protection. The leaders moved among the troops, offering words of encouragement and reminding them of the importance of their mission. The Israelites knew that the coming battle would be fierce, but they were ready to face it with courage and faith. The stage was set for a confrontation that would echo through the ages, a testament to the enduring struggle between two great peoples. Among the Philistine ranks stood a band of warriors unlike the others. These men, though rugged and battle-hardened, carried an air of nobility and purpose that set them apart from the rest. They were not Philistines by birth, but rather a group of exiles who had found themselves in a foreign land, seeking refuge and a place to call home. They were David and his men, refugees seeking sanctuary. These men had followed David through thick and thin, through battles and hardships. And now they found themselves in the camp of their enemies, the Philistines. It was a strange alliance, born out of necessity and desperation. David, Israel's future king, was in a difficult position. He had been anointed by the prophet Samuel to be the next king of Israel, but his path to the throne was fraught with danger and uncertainty. King Saul, the current ruler of Israel, had become increasingly paranoid and jealous of David's growing popularity and success. Saul saw David as a threat to his throne and had made several attempts on his life. He had fled his jealous king, Saul, and sought refuge with Achish, the Philistine king of Gath. David's decision to seek asylum with the Philistines was a bold and risky move. The Philistines were Israel's enemies, and David had fought against them many times, but with nowhere else to turn, David hoped that Achish would see him as a valuable ally rather than a threat. Achish had welcomed David, offering him protection and the city of Ziklag. This gesture of goodwill was not without its conditions. In exchange for sanctuary, David and his men were expected to serve Achish and fight for the Philistine cause. It was a delicate balance for David, who had to navigate the complexities of loyalty and survival in a hostile environment. Now David found himself obligated to fight alongside his benefactor against his own people. The weight of this obligation weighed heavily on David's heart. He was a man of honor and integrity, and the thought of raising his sword against his fellow Israelites was a bitter pill to swallow. Yet he had to maintain the trust of Achish to ensure the safety of his men and himself.
How did I end up here? David wondered, standing on the precipice of battle, fighting against my own brothers. The question echoed in his mind, a constant reminder of the precarious situation he found himself in. He had always been a man of faith, trusting in God's plan for his life. But now he felt lost and uncertain, fighting against my own brothers. The battlefield was a chaotic and brutal place, where loyalties were tested, and the lines between friend and foe blurred. David knew that every decision he made could have far-reaching consequences, not just for himself, but for the future of Israel. He prayed for wisdom and strength, hoping that he would find a way to navigate this treacherous path and fulfill his destiny as the king of Israel.
As the Philistine army prepared for battle, whispers of doubt began to circulate among the commanders. They questioned David's presence. The air was thick with tension, and the camp buzzed with unease. The commanders, seasoned warriors who had seen countless battles, were not easily swayed by mere rumors. Yet the presence of David, a former enemy in their midst, was too significant to ignore.
Isn't he a Hebrew, our enemy? How can we trust him to fight alongside us? His past is filled with victories against our people. Can a man truly change his allegiance so easily?
What if he turns on us in the heat of battle? The stakes are too high. We cannot afford to have a potential traitor in our ranks. His loyalty is questionable, and our lives depend on trust and unity. If he betrays us, it could mean the end for many of our soldiers.
Their suspicions were understandable. David's loyalty was divided. He had served King Achish faithfully, but his heart still belonged to his people, the Israelites. The commanders knew that in the chaos of battle, old loyalties could resurface. They had to weigh the risks carefully. The decision to trust David was not just a tactical one, but a matter of survival. He was caught between his allegiance to Achish and his love for his people. The internal conflict was evident in his eyes, a man torn between duty and identity. David's journey had been one of constant struggle, trying to find a place where he truly belonged. The commander's doubts were not just about his past, but about the very nature of loyalty and trust in times of war. They had to decide whether to embrace him as one of their own or to cast him out, fearing the potential consequences of his divided heart. Despite the camaraderie he had built with the Philistine soldiers, moments of hesitation betrayed his inner turmoil. Every decision, every move he made was scrutinized. The commanders watched him closely, looking for any sign of betrayal. They knew that in the heat of battle, hesitation could be fatal. David's actions would determine not just his fate, but the fate of those around him. Flashbacks of his past battles against the Philistines haunted him. Each victory, once a source of pride, now felt like a burden. The memories of fallen comrades and the bloodshed weighed heavily on his conscience. He was a warrior, but also a man of deep reflection. The commander's doubts mirrored his own internal struggle, making the situation even more complex. As night fell, the Philistine camp grew quiet. Soldiers gathered around campfires, sharing stories and preparing for the battle ahead. David, however, sat alone, deep in thought. The flickering flames cast shadows on his face, highlighting the lines of worry and contemplation. He knew that the coming battle would be a test not just of his strength, but of his loyalty and identity. The commanders gathered for a final decision. The atmosphere was tense, every eye on David as he was called into the tent. The weight of their scrutiny was palpable. They had to decide whether to trust him with their lives or to send him away. The future of their army and perhaps the outcome of the battle hung in the balance. David walked out of the tent with a determined look on his face. The decision had been made. The soldiers watched him, their expressions a mix of curiosity and concern. The path ahead was uncertain, but one thing was clear. David's loyalty would be tested like never before. The battle would reveal the true nature of his allegiance, and the commanders could only hope they had made the right choice. Achish, however, remained steadfast in his trust of David. He'd witnessed David's loyalty firsthand.
David has been loyal to me. He has fought bravely by my side. He would never betray me.
Achish's words revealed the depth of his trust in David. He believed in David's character even when others doubted him.
The men of David's company returned to Ziklag. They had been away, fighting battles far from home, and their bodies bore the marks of their struggles. Each step they took was heavy, laden with the fatigue of countless skirmishes and the weight of their armor. They were weary from battle. Their hearts were heavy, burdened by the memories of fallen comrades and the relentless march of war. The journey back had been long and arduous, and they yearned for the comfort of their homes and the embrace of their loved ones. They carried the weight of war, not just in their bodies, but in their souls. The scars of battle were etched deeply into their minds, and the hope of respite was the only thing that kept them moving forward. What they found at their journey's end, however, was far more devastating than any battlefield. The sight that greeted them was one of utter desolation and ruin. Ziklag, their refuge, lay in smoldering ruins. The place they had called home, their sanctuary from the chaos of war, was now nothing more than a charred and broken shell. The Amalekites, those ruthless raiders, had descended upon the unsuspecting town with a ferocity that left nothing untouched. They had come like a storm, swift and merciless, leaving destruction in their wake. Fire had consumed their homes, reducing them to ashes. The flames had devoured everything in their path, leaving behind only the skeletal remains of what once was. Their families were gone, taken captive by the marauding Amalekites. The women and children, the elderly and the young, all had been dragged away, their fates unknown. The air was thick with the smell of ash and the sound of lamentation. The cries of the bereaved filled the air, a haunting symphony of sorrow and despair. Wives and children, mothers and fathers, all were missing. The men searched frantically, calling out the names of their loved ones, but there was no answer, only the echo of their own voices. The men wept openly, their cries echoing the depth of their despair. The sight of their ruined homes and the absence of their families was too much to bear. David and his men were overcome with grief. The loss was profound, a wound that cut deeper than any sword. They felt a crushing weight of loss, a sorrow that seemed to press down on them from all sides. The pain of their missing loved ones was a constant ache in their hearts. Their safe haven had been violated, their refuge shattered. The place they had thought would always be there for them was now a place of desolation and despair. Their loved ones were gone, taken from them in the most brutal of ways. The uncertainty of their fate was a torment that gnawed at their souls. The world seemed to crumble around them. The foundations of their lives had been shaken, and they stood amidst the ruins, feeling as if the very ground beneath their feet was giving way. David, too, was devastated. The blow was almost unbearable. Yet, in the face of this crisis, David turned to his faith. He sought strength in the Lord. He knew that despair could cripple him. He needed direction. He needed hope. So he prayed.
Lord, I pour out my heart to you. I ask for guidance. I seek the strength to lead my men through this dark hour.
His prayer was a beacon of hope. It was a testament to his unwavering faith. Even in the face of overwhelming tragedy, David sought God's will. As David and his men gathered their strength, they discovered someone unexpected. An Egyptian slave lay sick and abandoned near the edge of the ravaged town. The slave had been left for dead by the Amalekites. He was weak and starving, yet he held a vital piece of information. David, showing compassion even in his own distress, saw to the slave's needs. He offered him food and water, tending to his wounds.
I was with the Amalekite raiding party. I know the direction they have taken.
Hope, like a flickering candle in the darkness, began to stir within David. With renewed determination, David sought God's guidance.
Should I pursue this raiding party? Will you deliver them into my hand?
The Lord answered David's prayer.
Pursue them. You will surely overtake them and succeed in the rescue.
Armed with this divine assurance, David rallied his men. Their spirits, though still heavy with grief, were lifted by a glimmer of hope. They were determined to rescue their families. They set out in swift pursuit, their hearts set on justice and driven by the promise of reunion. Section 5, the battle begins. Courage and faith in action. In the annals of history, there are moments that define the spirit of a people, moments where courage and faith are put to the ultimate test.
We must follow the trail left by the Amalekites. They cannot be far. Every step we take brings us closer to reclaiming what is rightfully ours.
David and his men followed the trail left by the Amalekites. Their hearts were heavy with the weight of their mission, but their determination was unyielding. It led them through harsh terrain. The sun beat down mercilessly, and the ground beneath their feet was unforgiving. But their resolve did not waver. Each obstacle they encountered only strengthened their resolve. They finally caught up with the raiders. The sight of the enemy camp ignited a fire within them.
Celebrate, men. This victory is ours. Let the world know that we are not to be trifled with.
The Amalekites were celebrating their victory, unaware of the impending threat. They reveled in their spoils, confident in their triumph. They were caught completely off guard. The suddenness of the attack left them in disarray. David's men, fueled by righteous anger and the desperate hope of rescuing their loved ones, fought with unwavering courage. They were outnumbered, but their spirits were indomitable. But they were not outmatched. Their training, their unity, and their sheer willpower gave them an edge. Their faith in God and their love for their families spurred them onward. Each warrior fought not just for himself, but for the future of his people. The battle raged, a clash of swords and shields, a desperate fight for justice and freedom. The air was thick with the sounds of combat, the cries of the wounded, and the unyielding roar of determined warriors. In the end, it was their courage and faith that saw them through. They emerged victorious, not just in battle, but in spirit. Their story would be told for generations, a testament to the power of courage and faith in action. Section 6. Victory and Reunion. Tears of joy replace tears of sorrow. In the annals of history, few moments are as poignant as the reunion of warriors with their loved ones after the chaos of battle. These moments, filled with raw emotion, are a testament to the resilience of the human spirit.
We cannot falter now for our families, for our future. Every step we take, every blow we strike is for the ones waiting for us back home. Their hopes and dreams rest upon our shoulders.
The tide of the battle turned. David's men, empowered by their faith and their righteous cause, gained the upper hand. Their determination was unyielding, their spirit unbreakable. Each warrior fought not just for survival, but for the promise of a brighter tomorrow. The Amalekites, taken by surprise and ill-prepared for such fierce resistance, faltered, their confidence shattered. They found themselves overwhelmed by the sheer will and tenacity of David's forces. Victory was secured. David and his men had triumphed. The battlefield, once a place of despair and destruction, now echoed with the sounds of jubilation and relief. They had faced their enemy with courage and faith. Each warrior's heart beat with the rhythm of hope, their minds focused on the faces of those they loved, and they had emerged victorious. Their victory was not just a testament to their strength, but to their unwavering belief in their cause. But the true prize of victory was not the spoils of war. Gold and treasures, though valuable, paled in comparison to the real reward. It was the sight of their loved ones, alive and unharmed. The joy of seeing familiar faces, the relief of knowing they were safe, was beyond any material wealth.
David, oh thank God you're safe. The cries of relief and joy echoed through the air, a symphony of emotions that words could scarcely capture.
Tears of joy streamed down their faces as families, torn apart by cruelty, were reunited in an embrace of love and gratitude. These tears, once shed in sorrow, now flowed freely in celebration. The bonds of family and friendship, tested by the fires of conflict, emerged stronger and more resilient than ever before. In these moments, the true essence of victory was revealed, not in the defeat of an enemy, but in the reaffirmation of love, hope, and the enduring human spirit.
As was the custom in those times, the spoils of war, the recovered goods, the livestock, everything belonged to the victors. Some of David's men, battle-weary and feeling deserving of their reward, argued against sharing the bounty. David, however, saw things differently. He believed that every man who had fought with him, whether he had seen the heat of battle or guarded the supplies, deserved an equal share. He silenced those who grumbled, reminding them that it was God's victory, not theirs alone. He declared that all would share equally in the blessings that God had provided.
David's decision to share the spoils equally was not just about fairness. It was about recognizing the contributions of every man, regardless of his role. It was about fostering unity and gratitude, reminding his men that they were a team, bound together by a common purpose. This act of generosity revealed the heart of a true leader. David understood that true leadership was not about amassing personal gain. It was about serving others, even when it meant sacrificing one's own perceived entitlements. The shared experience of loss, the desperate pursuit, the fierce battle, and the joy of reunion, followed by David's act of radical generosity, created a profound sense of unity among David's men. They had faced their giants together. They had triumphed together, and they would share the rewards of victory together. This unity, forged in the fires of adversity, would serve them well in the battles to come. They had learned that their strength lay not just in their individual skills, but in their collective spirit, their unwavering faith, and their commitment to one another. The Amalekite showdown reveals David not just as a warrior, but as a man of deep faith and even greater leadership. His unwavering trust in God, even in the darkest hour, his compassion for the suffering, and his commitment to fairness and unity serve as timeless lessons for us all. David's story reminds us that even in the face of overwhelming odds, faith, courage, and compassion can light our way. It teaches us that true leadership is not about power, but about service, not about self-interest, but about shared victory. Like David, may we face our giants with courage, lead with compassion, and build unity through generosity. For in doing so, we honor God and inspire those around us.
The air hung heavy with dread, a palpable sense of impending doom. The Philistine army, a vast and terrible force, had marched upon the land of Israel, their numbers seemingly endless. Their chariots thundered across the plains, their ranks bristling with spears and swords, ready to unleash havoc. The Israelites, though brave, trembled at the sight, their hearts pounding with fear and uncertainty. They knew the Philistines were hungry for victory, eager to crush them under their iron heel, leaving no mercy. At the heart of the Israelite army stood King Saul, a figure once revered and respected. Once a towering figure of strength and courage, he was now a shadow of his former self, worn down by years of turmoil. Years of disobedience to God had taken their toll, leaving him fearful and uncertain, his spirit broken. The weight of his kingdom rested heavily upon his shoulders, and on this day the burden seemed unbearable, almost crushing. The two armies clashed on the slopes of Mount Gilboa, the battle fierce and unrelenting. The earth trembled beneath the weight of their struggle, the ground shaking with each blow. The air filled with the cries of the wounded and the dying, a symphony of agony and despair. The Philistines, stronger and fiercer, pushed the Israelites back, their lines crumbling under the relentless assault, their spirits breaking. Saul watched in despair as his army faltered, his heart sinking with each passing moment. His sons, Jonathan, Abinadab, and Melchishua, fought bravely by his side, but their courage could not stem the tide of battle. The enemy too strong. The day was lost, and a cold terror gripped Saul's heart, the realization of defeat settling in. The Philistine archers, deadly with their aim, pressed their advantage, their eyes cold and unyielding. Their arrows rained down upon the fleeing Israelites, cutting them down like wheat before the scythe, leaving no room for escape. Saul, his armor heavy upon him, stumbled as he fled, the cries of his enemies echoing in his ears, a cacophony of despair. He looked around for his sons, his heart pounding in his chest, each beat a reminder of his failure. Jonathan, his beloved Jonathan, lay dead upon the ground, an arrow piercing his heart, his lifeless eyes staring into the void. Abinadab and Melchishua, their bodies riddled with arrows, lay still nearby, their dreams extinguished. Saul's grief was immeasurable, a crushing weight that threatened to consume him, his soul crying out in agony. He was surrounded now, his guard cut down, his army scattered, the remnants of his once mighty force. The Philistine soldiers, their faces grim with victory, closed in on their defeated foe, their triumph palpable. Saul, his strength spent, knew that all was lost, the weight of his failures pressing down on him. Capture was inevitable, and with it, unimaginable humiliation and torture, a fate worse than death. He remembered the prophet Samuel's words spoken long ago, warning him of the consequences of his disobedience, words that now felt like a curse. "The Lord has torn the kingdom of Israel from you today," Samuel had declared, "and has given it to a neighbor of yours who is better than you, a prophecy now fulfilled." Those words, once distant and ignored, now rang in his ears with terrible clarity, a haunting echo of his downfall. Despair washed over Saul, cold and absolute. He would not be taken prisoner, would not endure the Philistines' cruel mockery. He would choose his own fate, even if it meant defying the will of God. He drew his sword, the cold steel heavy in his hand. Looking up at the darkening sky, he uttered a silent prayer, a plea for forgiveness that he knew might not be answered. Then, with a final surge of despairing resolve, he fell upon his own sword, the sharp blade piercing his flesh, ending his reign and his life. The Philistines, finding Saul's lifeless body on the battlefield, rejoiced in their victory. They stripped him of his armor, a final indignity for the fallen king. His crown, once a symbol of power and authority, lay tarnished in the dust, a grim reminder of the fleeting nature of earthly glory. Word of Saul's death spread like wildfire. The Philistines, eager to display their triumph, took his body and the bodies of his sons to the city of Beth-shan. There, on the walls of their pagan temple, they hung the lifeless forms as trophies of war, a gruesome spectacle for all to see. Mount Gilboa, once a place of hope and promise where Saul had first been anointed king, became a symbol of defeat and despair. The Israelites, hearing of their king's demise and the desecration of his body, were filled with grief and terror. They fled their homes, seeking refuge from the victorious Philistines. The Philistines, emboldened by their victory, rampaged through the land, pillaging and burning as they went. The future of Israel seemed bleak, their army shattered, their king dead, their God seemingly silent. But even in the darkest of hours, a glimmer of hope remained. Section 5. Courage from Jabesh Gilead. News of the Philistines' gruesome display reached the city of Jabesh Gilead, east of the Jordan River. The people were horrified and deeply troubled by the disrespect shown to their former king. The men of Jabesh Gilead, remembering Saul's act of kindness years earlier when he had rescued them from the Ammonites, were filled with a fierce determination. They could not forget the bravery and leadership Saul had shown in their time of need. They would not allow their former king to be dishonored in such a way. Their resolve was unshakable, driven by a deep sense of loyalty and gratitude. Under the cover of darkness, a group of these courageous men embarked on a perilous mission. They knew the risks were great, but their commitment to honor Saul's memory was greater. They crossed the Jordan River, infiltrated the heavily guarded city of Beth-Shan, and retrieved the bodies of Saul and his sons. The mission required stealth, bravery, and unwavering determination. It was a daring act of defiance, a testament to their loyalty and their respect for the fallen king. Their actions spoke volumes about their character and their values. Returning to Jabesh Gilead, they gave Saul and his sons a proper burial, burning their bodies and burying their bones beneath a tamarisk tree. This act was not just a burial, but a final tribute to their king. For 7 days they mourned the fallen king, their lamentations a poignant reminder of the tragic consequences of pride and disobedience. Their mourning was a solemn and heartfelt expression of their loss and respect. Section 6. A King's Legacy. The story of Saul's reign is a tragedy, a tale of promise squandered and potential unfulfilled. He began his reign with such hope, chosen by God, anointed by Samuel, a shining example of strength and leadership. But pride and disobedience became his downfall, leading him down a path of destruction that ended in despair and death. Saul's story is not just a historical account confined to the pages of the Bible. It's a timeless parable, a cautionary tale that speaks to the human condition. It reminds us that even the greatest of leaders are not immune to the temptations of pride and the consequences of disobedience. Section 7. Humility, the antidote to pride. Saul's life stands as a stark reminder of the destructive power of pride. Pride whispers that we are wiser than God, that our ways are better than His. It blinds us to our own flaws and leads us to make choices that ultimately bring about our own downfall. Humility, the opposite of pride, is the recognition of our dependence on God. It is acknowledging that we are not the masters of our own destiny, that true strength and wisdom come from seeking God's guidance and obeying His commands. Section 8. Obedience, the path to blessing. Saul's downfall began with his disobedience. Time and again, he chose to follow his own desires rather than God's commands. He allowed his fear and pride to cloud his judgment, leading him to make choices that had disastrous consequences. Obedience, on the other hand, is the key to God's blessings. When we trust in God and follow His ways, we open ourselves to His guidance and protection. Obedience is not always easy, but it is always the path to true peace and fulfillment. Section 9. The peril of disobedience. Saul's story illustrates the dangerous consequences of disobedience. When we turn away from God's commands, we invite chaos and destruction into our lives. Disobedience is a slippery slope that leads us further and further away from God's love and grace. The consequences of our disobedience may not always be immediate or as dramatic as Saul's, but they're always real and far-reaching. Disobedience breaks our fellowship with God, hinders our prayers, and robs us of the joy and peace that come from living in His will. Section 10. God's faithfulness in the face of failure. Even in Saul's tragic end, we see glimpses of God's faithfulness. Despite Saul's repeated disobedience, God continued to show him mercy and compassion. He provided a way out of every difficult situation, offering Saul opportunities to repent and turn back to Him. God's love for us is not contingent on our performance. He loves us unconditionally, even when we fail. He is always ready to forgive us, to heal our brokenness, and to make us new. Section 11, Epilogue. A story that still speaks. The story of King Saul is a timeless tale that continues to resonate with us today. It is a story of promise and failure, of pride and humility, of obedience and disobedience. It is a story that challenges us to examine our own hearts, to confront our own tendencies toward pride and disobedience, and to choose the path of humility and obedience. May we learn from Saul's mistakes and strive to be leaders who are characterized by humility, obedience, and a deep dependence on God. For in doing so, we will not only avoid the tragic fate of Saul, but we will also experience the fullness of God's blessings in our lives and lead others to do the same.